I want to have some kind of a fade if the market rejects the top here at 25.8. But NVIDIA is the one going. So I'm going to get on that VWAP as we're going to go up to the desk. Adara has an update for us, and probably happening now.
Indeed, it is happening now. No economic data coming through here, so I'd like to talk about on that front. We did get some comments earlier today from Fed's Myron saying, amongst other things, that there could be a rising recession risk should the Fed not adjust policy, also adding that he believes there were some anomalies in last week's inflation data as a result of the recent government shutdown. What I think was maybe more interesting here was Fed's Myron saying that he actually doesn't know if he's going to vote for a 25 basis point or a 50 basis point cut at the next meeting. Now, this is significant because every meeting since he joined, he has been voting for 50 basis point cuts without a doubt. So interesting look there. Let's talk here about some of these Mag 7 and tech plays because they are really a lot of what's leading this market from a news perspective. TSLA trying and failing as of right now to break 500, couldn't even break 499, but absolutely on watch after Elon Musk says he's been, quote, vindicated, winning this appeal for his $56 billion pay package there. I guess looks like that's now been reinstated by this Delaware Supreme Court. Let's take a look here at AMD as well. This one spiked higher pre-market after we started to see traders talk about a report from earlier this morning from MLEX suggesting that Alibaba and AMD might have a chip deal. Last but not least, NVDA, another chip-related name on watch here, reportedly, according to Reuters, planning on beginning to ship its H200 chips to China early next year in 40 to 80,000 units per shipment. Before we send you back to Neil and Sean for more trading action, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead and book a meeting today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. You go back to Sean and Neil.
All right, well, futures went to the downside right here a little bit there, and obviously I did try, so we did get stopped out of the TQs. We put some money back into our pocket there at least, but it does wind up breaking lower. We never broke through that 70 marker, so there it goes. Just, not trying to stay in these things if they don't want to work, right? I mean, same thing just happened with Tesla there. We lost $1. We got along at 493s. We got some 490. I think we got 493.40s, and our average price was about 40s or so. And then it broke through 493, and we got out. So we actually got a 492.90 print. So no severe damage done at all on this, but the market is pulling back. Just wondering if we're going to be that range bound again, where we've just made that high. Now we just kind of have to wait for the lows again in the market, and maybe the same thing is true for Tesla. But Tesla just tested VWAP and broke it, so it did get up to $500, man. It got to 499. Now you're down to 492 right here on that market. I still, maybe we got stopped out at the very bottom there of the Qs. I don't want to be too stubborn and get back into it. That's how you get hurt. But we just kind of did hold VWAP a little bit. Maybe we'll try one more time on the Qs here.
Speaking of hold VWAP, that's exactly what NVIDIA is trying to do here. As it pulled right back in, it did look, it clearly broke the trend that was to the downside. But the first available dip right here is about to, we just opened under VWAP. So I have my stop out's going to be this prior bar. So this is the bar before the volume weighted average price. But it's a 3 minute, so like 183.10 or so. I'm not looking at the even dollar. I want to see his close on another higher low, and then it can be an add. While that's happening, at least like CCL did bust the high, but it didn't break. Okay, so it busted the consolidation high, but it hasn't taken out Friday's high at 31.5, which it's about to do right now. And maybe my sneeze will get it through. So this is continuing to go higher and higher. One of the other runners from last week, Palantir, has pulled all the way back under VWAP. Can't seem to hold. I'd wait for at least 195 if it doesn't hold at 197. So no 200 break, it looks like, on Palantir, unfortunately. No, at least not yet. But my eyes are going to be on NVIDIA. For now, CCL seems to just be cruising, but NVIDIA is starting to lose that volume-weighted average price. If we lose 183.10, I'm just going to be jumping out of here. If we close underneath the volume-weighted average price, then this is not going to be a good dip buy. Looking at what I would have played southbound, where's my fail thing? Like, yeah, Intel, right to VWAP. It's like a huge failed breakout, market off the lows, and this bounces right into VWAP for a short, but today we weren't looking short Intel for some reason. This was another, by the way, Intel was a surprise sell at the close on Friday. So the other thing it did is it dropped right through that same level that was consolidated and flushed. So I think Intel kind of showed you where the buyers are down here at 36.7. anytime you see that on those big imbalances, it can be a good piece of information where the buyers come in. Intel was maybe the most violent move on Friday at 350 out of the bigger cap.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was because it was out of nowhere, like nothing expected, and then all of a sudden it just got flushed. But only the algos could catch that trade.
All right, we're just going to try to play the bottom range on the NASDAQ. So we're going to try it around here again and just going to give it 10 cents. So if we break below 54.30s, we're going to get out right now of that one. And we did take a little bit of a bid. Again, we're just trying to see if there's any bottoms to be caught right now. I'm just thinking really thinking that it could be a range-bound situation that we do have here today. And it looks like right now, Tesla's got a nice fall back in, man. You're getting $7 discount right now on Tesla. Like, it was just at $4.98. So, for us traders, that might be something. I don't know, for you guys out there right now, might not be a huge move at all to be too hard focused on Tesla. But coming into 490, watch out for that 488. I was going to try to give it down to there, but I don't know, man. I don't want to be too over invested here. I was waiting for 489s, 50s or so to come in just on this break, 49.51s. We'll put on a double our position, but again, playing pretty lightly just to see if the market wants to go today. Trying to find some good names. We liked Tesla early, but it just hasn't really panned out for us. That break there of 488, we got to get out. 487.99. If it breaks that, let's scram out of Tesla's way right now. I don't know if the long or the short's going to be right, man. I'm trying to play names that do have some momentum to them today, and I think we did well. We waited for the 50 period to come into Tesla. We took it. It just didn't hold, and it's a good thing. It's not a good thing it didn't hold, but it's good. There it goes on the futures, by the way. It's a good thing we got out of it, because otherwise it'd be a little bit more pain trade than we're in right now. But yeah, the Tesla and the futures right now just dropped through again on the futures. Like, we got that 33 or 4 fill there, and it looks like that might have been the bottom one more time. So let's wait to see if there is a bottom in this, and if not, Bitcoin's still at 90,000. So just a couple longs today, not really panning out. So we'll see if Tesla is one of those names that maybe will work out right now for us. But Tesla, trying to get that long, and then the futures as well, looking for that long, which we just had, which faded out against us. So the DXY, yeah, the dollar might be something there as well. Oh, there's that, yeah. Tesla.
It's Tesla, Meta, Mass, because for
yeah,
obvious
everyone loves
reasons,
Mass.
that stock's doing nothing. Palantir, Sidious, Sidhu, not Darth Sidious, Sidious Space. Sidhu is like an inside joke amongst our friends. Mm-hmm. I can't make this up. We once had a buddy, a very good friend of ours, who, sometimes he spent some time in the old tank after a night at the bar, and his roomie for the night was a dude named Sidhu.
Yeah.
We never let him hear the end of it. So shout out to you, Sidhu. But it is up 80%. What I will tell you is very interesting about this stock. Look at $2.10 on Sidhu. For the last 15 minutes, someone is holding $2.10 exactly that price. So if you're long, you can either take some profit out in front of it, whatever, off VWAP, that's 10%, or maybe wait for it to break that 210 level. But there's no size on the offer. Well, nothing significant. It's like 100,000 shares. The stock's done 120 million, so that's not significant at all. But somebody is holding it up at that 210 level on Sidious. NVIDIA's bounced off VWAP now. Wanted to take out 184. So I've scalped some out. I'm probably going to take more out right in front of 184 because someone's holding NVIDIA underneath $184 as well. So it's just in between VWAP and 184 here for NVIDIA. CCL, I was asked where's the target for CCL. Now that it's broken the high, don't really have an obvious one outside of the even dollars. Like, there is a double top at 32.8 that I think he can get to. Will it get there clean on day 2 after earnings? I don't think it gets there necessarily clean. But if I see a trend break on the 15-minute, I'm jumping out, or I'm just looking for that even dollar there on CCL. So still remaining strength in CCL. And I do see the super chat. And it is again, we're talking about, HTMC. Oh, sorry, I thought it was going to be HYMC. My bad. Danny's boy. So mystery solved in HTMC. Eric Sprott announced that he's taken a 40%, or it is HYMC, 40% ownership stake in HYMC, and he's calling it a 10-bagger for 88 hundo. So there we go. That's why Highcroft is going so crazy. Sprott taking a 40% ownership stake, and it is now up 57%. This was 40% the last time we mentioned it. Hey, you're looking for that midday dip buy? Yeah, about that.
Yeah, maybe not.
There's not even a red candle in sight. I suppose there's going to be some kind of a profit-taking moment in Highcroft, but wow. Talk about a runner. Thank you, Eric Sprott. You should be thanking them, Danny's boy. Great-looking trade up there. There's nothing standing in its way. Maybe like a trend, but I don't know if you're sitting there like what to do with this thing, if you're looking to add to it or if you're looking to just maybe take some profits, but distinct uptrend for sure. No questions asked. Like, it's very, very clean. And maybe when that crazy program buying stops, that's a good place to take profit. Could be happening actually right now. Because that trend line, it could have the first close underneath the the trend line on the 3-minute if this fails to get back above about 25.9. Maybe a good a spot as any.
Okay. No, nothing. There was a story about.
I just heard.
Yeah, no, something about Tesla and some crashes or doors not opening or something. So I don't know if that's what helped us to get to the downside, but it's right here at 488.60. Was thinking about like trying to put on a bid right now, and then now finally going to give this just a little bit of time to see if it. Okay, well, here we go. I don't like that story out right there. We'll get it from Adara. Okay, so maybe it's nothing. Okay, good. Adara's not seeing anything. So that's good right there. We'll see if we do get a little bit of a bump. Yeah, see, no. I was going to say, will this hold 488? Like, we're not being. We did this on Thursday when we were here when Tesla just kept on falling and falling and falling. So there it goes, man. I'm not even going to ask any more questions. There it goes. We tried the 50 period. We tried right here at the 200. Those are normally levels that will hold if the stock has any kind of strength. Not only did I really like this last trade, which is too bad because like right into the pre-market levels and we just don't hold that at all. So there it goes, man. Yeah, like that story's been out there, so I don't know what's going on. But Tesla, pretty aggressive pullback now, you know, off of their highs, 5 bills. So wow, now coming back into 486 and change. Tesla, what a great short that would have been up there. Everyone looking long, right? That all you had to do was go short with a $2 risk or even a $1 risk. It got to the high today is 498.83. And I wonder if the same thing's true of Palantir right here, as a little bit of a pullback on Palantir, obviously not as dramatic. But the stock is half the price. So nice move back down there for Palantir. Very similar. It's not at its 200 period yet. Does that mean that we want to hold that? I don't know. We'll wait. But there it comes back in for the Qs as well. We're just going to be patient now. I know we have a little bit on right here, but I'm going to wait for this level to come through, which is coming in soon, 15s. And then we'll wait for the level that we actually wrote down here, which was on the TQs, our number one trade, 53.75. So I think that that's going to be the best thing to wait for until that happens right now. That was sort of the closing area that we had on Friday is what we wanted to wait for. So unfortunately, we actually did okay there on the Qs and then lost it right there and lost the last one as that's still coming back in. Big size right there, not going to mean anything as it should just whip right through it if it wants to. Yeah, Tesla not finding a bid. Micron might be okay, honestly. That one's down here at 70s, so that could be a bid that happens for us eventually. But only 3 names, man. I don't have any winners. MDLN, though, was a big one for me last week, so that's still at $43. I see someone in the chat talking about it.
Great IPO for them. Remember, they're a healthcare stock. That's the key. I think that's the key for them is that they weren't a tech name, and maybe that's why the sellers weren't that aggressive. But I'm out of both my longs. NVIDIA loses VWAP in here. I mean, silver will end up being worse just because I didn't get really any profit on silver, but ultimately, this one still could hold VWAP, but once it broke that prior bar, I'm jumping out. We can always get back into this if it looks a little bit better. The market's at the low of the day as well. And maybe a different story with CCL. There was a topping tail candle. It didn't get to 32 even, but it got pretty close to 31.90. Once that topping tail candle came in, trailing stop goes underneath it. Might try for a pullback if we get back into VWAP. So CCL does work, and that ends up being a day 2 play. But everything else, this market not looking overly strong, unfortunately. Just checking in, if you look at where we're sitting, we're pretty much at that opening range low. So if we can bounce here, ooh, look at that. Fabian, that looks fantastic. I like it. But if we can hold this opening range low on the Qs, I'll probably like NVIDIA at least one more time. And thank goodness we got away from silver at VWAP because started filling the gap. I was thinking 61.5 before you got to 61, but suddenly it's putting in a pretty aggressive reversal candle here on silver. This has a chance to be a nice reversal candle. If it does so, then I'll take another shot at silver, maybe breaking this trend. Bottoming tail wick, break this trend line, and then come back into the volume weighted average price. But that requires some patience here. Yeah, just CCL that worked really.
What am I doing here?
And keep your eyes, if you're in small cap land, keep your eyes on that SIDU 210. Obviously, that's a seller. Can't sit there for
121.97.
It's a SIDU.
Okay. So I just got, all right. I made a little bit of money, but kind of by fluke there. I was looking at Robinhood at 122, so I actually bought it at 20s, and then I threw out a stop order at 122 breaking, and I must have put the wrong order again, so we got in and out of it, but I just punched right. Whenever you make a keystroke error, you know, it's sometimes a smart thing to do would be get right back in because you've already analyzed the trade, and I like Robinhood down here. Let's pick a name that's up that could bounce. So here we go, we're long into Robinhood. My initial long, and we already made money on it, was 36s or 37. So here it comes, nicely cooking now, back up to the upside now for Robinhood. So this could be a winner for us finally. So that'll be nice. Here, let's put this back over there, make sure that we do take something out on Robinhood. So a nice little move higher right here. We'll punch out of a bit. Ooh, we just missed that punch. That's me sitting there at 98. So we just missed that 98 punch, but what a good move higher there. Maybe I'll just cross out again. There we go. We get a 90 fill on a cross out. So good little move there on Robinhood. So made a little bit of money there at least on a name. And we are offering, sorry, it's 99s we're offering on Robinhood. So we tried to punch out and then they front ran the order a little bit, go down 10 cents. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bump up now on Robinhood. So just a name that's had a little bit of an up and a down spot. We find it near its day low. Just trying to find something that's not Tesla here. So I'm not just trying to dip by the same name every time, every day. So we'll wait on that one, 486.50 for Tesla. But Robinhood, let's see if we get a 99 fill, and then even back to VWAP, which is 34s. Let's put an offer up there as well, 123.30s. Okay, we'll see if we can get that. So we'll give this a little bit of a go now for that. There's Tesla, finally came in. So, all right, we're long at 46.55. Let's see what winds up happening here with Tesla. Quick little out there, and now we'll see if it can run a bit higher. Let's start to piece this out. If we can finally have a winner on the name, would be really nice. So, and of course it goes right back against us again. So let's wait to see what happens here with Tesla. Trying to get going. There it is, dollar winner on Tesla, but we need to have some work done back up to the upside on this name.
And speaking of upside, IonQ and some of these quantum names are really looking strong into what hasn't been the best market in the world. 9% on IonQ. I don't recall seeing a story.
There's no news that I'm seeing.
Okay, so thank you, Adara. There is no news on IonQ for those that are asking, but looking very strong. Just want to double check Rigetti. I would imagine just as strong, just parabolic, 11%.
What? Okay.
There were downgrades on a couple of other names in the space. I remember on the upgrade downgrade board, QUBT had a downgrade, and I forget the name of the other one. But here comes that trend break, potentially here on silver. So here's your bottoming tail candle. Then you're going to get the break up. Once we break this trend line, that'll be my next trade. Of course, CCL, that rejection candle just got taken out. So CCL is going to get to 32 after all, as that continues to look incredibly strong. NVIDIA's under VWAPs. I feel like silver is going to be the next trade. For me, Bitcoin's still under 90,000. Just cannot seem to hold on to that 90,000 level. We've been back and forth. I can't even count how many times we've been over under the 90,000 level on BTC. But until we find like a stable direction off that level, there's no point fighting it. Just kind of a washout style trade there. Every time you took the long, it doesn't go anywhere for you, and then you end up stopping out if you have a tight stop. So I'm going to wait for this to close, and I think we'll have our second shot at silver. CCL might have gotten away from us a little bit too much there. I'm not going to go chasing that.
Yeah, so we got out of half of our Tesla, and now it's just fading back out. So it didn't, like we were trying to see if this could take out the 200 period moving average. It does not do that right there. So that was 488.75. My best outs are, I think, 488.30s, something like that. 47.90 actually was my best out. I have a bunch of outs in the 70s. So that's the best that we've had on that one. So we had the best was about $1.20, $1.30, the best trade that we had on this. So that's it. So we won't make everything back on Tesla yet. We're going to try to see if it can hold out and get back to the upside and see if we can hold out on some of our fills until a little bit later now so we can make some of this money back. But making the money back doesn't really matter. It's about trying to make the best trade, and naturally, if you make a good trade, the money will come back. So 488 right now, looking to see if we can get another piece out right there. It's not greedy at all, man. I mean, we're waiting for more, but I don't feel like, you know, in this range right now, worth getting out, making sure that we're just, if I get the 488s, we'll just be at about half. We're just over half what we have left so far on that play. And looks like Rob and Hood came back up and bounced off our 99s there. So we're going to offer that out, get 88s. I'm not going to cancel my 99. Let this thing flow back to the upside right there. A couple good outs on Robinhood, helping us make our day back just a little bit. But realistically, man, I mean, Tesla could really make it sing if it goes back up to the upside. I'll get another out here in the 60s. Now we'll wait for O's and then hopefully a lot higher after. There it is. Yes, 488. Go Tesla. Almost back to green on Tesla. Big winner on Robinhood and waiting for these futures to get going as well. So a little bit of a roller coaster day to say the least if you're trying to catch longs. Maybe the long is finally in, Neil. Who knows on that one. You're long silver, which is good to see. I got Tesla, Qs, and Robinhood right now. And let's see if these Qs can, okay, Qs might be at a spot right here as well. There goes Tesla. Yeah, buddy. Finally, Tesla's starting to get back up to the upside now. So good little level there. $2 now. Here, we haven't hit this all day. Let's do it right now. $2 now in the money on Tesla, just making our way back to Greensville on this name. So hopefully that will happen before we get back. But yeah, Tesla right now upside. Neil's got silver and Adara's got something for you at the desk.
Caps?
Yeah. Some kind of cap.
What I have is small caps. SIDU, of course, on watch here. CITES Space, apparently they're receiving a contract here under the Missile Defense Agency, Scalable Homeland Innovative Enterprise Layer Defense. What a name here for this program. They've got a total IDIQ ceiling of $151 million. SIDU also has an 8.5% short float. Let's talk here about AZI, Atozi Internet Technology. This story is actually back from Friday morning, but looks like a bit of a carryover play because they gapped up pretty well this morning. AZI, as of Friday morning, announcing that apparently a strategic investor with the company has confirmed a $90 million initial equity investment. So good luck there for AZI. Just under 2 million share float. Now, HXHX has about a 2.5 million share float. Haoshin Holdings, no news for this one. Back on Wednesday, they announced they received a NASDAQ non-compliance notification. Nothing that I could see since last Wednesday. Before we send you back, Neil and Sean will take a moment to thank our friends at BTCC. Because, guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. They're in the top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. And while major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses for up to 15K USDT. So seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info. Go back to Neil and Sean. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara, of course. And as always, those small cappers really moving. That Sidious, I keep saying Sidious, it is Sidious. I think Sidious because I'm a Star Wars fan. That's all my bad. So we got that, like I said, we got this trend break here in silver, which had been only going down, but it goes right into pre-market lows and catches some resistance. I'm looking for VWAP to get 3/4 of it out. If we can break that, look for the high of the day. But speaking of SIDU, another top. See, look at it break out that 210 buyer. Be nice if it could retrace and maybe give you a second shot at that 210 just to see what it will look like on the bid there. But SIDU certainly looking a little bit strong, up 110%. I think that's the one to watch, just based on volume, what it's done in the past. NVIDIA's broken back above VWAP and trying to put another higher low. The second it does, I'm going to look to try to go long there, that one again. But silver, just you look for that trend break, waited all this time for it to break the trend, and there's the prior bar losing. So there you go. Like it broke trend line, but it loses the prior bar. Got one out pretty much only, so don't like that one. It's going to end up being a fail. Really, it's just been CCL that's been clean, and even then it went way further than expected. That's continuing to go higher. Not going to chase it up here. I still like this as a day two play in CCL, but I'll look for some kind of a reasonable pullback. Right now, that would be prior day high. So 31.5, that's also VWAP. We'll let this one come back about $0.50, and then we take a shot in CCL again. So day two, do like what we see out of them. Only up 2.5%. Nowhere near as strong as it was on Friday, but you can't necessarily expect that. It is a day two play.
business of doing real big things right now. So we do real big things. We can have nice things around here too. There goes Tesla. So now Tesla's now, Joseph, 1, 2, 3, 4, finally, right now in the money as it's starting to go. So we're happy with that performance. Then I've got another one of Joseph's face slappers over here, as we got Robinhood right now in the money, about 50 cents. So yeah, that's having a problem with 123. So we'll take another piece out here on that 123 marker and then see what winds up happening with Robinhood. And then a little bit more out here on Tesla as well. As we get up to VWAP, we just took a 491. Sorry, we took a 490.95. We were sitting there waiting for that one. So that's been pretty decent. So yeah, just giving us a little bit of love here for some Tesla trading that's finally worked out. I mean, Tesla's going to the upside. Is Palantir bouncing? No. So it's kind of Oppo right there. Look what the market's doing. Nothing right here. So I think we'll just hitch our wagon maybe to Tesla now and just see if that goes. It's been a tough wagon to ride today unless you were short near that $400 marker. But now the futures had a hard time breaking through 40. So I'm going to sit at 40 now, take a little bit out, just sort of wash this trade a bit. We're long at 37s. See if we can get some out at 40. Then I'm waiting for 46s and then 56 and see if we can get a little bit higher. Oh, I wanted to look at Google before. We did have a quick look at that. That $300 level, again, like not being here on Friday, wanted to look at that 300 level. What did it do on Friday? So it does bounce nicely off of that. So we do have some good support if Google does get into this area. We're not that close to it right now. 307, something to look at, but not really in now for that play. Oracle had a nice little run up earlier as well. We are getting ready, man. It's 10:30 in a half hour. You'll have Joe and Sharif to talk all about stocks with you guys as well. Oracle 193 up to 197. Hit your like and your subscribe if you're with us right now. Oracle up 3%. Good trade. Whenever I think about Oracle, I think about Micron as well. Two names that are going in opposite directions. Micron holding out at 270. Too bad. Like now Tesla's pulling back in. We're out of 2/3 of that Tesla trade, by the way. I just wanted to think about another long on a pullback, and I know that Micron's been so strong, but the momentum today is like, it's not great, man. I mean, these futures just continue to hit levels and bounce right off of them, man.
Yes, is a bit stronger.
Yeah.
Nasdaq's clearly weaker.
Is it an Nvidia problem or what? Because like Nvidia's 183.
Nvidia's relatively strong.
No, that's okay. Apple then maybe 271. Yeah, this could be a little bit of a problem. They've been trending downwards today too. So has the market has only been nice. I mean, I think there's really only one answer for that, unless we're just talking about today. Then I think it's been relatively.
The answer is the Russell.
Yeah, the Russell's down. Oh, up. Okay.
Yeah, the answer right now is like you've got like the Nasdaq's the worst of it. ES is almost back at the highs, so you can't really blame the S&P. But it's the Russell, like the IWM on a 15-minute. There haven't been any red candles yet. Maybe you watch out for. You got a couple of dollars to go until you get to some serious resistance, and we've seen it with like the Ion Qs of the world. I don't necessarily know what like Rivian's doing. That's not doing anything. But you have a lot of small cappers that are looking much better. There was news. I see a few people mentioning Netflix. That's bouncing off the lows. There is, of course, financial backing guaranteed by Big Papa Ellison.
Right.
I guess no one ever calls him that, but he's money bags anyways for the Paramount Skydance deal. Now, the thing about it is initially Netflix popped on that. And then it drops right at the open. I still think this is every day that goes by without them having to raise their bid, where they stick to their guns, I think is positive for them. But at the open, this really dropped off. Not liking what I see there on Netflix personally. I started adding to this one on Thursday, I believe it was, that we got filled. And I feel like I'm probably going to do so if they keep punishing them for this deal. At some point, we're going to get an actual resolution where we know what's going to happen with Warner Brothers. Whether it's going to be, okay, this is it, this is final, Skydance has given up because the board's really not going for it, or maybe they end up just getting a higher bid that they think is better than Netflix's, and then you can go on from there. But one way or another, when it's resolved, that's what I'm looking for to add. NVIDIA, again, trying to hold a higher low. At least now, it's been long enough. 1, 2, got 3 points of contact, and now VWAP for a trend line. So it's pretty simple. You hold the trend line, I'm going long. We don't hold it here, then I need to back off of it. Still also waiting for CCL. CCL gets to 32, looking for this one to pull back into 31.5. I'm not going to sit on the bid, But if we do get down there, I want to look for any kind of a bounce play for round 2 on Carnival Cruise Lines. Oh, and Computernet making a good point here. Paramount Larry Ellison announced $45 billion personal guarantee, causing that drop. Yeah, that was it's a big number.
Yeah.
But that's also what people were looking for in terms of that offer in the first place. Where's the financing? You guarantee that you have the financing, or it's not a superior offer. Well, now it is a superior offer, at least in my opinion it is.
What just happened there? Oh, Robinhood came back down in. Okay, so I'm just trying to get I'm trying to get it literally at the same price. So if 486.50 comes in again, I'll buy some more Tesla. Other than that, I'm just gonna let it snow basically. And I mean, if it comes back in, which it's done. I just don't want to average up into that area because then it just sets this all off. So I'm going to wait and just keep playing off this low, right? If we break this 486, we'll give it a heartbeat and then we'll get out. So that's going to be something for me, and I'm just waiting for it. I see some people asking there in the chat, what up with that? Okay, Robinhood's about to get cranked right now through 122. So I don't know, what's up with this. We had a good winner on Robinhood and then all of a sudden no. So, we're here to take a shot on it. So that's what we're doing. But it looks like that shot will be eradicated very, very soon if we do break through. It looks like it wants to do that. So breakthrough of 120. How much room am I giving this one? Nothing. So 121, there it is, 121.97. So we actually get no slippage on that one. We'll have to slap a fail, but overall, Robinhood was fine. We tried it there, but if you're holding it, it just broke through the low of the day, Robinhood, with the futures trying to go as well lower. So I think, the right thing to do.
Losing support.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin, yeah. So the right thing to probably do there is drop this. So we'll stay away now. We did say that we like some IBIT. I wrote down $50 on that. Let's have a quick little look. So we're not there yet. I was sort of thinking that might have been that like 88 or so level for that. And, it's held at 50. Well, not really on the daily. It must have been something else that we liked for $50 there maybe it was just a closing price or so on Friday. So yeah, IBIT was up 2 and a bit percentage points, now coming back in. And yeah, no surprise there to see Robinhood cut. Well, a little bit surprised. I mean, when we were cruising up here, I thought we had the winner, but when it starts cracking back in, you see how we don't average in until it gets basically points away from our stop. I think that's going to be, the right strategy overall on a day like today when the market just seems to be a little bit whipsawy, hitting the highs, hitting the lows. We haven't really hit any sort of a high in about 45 minutes, right? We got to 25.7 right there and just kind of hovered around for a bit. And since then, really, sure, we tanked to the lows again, made a move, but only got to the 50 period, didn't even get to VWAP. And then now trying to make our little moves back and forth. So, all right, we've averaged in a little bit here on the TQs. Let's just see if that wants to work off the day's low. And like I said, just trying to get involved at some of these key levels and really nothing else. And if it breaks it, and we have some cover. So that's what we're doing, just trying to wait around for those plays. People still talking about silver. We talked a little bit about that. Google, people like that. Amazon. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, we do have that board in there behind us. It's just FJet. The Halts right now is...
It's still the same name.
Yeah.
That's the same top 5 as before. Tesla, Meta, Mask, Sidhu, and Palantir, Mask. So FJet should be on there. Like realistically, it's FJet and Rocket Lab because that Mask stock it's just an insight. If you're just tuning in, the Mask thing is an inside joke with the viewers. They were just trolling me from Friday. It's not moving. It's not significant. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Don't trade it. But certainly FJet is moving. That's that recent IPO. I'm going to sneeze again. That's that IPO from last week. And both the IPOs from last week have been fantastic, whether it's Medline or FJet. Just this one doing a little bit of a second rally. So it held the low. Like, that's pretty clean. I was skeptical that it was going to be able to hold that low after it got dumped on Friday, but it has. And now trying to fill in the gap. Just understand how ridiculous the pullback was when it got into the high teens. It went from 18 effectively to, I think it was like 750 or something without even trying to stop. So when they pull the plug on FJet, like it comes crashing down to earth rather quickly. That's a bad pun. Oh, we were just holding VWAP. Well, look, that's a bad pun. You're actually sending things into space. I shouldn't use that pun because that's rather negative. It's rather morbid. But NVIDIA had just held VWAP, and now it loses it. So that's twice on NVIDIA. It can't seem to hold on. Going to go back over to the well on CCL and continue to wait for this one to give me some kind of a dip buy for an entry, because it's the only one that worked clean. Like, it held early, broke out. I'm just waiting for it to pull back and maybe resume that trend, as the market is not looking very good. It might be green, but it hasn't been all that clean to set upside. How's our friend Palantir doing? Like, look at Palantir. This was one of the strongest names off the open. It's gone full circle and lost a bid. So you're probably thinking, got to look to some smaller names. Rocket Lab could be in play. Yeah, just going to have to look to something else. And Rocket Lab has a nice wedge. It's in play. It actually is on our watch list this morning, Rocket Labs, because they announced like a $800 million US-based development deal. So up 7%. I like this wedge pattern. So again, just going to jump to something else if I don't get CCL. You break the wedge upside, I'm looking long. I am favoring the long, so I'm not going to go short if it breaks that wedge downside. But I'll look for this to resolve to the upside and take a shot there if we don't get CCL.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with this men's stock, but we do have another halt here right now. So this has just got halted right there at 1033. So there it goes. Adair, if there's any news on men's right now, nice move upside there, $4 up to 520. Some good talk about this name. Got really crushed. Like, you know, this was $70. So I don't know if this has something to do with hims and hers or whatever, but there it comes right back in. And, you know, you might be at a level for this. Yes.
No news on this one. This is actually kind of a day two mover as well. On Friday morning, they apparently reaffirmed compliance with disclosure obligations. So that's still there with MENS. No news as of today.
All right. Well, the news right now is that the market is cranking lower pretty aggressively. So there goes Tesla. Finally breaks 486. I mean, we thought we would be pretty disciplined with that. We didn't quite make it all back, but we were close right there on Tesla. So if I would have got it all out up there, we probably would have been close to flat on it. But I was still waiting for a VWAP break. I'm fine to get stopped out there and try to wait for that bottom on Tesla, because we tried to wait already, and I thought we did pretty good waiting, and just came in and didn't give it to us. So, in trying to trade a little bit of like what Michael was saying there, playing names that have some momentum to it, I really thought Tesla's momentum was higher and we were going to break through that 500, but it's just been faded ever since. So yeah, downside right now for Tesla, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better over there for that name. So right now anyways, I tried it and did not hold out. So we actually got stopped out at that exact break. Actually, that's strange, because my stop out is 486.03. So it should have been a 486 break, but I guess it broke, and then it didn't market me out, which was a good thing. My order actually got a much better price, so we could have got a lot worse on that break. We actually get above the break price, so I guess that's why when I look over, it ain't that bad. All right, so we still have the futures long. That just might have bounced off a key level. We'll wait to see if there's any sort of an actionable place there. It came right into our level that we wrote down, and we finally, still on Tesla, and we finally grabbed that down there. So that was our posted level of, we got 88s or 89s. So let's see what happens now with the TQs. It's trying to battle back a little bit.
Yeah, trying to battle back. I just noticed we had this poll up here, because I was trying to figure out what I think it was Tony in the chat was saying to me. And it's the naughty or nice. Has the market been naughty or nice?
Right.
41% of you say nice, 59% say naughty. Over what time frame would be my question for this? Today it's been naughty, but over the year, how can anybody say anything but nice for the year? Mm-hmm. So that's, again, it really depends on your time frame. So I'm going to make the assumption that because Fabian just said in my ear that he meant over the year, naughty or nice. So for the 750 of you that have voted, then it's hard to say naughty. I think you got to be. It's been a nice year in the markets, unless your name is insert short seller, and I don't know who's a famous short seller other than Burry. I can't even think of one, but it's probably been bad for. That would be my guess. It's been a nice year. The last little bit, maybe not so much, and certainly this morning, it hasn't been as bullish as it started out. But hey, there's been some rockets to the upside. One of them, Rocket Labs, is now on my watch. This is the plan of action. You're still holding this little, I call it like a wedge, but I suppose there's you could call it like a pennant or something else if you're a chartered market technician. Once it breaks higher, I want to look for that long, another bottoming tail wick. So just waiting for this one to finish setting up and start breaking out and then we can go have some fun with Rocket Labs. Again, they got a U.S. Government deal, which is why it's up 7%.
Yeah, normally those deals create those kind of action. We've seen those kind of plays on Palantir, of course, Rocket Lab, and I see that Boeing. Oh, Boeing. I was going to say, like, I think the year of 26 will be diversification, right? Which is, I'm trying to set my portfolio up for that. I've already said that I think you'll be a little bit disappointed if you're all in tech names in 26. I mean, Amazon's flat on the year. You know, obviously Google's been running. We can check out what Microsoft's been doing on the year. Not the greatest, man. Some of the NASDAQ has been helped out, of course, by Apple's most recent big move. You see what Tesla's doing now as well. Meta's back in. Meta on the year, I'm actually not even sure about Meta right now. The NASDAQ's been pretty good. I think it was 16%. I have to double check what the NASDAQ is on the year because it's been fluctuating the last couple months, that is for sure. Yeah, okay, so here's January basically for Meta. So, you know, Meta last year was right around here. If you really, you know, if you completely cherry pick it, that's January 3rd. So if you go down basically to the beginning of the year, which would be 587, which is that level that we bounced off of. So, you know, they're still up quite nicely, about that 10% or a little bit more than that on the year for Meta. So, but we know the way these names can fly around, man. So just be careful with whatever names you're looking at this year. And Amazon's flat. We saw downside for Costco. There's been lots of different, I know Costco's not a New York name, NASDAQ name, but looking at names to diversify potentially into 26. So
Costco is a real,
which is why I showed Boeing.
Tariff story. Like they took the really big strike because that stock was just been cruising until then, unfortunately. But it's 10:40.
Ooh.
I think we got to head on to, well, I mean, it'll be right on my shoulder. Let's go to the desk.
That's right, guys. It's time to talk sector watch, and this board is largely green, so we'll start with what's strong. Financials doing incredibly well today. BRKB, JP Morgan, and Visa all to the upside. Citigroup and Blackstone here doing even better. Consumer services doing incredibly well. Producer manufacturing strong. Consumer services strong. Process industry strong. Energy minerals all green. Commercial services, non-energy minerals. Industrial services, health services a little bit more mixed. UNH holding up well, but HCA to the downside. We mentioned earlier the sector could be on watch after U.S. President Donald Trump said that he'd like to have a meeting with all the health insurance companies. He said that on Friday, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Retail trade actually holding up well in certain names, but Costco and Walmart both to the downside. Tech services, again, doing quite well on the whole. Oracle to the upside, getting a positive note from Wells Fargo, but Microsoft red and Netflix down about 1% as this bidding war with Paramount Skydance for WBD does appear to continue. Apple and Broadcom notably right here in electronic technology, but other than that, pretty good look here. AMD and NVIDIA both giving up some of their earlier gains on positive China chip news, but still to the upside. Lots to look at in general, though a little bit harder to find weaker sectors today. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks like Tesla's trying to, thanks, Adair. It looks like Tesla's trying to get going off those levels, of course, where we punched out, but that's fine. I mean, if anything, we've been pretty conservative with this trade today and, you know, not happy because we'll be red on it, but there goes the bounce. And, you know, we might have just found the bottom there on Tesla, which is good for me because, you know, the market is starting to go back up. So we'll take a couple outs right there. We'll have to watch out for this 21 period. That's 18s. We're actually at 19s right now, so it just touched 18. 2 more pennies up from here. We'll get some more out. On the TQQs, there it is. And then if we can, you know, anywhere around here where we've struggled before, that was the 50 period. So I'm just going to, because I get out too many too often, I'm going to wait. So we're at right near here at the, so this was just out because, man, I think we're pretty lucky to get filled there. You know, so we want to make sure that we do take some opportunities to get some out if it comes back up. And again, this is a 21 period moving average. It was kind of okay. We only broke it once there, and we've been watching it slide down. So I think we're okay. Maybe I can move it. Let me just move that order that I have there. Let's put it to 17s anyways. And if it comes back up, what's the difference between 17s and 19s? 2 pennies, some might say. But 54.30 would be my next little take, and then view up, and then we'll see if we can climb through some of these levels as well as we make our march all the way back. And good job there on Tesla, man. You're done well to hold that if you did. And then here we go. There we go. We got our 17s. That's nice. And then maybe now Palantir. I mean, this dripped all the way down as well. Just heard that October's home sales maybe has been rescheduled, but we'll see. I don't know if we're expecting that today. There's AMD off that 220.
It's supposed to be any numbers.
No, yeah, so that's probably why. Maybe not too many numbers this week.
They'll be released on January 9th. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you already have that, okay.
Wow.
January 9th for October sales.
Dara misses nothing.
So a little bit late. 10:45. We'll do what's for lunch. We get lunch all this week, not next week. So thanks for pointing that one out. Dara pointed that one out to me. But here we go. AMD cooking right now. Let's see if we can get back up there to the upside. Congrats on all you Tesla longs. And I bet you Micron. No, I was going to say I bet you Micron's up, and it's not. So kind of good feels on that one that we escaped the Micron move. We caught that knife, and then it just kept on cutting. Then went all the way down into 270 eventually before bouncing. So Micron right now cutting up some longs for sure. And here comes the TQs again. Let's see if we can get a nice upside bounce. But really, should we just get out and sort of put this money in our pocket, or let's test the shot here? Let's see how far TQs wants to go.
Oh, shoot, I just missed it. That's not what I wanted to do. Whoops. There was a good comment there I wanted to try to find in the chat. It was, who needs AI when you have a Dara?
Right.
That is so true. No, but it's like how quickly could you, it was completely random, that the housing number thing. Like, you couldn't have possibly known that Sean was going to say that, and then immediately knew exactly when the next housing number was going to be. Like, that's, like, I can understand if it was a topic that we had been discussing for 5 minutes or so, but no, it was pretty much instantaneous. Thank you very much, Adara, for sure. But it is, like, it's going to be a light week, obviously, when it comes to economic data, being a holiday shortened week. But we do have finally Rocket Labs. Hopefully the market catches a bit of a bid. Waited for this to break the wedge or pennant, whatever the heck you're calling this kind of a pattern, lower highs, higher lows, whatever it is. It did close above breaking that pattern. So you lose 75, I'll be out. If we can get back to the highs, you've got 76.5 and 77, which are obvious resistance as we head higher. At least the market attempts to head higher. So you have a bottoming tail candle there. So maybe the momentum can start to come back in. I do want to jump back. I have not made a single trade. I mean, the plan of action was to trade some Bitcoin today. It's not really doing much of anything. Thank goodness, because I would have been trying to go long, let's be real, and it's been only trending down. But if this can start to break this trend, use this low at about 50.5 will be the next play, in addition to Rocket Labs, or if CCL comes down to 31.5. That's the other one.
All right, if you are looking for an advanced charting experience, guys, please make sure you do scan that QR code right in front of you right there and get your first month free on us. Thank you to eSignal for sponsoring that promo. They have connection to over 50 plus brokers, so yours you can get connected to. You can trade off your charts. They have advanced screeners, which Neil and I use all of the time, and it's a very easy to understand, and it's an entitlement-based platform. So if you're looking to trade Blue Ocean, you'll hear us talk about that. You're looking to trade, anything the Japanese trade, the yen carry there, any sort of plays in China, you can get entitled for any market you want. These guys are the king of data. Go make sure you do check them out there. It is eSignal, and here's all the scanners, man. It's the fact that you can customize these, plus there's already native built-in screeners that you can check out for names coming up to VWAP. You're going to see them right here. 52-week high pushes, whatever, Fibonacci's, anything that you have set, plus, as I had said, the already curated lists as well for you that are in there. So get those scanners. They're real time, and they are absolutely fantastic. I want to thank eSignal for their continued support, and scan that QR code on your screen to get that free first month of the platform, and then just entitle, whichever markets you so shall need. Like, some platforms, they don't have the futures. Like, you can't get the CME, or you can't get this or that. On eSignal, yeah, you can get it all. So, good job there. Thanks, eSignal, for your continued support over there. All right, so as IBIT continues to fall down, I mean, that could have been a play. As you sort of see the market weakness, you can see IBIT also falling to the downside and trying to hold out for some of their bids as well, not breaking through 50-50 right here, Fabian. That one could be something that we wind up looking out for. I wrote down $50 earlier, but this 50-50 level could be some dip buy opportunities there as well. So we'll see if there's anything happening there on crypto. I don't know if I'm long the futures, so I'm not going to go both of these right now. And of course, by the futures, I mean the TQs, which is the NASDAQ. The biggest name, I like Roblox down at these levels, but I still think there's more damage to be done on this one. Really got hit there after some of their privacy issues and whatnot have come. through. So we haven't bought any Roblox, haven't averaged into our position or done anything with this. It's now under the 200 period moving average, and now had like 7 or 8 basically straight down days. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of green action in there, but yeah, Roblox continues to get hit. Looking to see if and when a key level comes up for Roblox, maybe 75. Still have a little bit of a downside push happening in Roblox. And then I did want to see the story today with Alibaba. You know, I mean, Alibaba, we had the news there that, you know, all is good. You can buy as much NVIDIA chips as you want, but make sure you do support Chinese big data as well. So Baidu, Alibaba, different names like that have some opportunities. So we'll have to watch to see what's going on with Alibaba today as well, down into 150. It's not too much movement. And then the other stock that I traded that's kind of just hovering around where we were. It's a good thing we got out of it because that goes all the way to 121 right there. So we can't afford to have that hit on our books. But Robinhood, up and then down and still up on the day, but definitely trending lower. So yeah, there hasn't been really too many spots. I don't know, I know you're not in silver anymore, but what was the trending? So that's kind of been flat too.
Everything is.
Yeah, things are just kind of in a range right now, isn't it?
Yeah, everything that was strong isn't anymore. And just when I was convinced, we go here. Just when I was convinced we were holding above, or not holding above, but breaking this wedge, it's like a fake out on Rocket Labs. So, you know, I like the setup. I like the risk to reward on this setup because I think it was giving you $1.50 worth of a move, which, I mean, realistically, I'd probably get like $1 average you look to take out, but it can't hold that 50 cents worth of risk. And all of a sudden, you're rinsing on that one as well. So I'm back to where I was before, which is like waiting for something on CCL because that's the only thing that's looking incredibly strong, at least for myself. Let's go. I believe we're going back to the desk, because it is time for Money Talk, see how that US dollar is doing, and US dollar yen has been the big peg.
Indeed, it is time to talk the USD, guys. We're actually going to talk the JPY as well, but let's start with this US dollar. Interesting here, we do have a little bit of a decided change in trend. As I mentioned, September 17th, 2025, I've said this a couple times, that September Fed meeting did serve as a bit of a bottom for the US dollar, higher highs and higher lows. Now, starting, I guess, with this double top that was confirmed here on November 21st of 2025, we start seeing lower highs and lower lows. So looks like we're trying to head back down here on the USD. The most recent level of support coming through last Tuesday, the 16th of December, around 97.8, currently trading around 98.2. No economic data to speak of today, and really for much of this week, but I do have to talk about comments from Fed's Myron today. He said that the Fed does have to be a little bit reactive in terms of moving policy rates so that they can maybe front run or, I guess, reduce any recession risks. Because if they're not cutting rates, I guess, in his opinion, the recession risks will continue to rise. The other thing with Fed's Myron here that I want to mention is he said he's not sure if he's going to vote for a 25 basis point or a 50 basis point rate cut at the next meeting. Now, this should not be significant, but it is because Fed's Myron, since he joined the Fed in September of 2025, has routinely voted for 50 basis point rate cut. So if he decides to vote for 25 basis point rate cut at the next meeting, regardless of what the Fed decides, that could be significant. It will certainly be a change in trend. Take a look here at the JPY USD as well. This, as you can see, JPY trading higher against the USD. Around 8 a.m. today, we do have the financial minister of Japan, Katayama, saying that, quote, we have a free hand to take bold action on the yen. Yen pushes higher on those remarks. So nice look here for the JPY USD. And again, DXY itself, still a little bit of free fall on the daily chart. Back to you.
Yeah, the dollar heading the downside, which may have some impact on this NASDAQ. We'd like to see a stronger dollar to be repatriated back in. And a big company for strong dollar is Apple. Let's see their Apple. You know, I don't know. Like, I'm a little bit thinking what we want to do, and I think that's the reason why we have a good price on the Qs is because we literally just like waited for like some of these crazy levels that we wrote down on here to finally hit. And I think we've been pretty good. We tried Tesla there, but you know what levels I wrote down for Tesla was 482. to 483. So if we just had sort of waited for those levels instead of getting caught up in sort of the VWAP trade, I think we would have been 10 times better. But now it's back up to 490. So there goes Tesla, man. Still wish we would have had. Oh, that's too bad that we lost a little bit there. Well, we didn't. This last reload, we made money. Even this stop out was only 50 cents. I showed you that. It was actually better stop out than I thought we even got. So that was better. And now it's coming right back to the upside. So it's too bad that we got stopped out right there. But we're happy that the futures are at least trying to go. Being patient is some of the levels that I was trying to get at there when we said, you know, waiting for something to happen. And I think on a day like today, like even SoFi, we really like SoFi, but this is just, it hasn't broke through that 2750. So now you're back into the low of the day. Might be worth testing and giving yourself a couple pennies out. And if you're going 1-to-1, you know, playing something like that inside today, that might be the best of both worlds. All right, it's 10:54.
It is, and I want to give a shout out to something changing in the market. Use your opportunity to interact with the market, and that is Trade the Pool's limited risk trading model. Why? Because sometimes when you're using your own money or don't have enough capital, traders are on the sidelines and they're afraid to take losses, but this is going to change. Why? Because you can use a model where you trade the pool's capital and they take the downside. So you can focus on your discipline, your consistency, your strategies, and nothing else. You hit a profit target and you keep 70% of the profits. That way, no fear of barriers, just a real opportunity. The revolution is limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see in front of you and get 10% off your first evaluation. I want to shout out to them. I think we'll have, I don't know if we'll have Mitch on tomorrow, but usually.
Yeah, we should.
Well, I think we missed him for 1 week, but he should be on tomorrow. And we obviously had Steve Tomlin came on last week, so we appreciate them for sure. So potentially, okay, being patient. Bitcoin is trying to go. It finally, this is not a one-time. So there's a double top here at about 50-60. Wasn't really doing anything decisive off of that level, but it is now. Bitcoin breaking. Yeah, there you go. There's a little wedge, another one, right? So it gives me a pattern for an entry, and we waited for it to get down there. It also allows me to use that 50-60 area as a bit of an out. So just waiting for that next opportunity to set up. We only have about 4 minutes to go. I would suspect if this works, we're at 87.9. You're looking for 90,000 to go. Okay, I'm going to nibble in. I don't want to miss everything in this candle. Let's see. I'm not going to chase it any further than that, so trying to get some 90s in here, and then I want to be adding in the 80s because that's the price that we really want. And then we'll give it to the bottom of the wedge. As Bitcoin bouncing, my guess is, I just saw someone type in BMNR. Commodity King 69 in the chat. Very similar pattern on BMNR as it's breaking as well. But remember, if you're technically speaking, BMNR is an ETH thing. And Bitcoin's going, ETH is probably going as well. So they're both breaking a little bit higher here. ETH a little bit stronger. So where your MSTRs, your Riots, your Maras, hopefully getting a little bit of a bounce for you. But I'm now into IBIT for the first time today, waiting for it to finally show some support. It has. I think all moves lead to 51.5 on IBIT. So that's going to be resistance. It has been for a while, so I'd look to take anything out before we get to that.
Oh, gosh, Tesla now 492. Tesla absolutely motoring, man. I can't believe we took that out. Well, I can't believe it. We took that out at 486. Let's move on and figure out what's for lunch. All right, today's going to be a good one. We've never seen this before. Brand new, never before seen lunch.
I don't know about that.
Here.
That could go either way.
At Trader TV Live. The symbol is Turkish today. This is build your own chicken shawarma. I think this is potential here. Pita bread, hummus, Greek yogurt, lettuce, tomatoes. Like I said, a little tzatziki action going on there. Onions, cheese, and chef's choice salad. Today is build your own chicken shawarma. So I love chicken shawarma. We'll see how tasty the chicken is. And I think it'll be good, man. They don't seem to be messing around with chicken too much. The chicken seems to be pretty solid here sometimes.
You know that's going to be good.
Yeah, so I think that'll be really, really good. So build your own.
Definitely slow playing that.
Am
It's like when you sit there, you know, you got the nuts. Someone pushed all into you, and you're just kind of like sitting there, slow rolling it. No, come on, man, that's gonna be fire.
Yep,
it's gonna be fire.
I'm definitely hoping for said fire on that one. But wow, I mean, I don't know what's going on with Tesla with only 2 minutes to go before the midday show. This name has really just whoops, all the way up. And this is what we were waiting for the first time to happen. We did pretty good that time right there, all the way back up, but for some reason it stops at 491, and this time it does not, and just clears out, man. All aboard. Get on board this Tesla train right now as it continues to ride to the upside, man. 486. Like I said, we got stopped out once it broke that low right there, and happy to get stopped out there. It filled our level, but at the same time, good level, good location. Just sometimes, you know, the market just says no and stops on a dime and turns around for you. So that's exactly what happened there. You know, might want to think about getting some out, or even thinking about maybe even flipping short. Tesla, the range today has been pretty violent, but you know, VWAP, VWAP, VWAP again. So now you're all the way back there. So have a quick look and think about your longs. I'm already out, stopped out, so don't listen to me, but you're all the way back to VWAP, which has been a good little look there. We were honestly, again, like, cannot make this up, but it was only going to be out of 10 more percent. We were at 28s. It went to 27s right there. So we were, again, a penny away from grabbing that fill there on the NASDAQ. So I am going to be emptying out said clip if it comes back up here, another 10%, and then we'll wait for VWAP and see if the market wants to go higher. But that run might have just happened there. So I don't know, man. We'll throw our hands up and wait to see what happens with the TQs. Good trade there. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll get out of 5% now at 17 if we can, and then we'll wait to see. There it is. We get that out. Now we'll wait to see if we do get that 28 fill. But I'm just going to be holding on to this long. I got some shopping to do here during the midday, so we'll go do some of that, and then yeah, very much last.
But is it Christmas shopping? Or is
yeah, of course, Christmas shopping.
I don't want to make the assumption. It was probably true, but
yeah, Christmas shopping. So I have no idea where I'm going.
Where you're going? Oh.
No.
Which you probably know what you need.
I got some stuff delivered here. We got some stuff going on. So there's lots of stuff happening. The money's been flowing, that's for sure, but it's on some high ticket items. So that's what we're doing. So I feel like it's better to buy things that they want, regardless of what they cost, than little things that she'll never ever use.
Remember the thing I was worried about not coming? It finally did.
Oh, good. Okay.
But then the other gift
is waiting for that.
Is
still
not gonna make it.
Oh, it's not gonna make it at all.
So like it's like one of the things that we're getting my daughter is not gonna make it. So we had to go with a bit of a backup plan.
Yeah.
There is like a postage. I don't know how much the postage strike and.
Is there still a postage strike?
I think there is still in Canada, but either way. We ordered a couple of things a while ago. Thankfully, the big gift is going to make it.
Yeah, good. That's what you need. You need the one that matters.
Oh,
really.
before we go, last thing before we go, we'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock. But HXHX, Haoshin Holdings. I don't see a news story for Haoshin Holdings. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that probably terribly. But it is halted just shy of $1, everybody, to the upside. So this one in play, over 100 million in volume. No story that I could find. I'm sure that Sharif is clapping because of this stock, because it's a small capper and he likes them. Let's go over to the midday boys. We'll be back at 2.
I can hear myself, Joey. I don't like that. Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful freaking people. Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy, Joey Apps. Look at that big smile ear to ear. You're having a good Monday morning. I like that.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Then, eh?
I didn't do anything, man.
Yeah, but you got a smile ear to ear.
Yeah,
You're not going to fool me,
that's all that
bro.
matters. I just watched some Avatar and watched a lot of people get beat up, and yeah, that's the good stuff. Man.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into some of that later a little bit. There was a very, very predictable result and a very unpredictable. Well, I don't want to say unpredictable, but somebody's got a lot of explaining to do.
I don't think you can be top G after that.
You can't be top G. Fabian's coming in hot so far. I like it. All right, let's say hello to everybody.
Crazy.
Shout out to Durant, Gordon, and Hangry Wife. We got Lucas the Champ. We got Nifty. We got Happy Coder and Sin. I don't know who that is. Joey gets distracted. Sports and Clips. Oichiro, Jeremy Newman, and Yannick. Shout out to Jay Coingy, Scott. We got Scott H, the Get Her Done. He says, great Rackliff, Rex Banner. We got Picky Eater. Who else, man? We got David. We got Drop System, Brown Lightning, Conservative Movement, Durant Gordon, KC, 526. Why not? Why not? Joe's Big Daddy, exclusively Aaron, Vancouver, something or another. We got The Real Dangerous, Luis, Latino, Rubio, Super No, Victor. We got, who else, man? John DiPietro. We got Frank Trades, and we got Adrenaline Angels, Yuckleberry, King Clutch, HP Motor Cars. Couple more, Joey. 2225 Studio.
Oh.
And I want to see if there's a new one over here. Looking for a new one. All these ones I already know. Arnulfo. I probably butchered that, but then it's okay. We can just blame Google for not putting everybody's full names in.
Jose from
there. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you.
You know who? Do you know the guy 225? His name is 225.
225.
Yeah,
No, but I like 25. You got my attention. What's up?
225. It's like just this little guy from Miami who like says he can bench
225,
yeah.
but he can't do it.
Yeah.
Why
No,
is
he can do
everybody's
it. He can do
everyone's
it.
standard?
He can,
225.
He can do it,
bar.
but he tries to like run around and like get girls' numbers, but he never does. He always fails.
He's got to show them him doing 225. Maybe they'll be impressed.
Funny. Yeah, it's funny stuff,
I'm
man. I need
exaggerating
some.
for a fact.
I need some sun. All right, guys. Let's see what we got going on here today. Tesla, we got the move off of the low here. It was a nice move. We're only risking 10 cents once again, and then we get it up to about a 3-to-1 at $23 flat, and we take 40% off, and then we get this aggressive pullback, and then sure enough, now we're off to the races once again. So that was a decent trade there on TSLL, and then I'm going to probably be trading IBIT, go 0 for deuce on this one here. So that was a little bit more of a tough start. We take a couple stabs right out of the gate, and then I'm like, you know what? As of late, I have not been performing well on it, so AC Slater to that one. We'll get out of that. So right now, Tesla's going to be our big dog, our winner. Slightly red on the positive, but it's only one trade away from going green again, guys. So, yeah, we'll see if we can end that 2-day red streak and then head back into a solid greenery by the end of the day. What's happening to your hair, bro? It's going, man. That's all it is. Adair, what do you got for us?
Couple things to be aware of here. Keep an eye on GeoOGL announcing they're going to be acquiring Intersect for $4.75 billion in cash and debt. Now, Intersect is, why this is significant is because the company is actually an energy provider for data centers. So data center related play here for GeoOGL. CSX also on watch. Josh Brown saying this one's a long idea, calling it, quote, a buy right now. So again, Josh Brown, long idea for CSX. Alphabet set to acquire this Intersect. Back to you.
All right.
Strafe, we'll go over what I got going on the board. There's a nice indecision print with an isolated volume signature on NVDA, and it's now starting to come back in. So aggressive selling here in the couple of the biggest chip name, boom, and to the downside. So a nice big volume print, inverted hammer candle, and then now, sure enough, you head off to the downside there. All
right, let's get to work because there's a lot moving here. Here are the 8 that I'm looking at to start the morning. Top left of your screen, RZLV. Big breakout right at 9:30. No, incorrect. 9:45 breakout. We are in the consolidation component of the bull flag. This is a day to play. It got shellacked on Thursday. It recovered on Friday. And look at that long cup and handle pattern. Well, not long. It's 2 days long. And now we've got continuation. Look for a move and a hold above 3. I want to say the break above 305 and a holding above 3. RZLV. Certainly in focus. Neil prefaced this one before the end of the morning show. HX. When this one woke up in the morning, it was 35 pennies. It was a small cap gapper, barely on anybody's radar. It now has topped the market in terms of percentage winners on the day. This is the leading gapper in the market, up almost 200%, 190, as it does the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants with that $1 area. I perceive 85 pennies to be the breakout area. I wouldn't mind a retesting of the high to mid 80s for reversion, and then we can have another discussion there. But you know what I'm going to say? There goes Lunar through $16. We've got this one at 97s. Let's wet the beak at 05s. Good breakout there. I'll get to that one in a second. It's really going over here. I didn't get any of my dip trades on this one either, so we're just working with the initial position. Going on with the other ones that are moving, MENS. Pardon me, 78% in the Ville of Green, and this one is holding over above 5 1/4. I like this 5 1/4 for a couple of reasons. One, it is the breakout area from the implied balance high into that 5 1/5. That's where we topped out at the 950 candle. Then all hell broke loose down into 380, losing over $1.50, but it was quick to recover with it now a 643 high. But lo and behold, look at what it did over here. Drops down, holds the volume weighted average price, which is basically overlapping with that implied balance high breakout. Alas, that is the good news. The bad news, we are in a 1, 2, 3, 4 candle lower high pullback, but pulling back or bouncing, I should say, off-key technical levels. Keep your eye on this one. NBY is a holdover from Friday. It was very strong. It's not strong as strong, I want to say, on the day, but 11 2/3. Keep your eye on this one. Lunar, I'll get to that one in a second. I'm involved in that. FJet. This is another very good one. This was an IPO late in the, or I don't want to say early in the day, actually opened up at 10:45 on Friday, and it's having yet another good day. 2 bull flags under this one's belt. The first one starting out at 9:30. There's the big move up. There's the consolidation component of the flag, and there's the breakout above 10 to 10 1/4. We are in bull flag number 2. Whether we get 3, we'll have to wait and see. Set it up, though, so that you're ready for it if it does happen. SIDU. Neil was talking about this one in the pre-market. Sidhu, we were joking, like, it sounded like a person from India's name, right? SIDU. Having another good day. This one was a sub $1 to start the day on Friday. It is now 205 high, and it's trying to hold the volume weighted average price in and around 2. DPRO, another good one, and another second day play. This was very strong. I want to say late in the morning on Friday. It got a bit of a move there, 11:30 with big boy volume, and then we started putting in higher highs and higher lows into the afternoon. We didn't give it up in the afternoon during regular trading hours or after market. We kind of consolidated, and now we are holding Friday's lows and putting in new highs today. DPRO, it's not a big 11 and change, but it is a second day play and a good look nonetheless. So LU1R, the one I'm involved in right now, 1610 high, and this is the one I haven't talked about yet, ironically enough, since I'm in it. What a great few days, I want to say, for Lunar. This one on Thursday, we are up about 56% from the opening print on Thursday. It had a good day Thursday, it had a good day Friday, and so far, we never really know how these ones are going to work. Having a good day today, really holding the 10 EMA on the 5, Joey. That's going to be, my target. Any pullbacks into the 10 EMA, so long as it's holding, is a refresh area for me.
All right, cool, good stuff, man. Let's take a look at some of these names on volume here. We got the quantum space looking like they're moving pretty hot today. So there it is, QBTS to the top side and not really slowing down right now. So you have the bull flag type price action, continuous higher lows there, which is something extremely positive. Rigetti bull flag breakout, so that's looking pretty good. I've seen a couple other names across the list, but let's just head down here. Rocket Labs. Bull flag breakout right there. So nice strong 5-minute print, 10 minutes later and still open. Now you consolidate, maybe just absorbing liquidity before you take that additional leg higher. So that's looking pretty good right there is RKLB. We went over RGTI. It's a pretty slow one in my opinion. I'm looking at the overall market and some of the bigger names and not too much really going on. INTC, I was looking at Nike not too long ago and another aggressive session to the downside on NKE. This is absolutely disastrous. I don't know if this stock can ever recover. I personally don't think so. Let's kind of make this a little bit. Yeah, it's a disaster, Sharif. I don't think this stock will ever get back to all-time highs. I don't know what's going to have to happen. They go just strictly online or something. I don't know what it is. $179. You're now trading at 50-something. So it's going to take a long time if it does. At 67%. And in my opinion, I think this is the most popular brand on the planet. And if this can't do it, I don't know what that says for other retail names, to be honest with you. So there it is, a tough, aggressive move, 70%. Where did we peak there? In November of 21. So it's been 4 years and just no recovery. QUBT, let's see what we got going on over here. We'll head over to the 5-minute time frame, guys. Quantum space, once again, continuing to be red hot. Mara, have you been trading? How you doing? APLD, Applied Digital, another strong move to the top side. Take a look at this from a daily, guys. Oh, that's a weekly. Strong stuff, if you ask me, and continuing to kind of just recover from some of the losses that it experienced off of that peak. We were down approximately 53%, and then now you get a nice little bounce to the top side, up an additional 50% right there, so $19 to $30, which is pretty good. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. I heard Neil talking about CCL. breakout. What's going on with the Carnival Cruise Line here? A nice move from the lows of $24 all the way up to $32. That's a 30% popper right there. So not too bad whatsoever. An advanced money duplicator as of late starting to come back in. You're down 20% off of that previous pivot high, guys. So there's a couple of the bigger names. Lunar, let's see what this name's up to. I'm just looking for something that might be hot right now because Tesla not doing too good. We have NVDA still chopping around the volume weighted average price, and the Qs are just a slow grind higher. So maybe we can get involved in some dips. SLV I was looking at as well too, guys, but that's not really attractive to me at this point. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on a lot of things, and I'm in no rush to hop into any form of position. When I say that, I tend to do it typically relatively quick after I say those things. But today we're not doing that because I want to focus and I want to not just take stabs at everything, but higher quality setups, Tree.
All right, guys, men's MENS on the NQ up almost 100% is getting a bit of a bid. It has a 643 high. It's showing me 30s. This one, despite looking very liquid as we watch the tape, you know, and the price action develop here on the level 2, it looks very liquid. Alas, I have seen this one spready 6, 7, 8 pennies. At times, it's not always like that. Right now, there you go, 11 penny spread. It just opened up ridiculous as the bid dropped off. That has to factor in to how you trade it because you can find yourself quick, very quickly, quick as you like, almost immediately out of the money to the tune of like 10, 11 pennies because you have to get out on the bid, right? If you're forced to get out, if it comes in obviously to your stop. So I'm gonna keep an eye here on MENS. Looks very good as we work our way off the volume weighted average price, and it looks like, you know, it held that 5 1/3 give or take. And now it's doing the dance here with 6 1/4, 6 1/3. This candle did break prior trend. I'm talking about the current 1110 candle on the 5-minute chart on MENS. It did break trend by clearing that double top, I want to say at 588. Let me just double check. I love when it's supposed to mouse over and tell me what the high and low of the candle is, and sometimes it just doesn't do that, Joey. It's like, no, I'm not going to show you this particular one, but I'll show you other ones. And I really don't know when it wants to show and when it doesn't, but I know you love those charts as well, brother.
Which ones, brother?
Well, these ones, of course.
I
right?
love
the
all
ones
of them.
I'm trying to convince you to use all the time.
Yeah, the old school ones. Yeah.
In any event, guys, MENS is still technically lower highs, even though it did break that double top at 588, because you have to be looking at that 1050 candle because that 1050 candle made the high of the day. That is the 643 high. So I'm keeping my eye out on this one. I don't really have a clearly defined plan for how I want to get into MENS. I don't want to get in at $6 on a pullback there. That doesn't make sense to me because 6 really hasn't been a clear area of technical support or resistance. So that puts away $6 as a sort of dip trade because we're trading at 620. But then there's the 10 EMA. And I'm much more inclined. Oh, wow. There it goes into the high of the day, 671. That high that we just put in, that is the halt parameter. Look at the red rectangle on my level 2. LULD means limit up, limit down, 671. That's a new high of day, 671.
Oh,
sorry, bro, sorry. You have no idea how many TikTok videos I still see about 6'7" on my feed. I know it's getting old, but it makes me chuckle. In any event, look at the chat. Of course they can. Of course. So 671. Oh, I hope that stays as the high of the day all day so that I can keep just saying 671.
All day.
No, Joey. So the limit up now is up to 682. Oh. That obviously develops, so it's no longer 671. In any event, so I was trying to pontificate here about how I get in. Clearly, I don't have the right idea because this was a breakout trade. I'm going to have to let men's settle a little bit here before I weasel on in. SIDU. I'm trying to build a position here on SIDU to pick up the higher lows. I am cognizant, of course, though, of the lower highs that we've been putting in. It's a 250 high that we put in right at 1027, and then it's been subsequent lower highs after that. So need to be on the lookout for a possible break below VWAP. But it breaks below VWAP, I just end the trade. It really is that simple for me because I won't trade it south of the volume weighted average price. But it looks like men's is on the breakout now. It's another high a day. It's 77s now, and I feel that that might change momentarily because we're awfully close to 77s. We're looking to be taking it out. Here we go. 77 showing up again. There it is again. Now it's 80 high a day. It is a 97 high a day. Limit up is 98, guys. MENS breaking out as we speak. I've got nothing onto it right now, but I'm not going to punch in at highs. I just won't do it. 708 high of day. That is the limit up. So 708 high a day, but we're not quite at the limit yet. We're not showing that halt parameter that we get when the same price comes in. Now we're showing it 708 high. We need to stay at this price and in this way for 10 seconds. Then we'll get the gray out on the level 2. MENS is the big boy of the day today, and we're going to be looking at doing some damage on this one. It is now halted. 708 halt time, 11:18:33. Earliest we will be open, 11:23:33. We're going to be looking at this one, Joey.
All right, brother. Let's see what's going on, Joe. I was saying that your name is BA. I'm a Joey too. Tear it up, brother. Leave stain. Oh, carpet. All right. Thanks for that, Joe. Love it. Yeah, funny.
F-Jet breakout as well.
F-Jet. Let's take a look at. All right, man. Let's take a look at F-Jet. By the time we're talking about the breakouts, we're probably a little bit too late on that. But ooh, F-Jet. There it goes, guys. A nice little move to the top side. We're ready to rock and roll here. Ready. So there it is. A nice move. ABCD pattern here on multiple occasions. You're taking that third leg high out. A, B, C, D, boom. Again, A, B, C, boom. Off to the races there in F-Jet. So that's looking pretty good, guys. Hopefully you are all, or a couple of you are involved in that. I know not every single individual is going to be, but that's all right. But yeah, other than that, guys, shout out some good names. I want to find some stocks that are at extreme lows or extreme highs, so maybe we can find somewhat of a retracement play or at the volume weighted average price. I like buying VWAP as well too. I think that's a pretty solid strat that I run. Again, so that's what I'm looking at. SPY, I think is, well, it is. It's not that I think, it is significantly stronger than the TQs here as you're trading above the volume weighted average price and now putting in a new high of the day. As for the TQs, you're not even anywhere close to that. I wonder who's causing that. Who's raining on the parade? Who's raining on the parade?
Who's raining?
It's NVDA probably, Sharif. This is, yeah. This thing is, see, but when you're in play for so long, you tend to cool down, and NVDA has been going through these cycles. So just wait. The headline, when it was extremely headline sensitive, and then sure enough, now we've just been doing the exact same thing. We're back to where we were at earlier in the year, July of 2025, and then we're just sitting roughly around that neck of the woods. So again, you get that move up into 211. Oh, no, see you later. We'll go to the low. I thought at this point, we were gonna break this, was it 170 level and head into maybe the mid 160s, but that hasn't been the case. You bounce off of the support, and I think this is gonna be a really key pivot level right there around 188. If you have the ability to punch through that, maybe you go and test this previous high, and then who knows what can happen. You curl over or you're gonna break. So it all depends what's coming out from a catalyst standpoint, in my opinion, to see what we got going on. Amazon slowly starting to recover here as well too, guys. So I remember on Friday, I literally traded every Mag 7 name. Right at the end, the imbalances were insane. Even there was nothing substantial on the Mag names. They just went parabolic. Apple, Microsoft, Google. And I was literally in at the lows, and then I'm like, here, let me get out just before the MSCI rebalancing. And sure enough, Microsoft rips like $5, and I had a good amount of shares on that. And I'm like, no, why? But that's all right. We'll figure something else out, and we'll find another trade. Let's head over and take a look at some of the names as considering we're speaking on them right now. Apple, not doing too much here today, guys. Where's my break line here? Is this the 5 minute? Okay, that's not any fun. There's Apple. We'll see what Google's been up to. And then we'll also take a look at Microsoft. A big time breakout here. Look at this bull flag formed in Google. Consistent higher lows. You punch through that resistance zone, and now you're heading towards the high of the day. So keep an eye out on that specific zone, and that's going to be right at 310. And then Microsoft. What do we got going on here with the big boys? Microsoft not doing too much. We're not overly close to it, but we're not far away. Only 0.5%. Anything can happen with these big names.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. I worked into HX over here for a hold at the 10 EMA, but it doesn't quite look like it's done selling off quite yet. I did like this 10 EMA area because it was also a breakout area. I want to say it was around 85 pennies, the breakout area, but it was the whole breakout zone was convoluted by the 955 topping tail inverse hammer candle. I'm talking about this one right there. Kind of puts... It puts the breakout area in question. In any event, this thing loses 85 pennies, I'm out. It's that simple. I'm also moving up my stop here on LUNR. It is above 16. It is a holding trend, but I want this one to shadow the 10 EMA, so I've given it to a little bit below the 10 EMA. If it loses that, I'm out. I'm also keeping a close eye here on SIDU. This one, I feel it might be a flat bottom break candidate, and I am a little bit concerned, because it put in a lower high with that 227, I want to say, area high, which is basically where we got in initially. And now it's on its way down, I feel like, to 207s or 2 single digits. And the reason I say that is it's a lower high, and now it's kind of putting in that rounded pattern on the top, where this one could, you know, come into that volume weighted average price area and lose it in a hurry. So we'll keep a close eye on that. HX, I've already talked about. Men's open. Men's is open now, 745 high. Let's see if that $7 area gets tested as an area of support, or what the situation is. Dropping back down into the fifth of a dollar, is there going to be a buyer who steps in at the seven single digits? The spread is opening up pretty wide, and then it tightens up. So it's very, very volatile, not just in price action, but in the spread. It can be a penny spread, and then it can open up to 11, 15 pennies I saw momentarily. So this one, still a doji candle, a candle of indecision right now. 745 high. Here comes that's getting tested again. Now it's a 749 high. So it looks like the buyers are stepping in. We're going to give this one the old college try. If it loses 7, we're going to get out. What do we get? We got 36s. There comes 7. So it looks like we may get stopped out super quick on this one as it's dropping back down into that 7 area. Joey, I'm going to have to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Toss those stops and make sure we get everything organized, because we don't want to be taking any outsized losses just in case we have some solid opportunities that come our way. So thank you, Commodities King, for pointing this one out. There's major liquidity issues here on LAC today. It's not very liquid whatsoever, and I just don't really want to toy around with that, considering sometimes they just don't catch the best fills, and I don't want to get hit on the spread. Even though I'm assuming it's not very wide, it's only a couple of dollar stock. It's a $5 stock. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on a lot of things, guys. I'm running through my scanner, being patient, slightly distracted, as I mentioned, because I think that's good at times. So and just wait for those opportunities where it's like, oh, I have to take that trade, instead of trying to force everything. So that's kind of where my mindset's at. I like the quantum space right now. If we can catch any form of a pullback, there's a 5-minute indecision print. Location is key. Location on some of these candles, so that's not too bad. But you can take an attempt on this one, but you just want to risk a little bit past this 5-minute low. If it does crack through, wait for some more indecision prints, and then find something else that you can potentially take. What's XLF been up to on that? Whoa, financials. All right, not too bad of a look whatsoever. Might be the year of the financials, to be honest with you. So I'm excited to I'm actually.
Joey, I got to cover that.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
The breakout is on right now, guys, on men's. It is really rocketing up here. It's a 782 high. We just flashed 77s. We got 36s on. Men's is him today. I don't know if that's like right on the nose, but we're going to set up now at high 80s. We're going to go 88s, and then we're going to look for a breakout above $8. Showing 64 again. There is a seller here in the mid 60s that we can't shake, despite the high of the day being 82. I've got 36s on, so anything below the $0.25 will risk another like 10 pennies or so, just so that we can hold enough to be able to try that $8 area. But anything below the $0.25, I'm going to flatten out, because this one is putting a topping tail candle now on the 5-minute chart. So there is aggressive selling, at least, coming in towards that $8 area. There is a buyer here at the third of a dollar. That stepping in to support the price action from dripping down anymore, but there is selling. I want to say in the half. Well, they're selling lower down now, lower than the $0.50. It looks like it is the low to mid 40s, but that person is getting removed, at least for now, as we try to zig back up there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to remove the subjectivity out of it. We're going to throw in the stop there, Joey. We're going to go 722. If it loses 722, we'll give it a bit more room than I typically would have. And then we'll stop out for the remaining amount there. Well, I'll stop out here because it lost the $0.25. Ugly, ugly topping tail candle, but this could be a bamboozler, right? The reason is I say bamboozler because it's got a higher low and a higher high, even if it is a topping tail candle, an ugly one at that. When We'll have to keep an eye out on this one. I wouldn't mind a $7 retest, and then we can give this one another try. How's my trade on LUNR doing? Well, it's still trending up, by no means with the same velocity or aggression as MENS has. In fact, it just got into my area and it didn't cross as a result of the illiquidity on that name. So LUNR, there it goes right back into 10 again on LUNR, but not taking out that seller at that level. SIDU, I'm still holding the piece here at 23. I'm not holding a piece, I'm holding more than a piece. But I'm looking for continuation here and a holding of the volume weighted average price on SIDU. But men's, doing it live, doing it pretty quick over here, so we're gonna keep an eye out on that. How did I get rinsed so aggressively on HXHX?
Oh, man,
here, what the hell? You got something?
No, I was gonna say you got.
I got hit hard there, Joey. I don't understand how I got so much slippage there. I was not supposed to get hit that hard, but
that's the one you put the stop in on.
I did, yeah, I did put it in, but I got some slippage that was no good. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that.
Spread on it?
It's 1 penny, but I think there was an well, not even 1 penny, less than a penny because it's a sub-$1 name, but we're gonna keep an eye on. But there goes Lunar. I packed the patience, LUNR. Taking out the high of the day. We got 97s. This one just showed me 17. We're going to have to refill here on LUNR because this one's got the juice to let the price action loose, baby, to the high side, up almost 8% multi-day play. I'll get to that one in a second, Bovin. Just give me a sec. Adam, James, dropping 5 in the chat, Joey.
My boy.
HYMC, Lego, Sharif, Declan Rice, though. Joey, Wagwan, Reed, HYMC, please, gents. Buen dia. That's all you right there. Buen dia desde la playa on Uruguay.
What did
I say there?
He said he's at the beach in Paraguay.
This guy's just stunning on us. He's at the beach, and I'm assuming Uruguay right now is summer, right? Because South America.
Yeah,
so it's their summer. Yeah. So this guy's just dunking on us as hard as he could. Thank you very much, Adam. We're gonna look at HYMC.
Adam, listen, brother, pull up. You're over in that neck of the woods. Well, you're not really that close. Come over to Tulum, brother. We're gonna be there December 27th. To the 1st of January, so pull up, brother. See if you can make it over that way and have some fun.
All right, we have to pause for a second. We're going to go to Adara, but as soon as we get back, we're going to look at HYMC.
Pull up, trap man.
What we're going to do here is take a quick look at crypto. Here is BTC on the daily, finding some support around that 84,000 level, but we haven't really been able to hold that area above 90,000 yet. Our high this morning, 90,005, that did take out that previous level of resistance from last Wednesday, but again, couldn't hold it. So that will be a bit of a level for Bitcoin. I do want to talk about Ethereum though as well. ETH trying to, much like Bitcoin, trying to bounce off of these recent lows. And we do have a story here with BitMine, BMNR, Bitmine Immersion, adding 98,852 Ethereum as of last week. That lifts their holdings to more than 4 million Ethereum tokens worth over $12 billion. That's roughly 3.37% of the ETH supply. So, well, MSTR, one of the largest Bitcoin treasury plays, they didn't pick up any Bitcoin in this last week. BMNR did pick up some ETH. So quick treasury update here as we take a look at crypto. We're going to send you back to Sharif and Joe.
There, yeah, Adam, nice, cool for heading over there in January. And Tampanda, yeah, something been happening. Any small caps that pop off are untradeable on Schwab time and time again. It just gives you messages. Must go through a broker to buy shares, which I think is kind of weird. But anyways, hey, switch it up if you're not happy with what you got going on. There's plenty of choices out there. Considering we were talking about the space being slightly flooded, let's head back over to our scanner because that's where we are at right now. QUBT, looking at the strong places right now. QBTS continuing to grind a little bit higher, guys. I'm just waiting for something. Robinhood coming in off of that 122.90 level, something, I mean, it's half decently positive. At least it's finding a direction and moving with a little bit of momentum. And there's this indecision print that I was talking about earlier. It seems like this recovery was running on fumes, and now you're starting to see a little bit more of the downward pressure step in on NVDA, guys. So not too bad of a look whatsoever as the market is slowly starting to cool off, and you have the SPY coming off of the highs, and Robinhood is really starting to pick up its momentum to the downside. Now at 122.31. FJET, I still have my eyes on that one. Let's kind of get rid of this 1 minute time frame. Too much data right now. what's the word I'm looking for? When you have too much information, Sharif.
Analysis paralysis.
Analysis paralysis.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's kind of what I got going on there. It's like, no, but I was just looking at it, all these 1-minute princes. The market's pretty cool, man. I think that's going to be the narrative for this week. We have today, tomorrow, and then a half day on Friday. And then after that, it's pretty much, hey, what's going on in the New Year's a couple days after, obviously, the holidays. And then we start a brand new year. So looking forward to that for sure. What's Rivian? One of the hotter names. What have you been up to today? Not too much, Sharif. It's sideways. Wow, a lot of sideways price action here in the overall market, guys. DJT as well, coming off of those highs, not looking to go down to 1485 in DJT. Let's head over to the 30-minute. Ooh, so whatever pump you were getting on Friday, you gave up the majority of that move right there, guys. And heading more towards some Wednesday or Thursday lows. So keep an eye out on that. BMNR starting to come in as well too. I mentioned 35 as a potential target leading into the new year, so keep an eye on BMNR. What's the daily saying? You're bouncing off of these lows. This indecision print is still holding up on a lot of the names. What's MSTR? We'll take a look at Mike. Not too much, brother. It's right back towards those lows, but you still have that 155 level holding up relatively well, guys. So keep an eye out on MSTR and IBIT for the recovery, as Bitcoin has yet to crack that low of around $80,000, still holding up relatively well. You have that gap up here earlier in the morning, but the majority of the names are starting to fill that, Sharif. So with that being said,
yes, sir,
I'm going to keep my eyes on Robinhood and some of the stronger names like the overall market as well too.
There goes MENS. Men's is, yo, bro, it's killing it.
Brava.
It's killing it today, Joey. We picked it up again off that $7 area defend. It is now a triple dang bottom on that $7 area. There is an aggressive, highly motivated, highly funded
Highly funded. Yeah,
You're making
yo,
me
bro,
laugh today, bro.
Bro, you switched up that auto
man.
deposit yet?
Hey?
You switched to auto deposit yet, or
Bro,
what,
this
bro?
guy, bro. This guy. You know how many people complain about that,
Yeah,
Joey?
bro,
They constantly complain.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, that's like, yeah, it's like 15 years ago, man.
Fabian.
You gotta switch that up.
Fabian, you have auto deposit set up on your direct, or sorry, your e-transfer, or do you require a password?
I have auto deposit.
He has auto deposit.
Like a
He's
sane
like-
If we
person.
go across the board, I bet you the majority of them.
Ram. You have auto deposit set up on your e-transfer, or do you require a password? I'm the only
Yeah. Bro,
that
I'm
has
telling
it
you, man.
on. I don't know why.
Dude, I'm like filling in all the criteria, and then it's like password, rewrite the password. I was this
Sorry,
close.
bro.
I was gonna charge you a $10 fee for
Wow, this guy
for all the
fees.
extra work.
Who do you think
man.
you are,
That's
Amazon, bro?
crazy. Yeah, man. Hey, man.
No, but let's look at HYMC here. The answer was, come on, Hypercube, let's go, bro. Let's look at HYMC because it's on a rampage to the high side here with a great $26. I want to say 26.10 HOD. It's up 57%. So shout out to Adam for pointing this one out. For anybody who doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, e-transfer is like our Venmo, okay, or Cash App, right? So if I want to send Joey some money, I owe him a couple of bucks, I just use his email. I go into my banking app, I put in his email, I put in the amount of money I want to send him. In like 10, 20 seconds, it's in his account. But you can actually accept it without a password, and then other ones, there's a secret or a phrase and a secret password. So I still have that set up, and that annoys a lot of people because they have to take more steps when they're sending you money. So I think I just kept it. They also have to let you know what the password is, which is the point, right, Fabian? Because if you're buying something off someone and you want to send them to show them that your good intention, you're sending them the money, but you haven't quite verified if the product is there yet, then you don't give them the password till you get it. But so there's that two-stage process.
You know, I want to
in any event, let's. I'm sorry for digressing. HYMC looks fantastic. It's almost a quadruple bottom off that volume weighted average price right around 23.50, and then that was as good as the bears were going to do. And now it feels like we're putting a bit of a cup and handle pattern. We get that rounded shape, and now we're getting a 5-bar consolidation south of 26. So that tells us a couple of things. One, this stock is respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. 2, $26 is a key area of technical resistance, meaning if we clear it, we may be able to look at it as a key area of technical support. 3, this is respecting the volume weighted average price. And 4, we have a very, very clear pattern here, which is the cup and handle, so that can kind of help us formulate how to trade it. For example, you can pick it up towards the low end of the consolidation component of the cup and handle. So I'm loving how this is looking right now. It's a bit more expensive for all my small cap traders out there. This was only $16.50 when all was said and done on Friday afternoon, but as you can see, it's up 57 and change. And that has it knocking on the door of 26 bucks. Men's is absolutely collapsing to the downside. I'm pleased as freaking punch over here, having taken out almost the high of the day. In fact, I think I have 82s, and that's the high of the day. So that feels good. That's a real top wick for now. In any event, it is halted to the downside at one of my favorite levels, $6.69, Joey. Having halted 11:37.56, the earliest this will be open is 11:42.56. So let's be on the lookout here for our very good friend, MENS. We're going to be doing it live on this one. Shout out to the OG Bovin. He's calling FJet. I've already got a trading screen up here for FJet Bovin. It's not bad. I've seen widespread. Now it's opening up to 9 pennies. I've seen it wider. I've seen it as wide as 25. Now it's maintaining that 9 penny spread. There's 10. So be on the lookout for this one. It's fantastic. It's very strong. It's very directional, but it has a tendency to open up the spread, and that can get you into some trouble if it starts going against you, because getting out would definitely cost you a little bit more than you had planned. Last but not least here, Joey, I've been holding SIDU for a hot minute. I've built my position in on this one. I've got the lower end of the range. It's either going to hold VWAP here or I'm going to take a hit on this one. It is really that simple. I will not be adding any more into this one. I will, though, however, with a better cost basis, be able to take some profit here, a little bit more south than where I had planned initially. I was looking at taking it at 29. Now we'll wet the beak here, if possible, at 24. So we're going to keep an eye here on SIDU. It's up 89%, going on 90, and was up over 100. LUNR, I didn't add. I was busy with MENS. This one pulls into the 10 EMA on the 5, loses 16 momentarily, and there it goes again. Respecting the 10 EMA, continuing to put in that upward channel. We're going to give this one a quick try here to get some more. And then HXAHX is gonna haunt me at night, Joey. This was a mistake on my part here. I shouldn't have been losing this much on such a shitty stock, but now it's on Uncle Sheriff's shit list. And pissing me off. Travman for real. Sharif, can you take a look at PRPH and HXHX? Well, HXHX, I have strong feelings about, and I'm going to let that one go. But we're going to look here at PRPH. Stop. PRPH. What is this, dude? Is this an IPO? No, it's not. It just wasn't loading my chart. So I don't like PRPH, brother. I realize here that it is up about 5.5% on the day, but you know, it's very consolidative and not really, it's without pattern. It lacks a pattern here. It popped up to $1.16, it dropped back down to 80 pennies, and now it finds itself at around 95 pennies. If I really had to press Travman, I would be trading HXHX over that one, certainly, because this one definitely has some higher lows and higher highs that you can gauge and you can trade off that. Don't trade it like I did. I was a little bit too aggressive with that one, and that one made me pay. I gotta digress here though, because FJet is now him. It's taken the title of him away from MENS. There goes FJet into the high. It's a 1480 high. It's at the high as we speak. And it's breaking out, and it's awfully respectful of the moving averages on the 5-minute chart, most notably, of course, that 10 EMA, which will always be the green line on my black charts there. Look at that clean hold, whether you're looking earlier on in the more liquid time of the day from 9:50 to the breakout there at 10:25. It was a clean hold of the 10. You got another double bottom at 11:05 into the 10. You got another 10 pullback at 11:35. All of them held. So if you guys had the compunction to punch in there, you're obviously printing up multiple storms. And this one has now overtaken MENS as a leading gapper in the market, overtaking HXHX as well, which pulled back a little bit below its area highs, Joey. So FJet should be in focus here for the small cap traders.
Absolutely. All right, guys. We caught a horrible fill there. I actually went marketable limit instead of posting up by accident. So we get that 26 level at 122. I mean, I meant to type something else and then I just hit the enter button by accident. So there it is, guys. A nice move. I don't mind adding a little bit. I'm in really small right here, and I would prefer to catch the lower end of the range. A nice 1 minute indecision print. If not, I'm going to have to hold the current position in which I have to 2280s. So we'll be sitting in this one for quite some time. If the market wants to continue its slow move higher, then I'm okay with that. Tesla was definitely the missed opportunity of the day, considering I only took one trade on it, and we hit a 3-to-1, but I did get stopped out of the majority of the position, and then I never got back in. And I'm like, you know what? This was the print. This is something that I wanted to get involved with. You could post up at 2260s, and then sure enough, you'd be nicely ITM right now, but that's not necessarily the case. So that's why we're on the hunt. We're trying to find some high quality setups, and we're being patient. Like, I mean, this is my first entry, I think, since we started the show. We've been on this for 43 minutes roughly, so I'm totally happy with how we're currently executing right now, sitting on our hands and waiting for some primetime opportunities. Now, as for Robinhood, why am I involved in this? I think buyers step into it quite often. Regardless if it works or not, I believe I'm just putting myself in the right place at the right time. We'll let the market talk the rest, but a nice indecision print off of this pullback. And one thing, worst case scenario, I think, is that if you fail to construct a lower high, I prefer if it wasn't all the way down here, but anywhere around this neck of the woods, maybe 122.60, even though I do have a primary target of around 122.80, just using the same risk to reward. I mean, we're in at 26s, and I'm not proving wrong 30 cents, so I would prefer to give this one a 1.5 or a 2-to-1 if we have the opportunity to do so.
Have you looked at Ionic, Joey? Because it's
Is it really?
IONQ,
is it? Yeah, I mean the quantum space. Yeah, the quantum.
I know you're looking at those earlier,
yeah, the quantum space is moving. Yeah, so there goes these bad boys as Robinhood is starting to come back in. So if you're looking for relative strength, man, just keep an eye out on the quantum space. This hammer candle holding up like a prime time print there, guys, and you can see that we open up kind of at the top end of the range, and now you're off to the races. This is going to be a key pivot level, so keep an eye out on 55.74 just in case we slowly start to curl over there. But yeah, and then also Commodity Kings pointed out Quad U.
I like that name.
Yeah, Commodity King. Yeah, I like that one too. There's a breakout here in Quad U. We'll head over to the 15-minute time frame and see what we got as we head towards those pre-market highs. And you can see we have a little bit of a resistance system forming at that 1560 level. And I think at this pace, you're going to head towards it. Look how the price of the stock reacts around those specific zones, and then you can base something off of that. But here comes Robinhood right back in. Not that 5-minute or that 1-minute print not holding up necessarily how we want to, but that's okay. If we catch that fill at 22s, we'll be out at the low of the day. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. I like the opportunity that Robinhood is presenting right now. So we'll stick to our guns and we'll stick to our thesis. As Sharif said earlier in the day, he's just going to remove the subjectivity of some of the trading and just put in your orders and wait for those opportunities to either go one way or the other. And obviously, we want them to go in our favor. RGTI going strong as well, too. Mentioned Scott H. Yeah, brother, the quantum space definitely in play for today. That means I'm going to be looking at it even tomorrow as well, too. SLV getting a nice little pop, Gorb. I know you were mentioning that you're hopping in that name, so nice work there, brother. We like seeing that stuff. But let's go Robinhood. Do I post up at 122.10s? Maybe see if we can catch a fill there, double up our size for that move back into the volume-weighted average price. Now I'm starting to get a little excited here, Sharif, as we are starting to slowly rock and roll. SLV, I think, is a solid trade. Guys, it's been on such a monstrous run, and you just want to find those areas of strength, and I think the commodities are most definitely rock and rolling. There goes Robinhood. Whoa, FJet continuing to climb higher, Sharif. What do you got going on?
Bro, you can't even punch into this thing, bro. I mean, it's not even giving you any pullback.
Yeah.
The madness is like full-fledged at the moment here. I keep trying to look for micro pullbacks to get in on the jet, but I just got a song in my head. F-Jet over here is going buck wild, but take a look at those last two letters after the T, after the period there, .am, right away. It's under investigation. It is under suspicion, anything. in my submission to you guys, trading on the MX has to be under suspicion immediately, okay? I've seen far too many bamboozling names, especially in the world of small cap gappers, trade on the MX, and then they flip the script on you in a hurry. It doesn't look like FJet is a script flipper at the moment because it just keeps respecting trend, especially the 10 EMA. I mean, it just doesn't breach it, but it's getting a little extended away from the 10 EMA, which is actually about 13 3/4. The high of the day that this thing just printed is 16.10. So I need a bit of a pullback now to even think about getting back in. Make FJet NASDAQ again, says Ozan. Yeah, habitual script flipper, says Trav, man. I like the Chappelle references there. Neil, you have to listen to there's a new Chappelle stand-up. Obviously, it's not something that we can repeat on the show, but you have to listen to some of I think it was like from the last few weeks, Neil, so you're going to have to update yourself on that one because it's amazing. But shout out to Chappelle. Man, he's getting old a little bit, but I love him, man. He's still the same, like, his style is like the stories, the fake stories, not the observational stuff. But I love it. You love that new one too, Jacques, eh? Yeah, it's he's definitely not politically correct. So anybody out there who gets offended quite easily, you probably should skip this one. But he makes me chuckle.
Enough of the offended.
Well, you know what, Joey? There's people out there, okay? Or they're going to let them be. There goes FJet again, man. 623 high. This is really going. Every time I look, it's picking up higher lows. One way I've tried to use lately, and I haven't been doing it as much, is to try to gauge support and resistance off the 5-second chart to kind of just see where the local buyers and the local sellers are stepping in on a micro time frame. I didn't quite do that here, but there does look like there is buying at the lows there at 1575. The buyer stepped in quite aggressively. Here comes 16. Does 16 hold now after having been cleared by 48 pennies? The script can flip on this one in a second, and there it goes below 16. So if you were using 16 as an area of support and resistance, you likely got stopped out, but there is buying also in the mid-90s, but that is giving it up in a hurry. Interesting here, you don't typically see buyers at almost every level, but that's what you're seeing here on FJet. The buyers are kind of, okay, well, just as I say that, the buyers got decimated and down it goes into 15, topping till candle, but it holds 15, at least for the moment. So FJet, guys, should be in focus here. Let's see if we can set up a little bit better. I see $14 as the breakout area because there was a triple top there. I also see the 10 EMA and the 5, which currently shows 13 2/3, but you never really know where that's going to be when the price action comes down to it. Of course, it is dynamic level. So FJet in focus. How's my SIDU trade? Okay, we're finally taking prints here on the DO. We're going to take out some more. As this one, you know, we definitely got into some trouble initially on this one, but we're doing it live. We're taking prints, and we're looking for a price spike up above $1/3 of a buck. Bovin says on FJet, he's liking 15 here as the dip buy, and quite frankly, Bovin, for the moment, you're right, 15.10, prior bar low. Current bar low, 15.41. You got a $0.50 buyer now. Let's see how long he's in it. He's going to be able to be in play before he gets taken out, if he gets taken out. But FJet should be in focus for you if you are small cap gapper inclined.
All right, small cap gapper inclined. Not so much. All right, there goes IonQ, guys, continuing to climb higher. I mean, hey, it is what it is, guys. It's so hard to get involved with this. You don't want to be buying the top, but it's just continuously grinding and grinding. So keep an eye out on that. Nice 1 minute print sitting on the top end of the range here on Robinhood. Let's see if this candle is going to come out, formulate for us, and then we can break through kind of the supply zone that we're experiencing right here through the 12s and make that push for the volume weighted average price, because that's going to be our primary target. Doesn't look like we're going to catch that 122 fill, and I don't really want it at this point, considering if it does slowly curl over, I think the momentum will most definitely step into the downside, and then that's just the fill you don't necessarily want, trying to catch a falling knife. So we'll keep our eyes on a lot of things right now. There were some indecision prints on Tesla that were saying, hey, might be a potential short, but doesn't seem to be the case as we bounce right back here in TSLA, heading towards the top end of this pivot range. But what we can see here, and this is what I'm thinking essentially, is that look at these indecision precision prints right there above the volume weighted average price. You have buyers push price all the way up to 493.64 and then 493.58. And then sure enough, sellers close these as doji candles. So you have the inverted or the shooting star and whatever you would like to call it, right around these neck of the woods as we are slowly starting to climb a little bit higher. But that 5-minute print, not too bad whatsoever. I would like to see some more selling pressure on that front.
More selling.
He's not selling right now. So there's just some names that I personally don't short right now, and also TSLA isn't. I have to order shorts for that, which is kind of annoying. But hey, it is what it is. 122.20 seems to be that supply zone right now. We're bouncing off of that continuously here in Robinhood. We're not going anywhere right now, guys. So essentially, since I've been in this trade, we've been trading within this 20 cents range. So that's been a lot of fun sitting in this chop, obviously being sarcastic. But Scott H, RGTI, big call sweep sending in. This one's back to 30. Get on the train, bro, says Scott H. All right, bro. I'll hop in on that one. That was meant for Joe as well, says Crouching Tiger Hidden Rally. What did you say? I didn't see what you said, brother. So post it in the chat one more time. See Sharif sitting in the chat as well, too. BBAI are some commodities king giving me all the hot picks of today. Let's see if he's living up to his word with BBAI. And he sure is, Sharif. A nice move in Big Bear AI. Sean will like this one. I don't know if he's still involved with it, but a nice volume weighted average price bounce, forming that bull flag, and then now you are absolutely off to the races. And someone who can't stop, won't stop right now is Ionic continuing to climb higher, guys. $55 and change. Let's see what some of the other quantum names are up to. Rigetti, what in the days is going on over here? QBTS, what are you doing?
What's he doing?
Back towards the high of the day. This is insane. QUBT probably doing the same thing. Who's the
Why
worst
is quantum running?
I don't know, brother. Why is it?
I don't know.
All right. So
I didn't see anything on quantum in the morning.
Maybe a technical standpoint. I don't know, man. But this is a strong, strong rally. What the hell is KTOS doing? I don't know. Let's find out and see what we got going on. I see a lot of people tagging my name, tagging me in there, so we're just gonna run through all of those as I sit in this chop fest in Robinhood. So that's a lot of fun. Well, we got the quantum space continuing to climb higher. What else do we got? KTOS not liquid enough for me. Kratos Defense and Security. Okay, I see what you got going on. Was just saying, hope you have a great holiday season. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. You as well. I hope you enjoyed time with the family. I got to see a lot this weekend. My siblings were over on Friday for the Jake Paul fight, mainly my brothers. We've got the arm wrestles going. I went undefeated, 5-0, beat every single one of them. I told them, don't come around my place of the woods because you will get your butt whooped.
I like that. I like that. You got to reestablish order.
Yeah.
Every time you see
all of them,
you need to reinforce.
Don't forget who the big dog is around here.
You got to remind them, Joey.
Exactly. I have to remind every single one of them. No, I was beating them with my left and my right. It didn't even really matter. One of my younger brothers, he's like 6'2", he's left-handed. I said, no problem. What kind of smoke do you want? You can get
what kind of smoke do you want?
Any which way you can get it. And I was just beating every single one of them. It doesn't even matter at the end of the day. So yeah, no, double like now. Thank you very much for that, Trapman 400. As BBI is continuing to climb, NVDA breaking down, guys, heading towards a key neckline. Keep an eye out on this. And there goes Robinhood giving up the gab right now, heading lower, forming that shelf, breaking into that 122 level. I wouldn't be surprised if we catch that fill. I don't even know if I want it at this point. So keep an eye out on Robinhood. I'll take a stop out at 129.90s or maybe 85s. I'll give it there, Sharif.
All right, guys. Here we go. There goes Sidhu, guys. SIDU. Well, I don't want to say it's him because FJet certainly is still leading the way over here after that $15 dip and pop. It's back above 15, but SIDU, we got 11s on. We just wet the beak at 36. So SIDU, what a hold, a clean hold off the volume weighted average price, and there was no bamboozlement on this one. You just needed to pack your patience, because if you did, and you basically saw that this one had not breached VWAP and you placed your stop even strictly below that volume weighted average price, you didn't get stopped out. Now this one, it was confusing me a little bit in the sense that I didn't really know if it was respecting the 10 EMA or VWAP, but on ex post facto analysis, you can clearly see, especially after 1050 onwards, it was more VWAP certainly than the 10 EMA. In fact, the 10 EMA looks more like a line of best fit than any area of support or resistance. So SIDU looking real freaking good over here. Let's see if it can work its way back into that $0.50. It is technically still, even though, I'm singing this one's praise, it's lower high, lower high, and yet another lower high. So if you're looking for high day breaches, we have multiple area highs to retake before we really do have a shot at that 250. Who knows, though? It's up 100%, so it's going to be getting a lot of people's attention. This one, though, HXHX. This is my only negative one on the day, okay? I mean, we're 3 for 4 to start, but we've got another 2 hours, so that could all change. HXHX, I'm negative on. And the reason I'm negative on this one is because I didn't give it enough room, okay? I was insisting on a 10 EMA hold. I don't know why. That's not what the price action had been showing me or, leaning towards. I should have been holding up at 80. 80 was clearly a breakout level. I saw that when it had 3, 4 bottoming tail candles, all of which defended off 80. That should have been my clue. I was clueless and I didn't take it. In any event, it is now going without me to the tune of 93 pennies. So 13 pennies on a 90 penny name off this area, key area, I want to say, of technical support. And this one could be back above a buck before you know it. That is the good news. The bad news is you need to watch out for a couple of things. One, the $1 area, it's a different trade. Once it gets into that dollar area, it can find resistance whether or not it's been above it on the day. Two, it is still technically lower highs, even though it's been catching a nice little bid there. It is a 105 high. We're showing 93, so we need to be alive to the lower highs because that could be the operative trend. Look at this one go. It just took out prior bar high. It's got a higher low. Look at this one go. The breakout is on right now, at least into that $1 area on HXHX. Looking fantastic here. Neil pointed this one out to me in the chat earlier, up 181%. And since that bell rang, it wasn't just all pre-market action for this bad boy. Since the bell rang on HXHX, it's up 88%. So that's from 9:30 onwards. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. We're going to have to keep an eye on MENS because that one is straddling VWAP now for almost 20 minutes. And FJET, we can't disrespect FJET. This one is an absolute rocket ship, but you're going to have to trade it using sound risk management skills because it's on the Amex exchange and that can flip the script on you quickly. Also, it's very volatile and the selling can come in at any time. I haven't been doing this lately and I really want to start getting back into it to give you like the details on the names. And just as I come to do that, Joey, it's embarrassing me over here because I have nothing here on FJET because it's a newer one. So I was going to give you guys the float and everything like that on FJET, but sadly I don't have it. I'll see if Perplexity has something and I'll bring that to you guys later. There goes HXHX, Fabian. It is back above the dollar on real. It is now about it's about 3 pennies below the high of the day into that 102 area. HOD is 105. A fantastic clearing and holding. And this is not the type of stonk I should be negative on the day. It's a clean hold. This is, even if I'm positive on the day, it's going to bug me that I'm negative on this one because I should be positive. It's such a clean area hold at 80 pennies. I screwed it up. Hopefully we'll get to have another trade on it and make up for that L. For the moment, though, we're going to pause. We're sending you to the big desk with a dare.
Time to talk about what's happening now and what's going to be happening later today. I mean, certainly nice start to the Santa Claus rally week, if you will, for the S&P 500. This is near or just trying to break right now, intraday highs around 685. We did some positive news out of NVIDIA to give a nice jolt to the markets to the upside. Reuters reporting that NVIDIA is planning on starting to ship roughly 40,000 to 80,000 H200 AI chips to China for mid-February 2026, or the Lunar New Year. Now, coming later today, we are going to be getting a shipbuilding announcement from Trump and Pete Hegseth, who is, of course, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War. That's going to be at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, so stay tuned. HII, Huntington, actually trading higher in anticipation. I want to talk about this infographic here, brand new and X at TTV Research, on the Santa Claus rally. So for the last 6 years, from 2019 all the way to 2024, basically looked at the performance in the holiday shortened week around Christmas for the market, specifically the SPY and the NASDAQ. We did have 1 year where we certainly had that quote-unquote Santa Claus rally in 2021, but other than that, it's been kind of flat. So worth noting, the Santa Claus rally might not be as clear-cut as it appears to be, or as it's, I think been mythologized. I also want to talk here about GLD, because GLD certainly is rallying without a doubt here. Gold and silver strong here in the end of the year as we do get these safe haven plays back in focus, though gold certainly outperforming silver IONQ and these quantum names were holding up really well. Bit of a drip right now in IONQ. No news that I could find for this space, but keep an eye on them. They're all very strong today. Before we send you back to Neil and his lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because concussions demand fast solutions. And NYSE-listed Origenics, or OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Thank you to our friends at OGEN, and thank you to Neil and his lesson of the day. Neil, give the people the lesson.
Thank you, Adara. So, you know what? We've talked about bias before. Having a bias in the market sometimes can be a tricky thing. Maybe you don't want to be married to the market moving one way or another, but you want to have a bias in individual stock. Well, there is one thing that you can look at specifically on a day like today, where we come in and we're gapping up. Now, we're gapping up in the NASDAQ, and as you can see from the open, you basically just headed down. In the ES, we're gapped up, and then that headed higher. The Russell gapped up and then headed higher. But when you see all three of the markets, or pretty much all of the market gap to the upside, it does give you an opportunity to observe something which can at least give you a bias of direction one way or another. When we're and it's pretty simple. I'll use Amazon as the first example of this. Gapped higher on the ES, you can clearly see resistance, like multi-day resistance all week on the ES at pretty much the same level, underneath 69. You're also going to have resistance on the NASDAQ around 25.5. On Amazon, what did we see? Yeah, you had some resistance on Thursday and Friday. When we came in, we were underneath. So the market was gapped higher, and it was not. So when the market breaks the lows, the first thing that happens is we fail a top on Amazon. Now, I'm not saying you're just automatically jumping short, but if you're looking for something to favor short, this had not gapped higher with the market. And what happens when it bounced? You know, you could play continuation short here because it's trend down. You've got some overhead resistance on Amazon. There's a lot that works out in your favor. Apple would be another example. The market had gapped higher. Apple had not gapped higher. And the thing about this, when I was looking at some of the names that I didn't go short in, because ultimately this happens where you might come into a day bias one direction, like maybe I like certain setups in certain stocks and I didn't get the dip buys, I didn't get the pop and fade that you want. But I always find myself wanting to play something in either direction, meaning there has to be something that I like for a short, or there should be something that I like for a long and even a weekday. And oftentimes that's something you look for as a trader. And I saw this pattern and I was like, what am I even thinking? There were plenty of stocks that didn't gap with the market that showed you that last week's resistance that we gapped through was still valid for a short. Should be short those types of names. And to me, it actually started with, I mean, it always kind of starts with Intel. The most egregious one for myself was this one. And the reason why it's so egregious for me is, well, what do I usually do when Intel's trending down like this? Look for short Intel every single day. Now, you don't always win, but when a stock does this, you're going to win more than you lose. Well, I mean, if you have any kind of a reasonable trading strategy, you're going to win more than you lose when it's trending down. And what did this stock present me with when everything else was gapped up and breaking those resistance levels? It was not. You had the same resistance all week. It was at the level. And what's crazy about it is it did a false break at the open. Where's your first available bounce? You just join the part. It's still making lows. And this is the thing about relative strength and weakness. Here's the NASDAQ. There's the NASDAQ bouncing off the lows. There's Intel refusing to go with it. So it's not such a ridiculous, oh my goodness, look at this secret sauce that I'm telling you. That's not utter nonsense. It's not. It's actually relatively simple. If you have the market gapping up or down, and you're a trader that's looking for some relative strength or weakness, just to have an individual bias on some stocks, where I like this stock short, I think this stock is relatively strong, simply look at what did or did not gap with it. That usually is following the market. And when you do that, some things are going to stand out. And then when you're sitting there waiting for a bunch of longs that don't set up, you might find some shorts on a day like today. So I learned something. I should have been obviously I should have been short Intel today. There's no question about that. But it's the why. When I look back, okay, well, why wasn't I short? And how could I have easily been biased that direction? Simple. Did it gap with the market? If no, Do you find a setup? If yes, now you got something in the other direction. If the market doesn't do what you're expecting on a strong day, I mean, the Nasdaq's still up 0.5%, but it trended down. So you wanted to have some things you thought were relatively weak. There's a good way to find them. That's your lesson of the day, everybody. I would tell you how the shawarma is, but I haven't even cracked it open yet. But hopefully it's delicious because I'm looking forward to it. And enjoy the midday. Good luck on all of your trades. And ooh, Bitcoin cannot hold that bid.
Yeah,
Coin, bro, the coin, man. It's a little above 90, Joey, a little bit below 90.
Brother.
It's
Be prepared for probably like 6 to 8 months of this.
6 to 8 months.
Yeah, I'm thinking something along those lines. We probably won't even see a new all-time high in Bitcoin. I hope that I eat my words, right? But I don't think we see something until maybe late next year of all-time highs.
One of the
Too
most
many people are
underreported story of the year about Bitcoin is the fact that it hit 125,000 on your birthday, not mine.
Yeah.
You think I'm ever going to recover from that?
Yeah, well, you just did.
I'm never going to recover.
You did.
Mentally, not financially.
Yeah. I mean,
like, what are the freaking
Well,
odds?
I would rather recover financially than
Joey, it's the odds. What are the odds of
Yeah,
that?
I know.
Placing a
Hey,
bet
man.
and then it hits on your birthday instead of mine.
It just shows that we're in sync, you know what I mean? So I know what I'm going on.
I think it likes you more than it likes me.
Yeah. So
clearly.
So listen to my my Bitcoin predictions, maybe. I don't know.
There you go.
We took a little bit more off on IonQ, guys. We got a nice little pop there. Nice hammer candle right after that pullback. One of the stronger names, so I liked our chances on this specific trade. Let's see if we can break instead of coming back to our break even look like it's looking like it wants to be honest with you. So we'll have to get out at 70s if it does pull back to there. We do have a little bit, actually there's not even a spread, it's just a NYSE name, but really fluctuating here today and not really continuing to the top side like I would like it to. Okay, there we go, nice little pop. Guys agree, yeah, eat those words, Joe, says Trapman. Ow, brother. Thought we were brother. No, I honestly, yeah, I mean, I feel no way, man. I'm just trying to call it how it is. We've seen it before, and obviously when the first couple of months within inception
you
of
can tell
IBIT,
immediately who's on the ones and twos when you see that kind of stuff. Immediately, I look over, I see her. I'm like, oh, of course, makes sense.
What?
Ram, you know?
Oh,
she's
yeah, she
trolling
did.
you, Joey.
That's all
what she
right.
does.
I know.
She gets on the
Well, I
ones
know
and
she's a
twos. She's
proud
got to do it
owner
right
of-
away.
She's a proud owner of IBIT as well, too. So.
Ram, what's your cost basis on IBIT? Like, what's your average price? So if you bought, like, say, a few times, some at 40, some at 45, what's your average price?
It's bad.
Are you talking so that everybody can hear?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
It's bad. I had bought it at 64. Obviously, that went to shit. And then I sold it, and I haven't bought it. I think I'm waiting it for Bitcoin to go to like 75 or 76, and then I'll buy again.
Nice.
I can't
Smart.
even-
I
I didn't
love
hear
that. I love how you have a plan. That's fantastic. I love you. I didn't think that you were going to give me such a structured response. Shout out to you, Ram.
I didn't catch any of it.
Well, she already bought some, and she wants to pick up some. What was your price again that you want to pick some at?
If Bitcoin goes down to like 76 or 75.
If it goes down to
yeah.
76 and tests that key area of technical support, Joey, she's going to be picking up more.
All right,
I love how
cool.
you're thinking that you're buying at technical areas. Fantastic. Thank you for that response, Ram. The people want to know. But you know what I'm going to say, Joey?
What's that, man?
There goes Sidhu into the 44 penny high. Now it is a triple top at this local area high, having gone up there at the 12 o'clock time slot, 12:45 top. I'm talking about the 12:05 bar, 2:45 top, the 12:10 bar, 2:45 top. There is a seller at 45s, but what is operative, in my opinion, are the higher lows. Run for your life, short seller on Sidhu. They're coming for you, baby. Here comes 45 again. He's winning for now, but I don't know if he's going to continue winning. We got 11s on. We've been wetting the beak, on Sidhu into this local area high, and I'm very interested in getting more on that $0.50 break. SIDU looking real good over here. There's 45 again. There is big boy size at the 45 penny level on almost every gateway. I'm seeing high triple digits, 700 lots, 800 lots on multiple gateways. We'll have to see if that can get broken through. So that's number one. I know Joey's going to mention something in a second, but Ram, I want to show them FJet. FJet looking real good here as well. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lower highs in a row. Alas, it is coming in to that 14.5 area that we talked about. Why is that area important? Well, it's the not the volume weighted average, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. The prior candle at 1205 held that 10 EMA. This current candle is holding the 10 EMA, and what's even better is it has a higher low. Not yet, of course, a higher high, but a higher low nonetheless. I'm talking about FJET. Up a light and easy and not such a big deal, 121%. Be on the lookout for continuation here and a move above 16.5, 1648 is the high of the day. HXHX, my only -1 on the day, did move down after retouching that 105 area, but lo and behold, it is holding 80 pennies again. I'm not going to make the same mistake this time. We're going to get in here. We're going to give it a little bit of room south of 80. That way, if I get stop hunted, we don't, if for below that 80 penny print, we don't get stopped out. And hopefully we can ride this one back into the 90s or even better, continuation through $1. So HXHX, we're back into that one. We're still holding a few pieces here on my very good friend SIDU, but it has to clear that $0.50 for me to continue to take profits there. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. We're back into HXHX and we're still holding SIDU.
All right, yeah, this is stuff that just can make me lose my mind at sometimes, and it just drives me completely nuts.
What happened, Joey?
Get stopped out, break even, and then sure enough, it takes an additional leg higher. So the pullbacks really, really piss me off. But that's all right. We'll try to figure something else out and find another opportunity. When I get in this mode, it's not good. It's best for me to not trade because as IonQ continues to climb a little bit higher, so I'll be looking at something else and see if we can find something, another quality opportunity. I'm not going to be trading NVDA, so I'll take that thing off of my chart. Just not in sync with that stock. BBAI looking half decent, so I want to go to find where there's strength. That's going to be the quantum space. IonQ had a prime time setup. We take a little bit off at a 2-to-1, and then sure enough, leave some for a runner, pulls back, comes against us, and then now puts in a new high. So, and now you haven't even experienced the pullback. So yeah, that's what it is. We'll move on, look for the next opportunity, see if there is any, which there will be plenty throughout the session. Okay. What's Google been up to? Yeah, Google not doing too much. I guess I shouldn't say that. It is roughly around the high of the day, so that's not too bad of a look. Pre-market high, or I guess the opening print high, 309.93. You're trading at 309.24 as that continues to go. I got to get IonQ off my chart. None of the other quantum names are really attractive to me right now. Let's see, this one's on the NASDAQ. Load the chart, thank you. Yeah, so that's what I have going on. We'll take a look at our scanner as well, considering, but this is a prime time print. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Maybe I'll just hold it a little bit longer next time, and instead of taking some out and then getting stopped out on this pullback that essentially doesn't even show on this chart, but it shows on the P Pro 8 chart, which is, I don't know, a joke. But anyways, IonQ, boom, nice move there as you go and test this previous high of the day. Let's see what we got going on. Byto, this is more or less a dividend play. It's not an intraday trader, so keep an eye out on that. Palantir, breaking out here. You sit on top of this range, but now you're starting to come back in a little bit here there, guys. So not too good of a look in Palantir this morning. SPY, INTC, still bleeding, surprisingly. I mean, the chip space is relatively weak, so keep an eye out on that. Apple, 1 minute time frame. What do you have going on? Show me some indices. Yes, okay. This is exactly what was that loud? Was that loud or what?
No,
this is exactly what. This is exactly what I'm looking for here on AAPL. We're going to wait for this pullback, guys. This is going to be the next victim of Joey O. See if we can get a nice move here higher in AAPL. We're going to wait for this pullback to finish. As soon as the stock starts to turn around, unless we break the lower end of this candle, I'm going to have to be some more patient. Boom, and there it goes. Glad we didn't punch right into that. As IonQ is now right at the high of the day, we have QBTS now putting in a new high of the day as well. So yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Hold on a little bit longer, but I like this aggressive selling. You can see the volume starting to pick up on the lower time frames. And if we form another indecision print at these lows, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on AAPL for a potential bounce. Let's head over to the daily to see where we are. See, it might be tight, guys. This isn't telling me breakout or anything along those lines. So if we are going to hop into this, look for a small move to the top side, and then we might have to get out of that one. QBTS and IonQ starting to form some indecision prints at the highs. Okay, it just breaks through that, so avoid that at all costs. If it continuously breaks through your signals, that's just can determine, hey, we're in a relatively strong name. But as for Apple, we got to take 100% of the shot. Well, I mean, that's not what I was trying to say. You got to take 100% of the shots. Otherwise, you're going to miss them all. So 70% of the time, it works all the time. Sharif, if you know what that movie's from.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, it's all right. So we'll post up here on AAPL to see if we can catch AAPL here, guys.
You know what made all-time highs today? You want to take a guess? I think you're already going to know, but I'm going to let you guess anyway.
Can you give me a clue?
You don't need a clue.
American Eagle?
No. Come on. It's not about me.
No, I have no idea then.
It's one that's been knocking on the door for a while, Joey. We talk about it constantly. TSL freaking A.
Oh, Tesla. All right, there we go. Tesla.
All-time highs,
no
guy.
brakes.
498.83. I do believe that is intraday or even, let me just double check on the 4 hour here that we haven't been above it. No, we have not. Today, we got into that level. What time was it exactly? I just want to give everybody the right time. It was a 9:50 candle on the 5-minute chart. Tesla, all-time highs. What a move up as we accumulate for that $500 break. I mean, we got really aggressive, if you recall, after the election last year. This thing ran super aggressive into December, and then it gave it almost all back. I think like the majority of the move subsequent to the election was given back, and that had a lot of people feeling some kind of way, of course, about Tesla. Recovering beautifully here as we await for the robo-taxi to go driverless, right, without a safety driver. I want to mention, by the way, the videos that I'm seeing, Fabian, coming out of San Francisco, because we know they're operating a pseudo robo-taxi in that area. The way that they're getting around the lack of a California license to operate the robo-taxi is there's actually somebody sitting in the driver's seat, not even the passenger seat. There was a safety driver in the Austin, and they're sitting in the passenger side. They're actually sitting in the driver's side. They're not operating the car. They don't have their hands on the wheel, but they're actually sitting in the driver. So it looks like the driver is driving you, but then you notice that the car is moving without being given instructions by the driver, of course. You think so? Fabian, can they hear you?
They can now.
Okay, awesome. Yeah.
If for this to work, I feel like there's gonna need to be a form of accountability.
Okay.
Like how are you gonna who, if the car gets in an accident, who's the one paying for it?
That's a great one. That's a great point. It's gonna have to be, at least my thinking, Fabian. It's gonna have to be the driver or the owner of the car. Like maybe that the owner of the car might have a case against Tesla for some sort of glitch in the FSD. I think that would maybe be vitiated out of vis-a-vis a contract between Tesla and the buyer, right? Whereas you forego your rights to sue Tesla by assuming responsibility or by purchasing the unsupervised
I think it'll be the
FSD.
latter.
Think it'll be the latter?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. I don't know if you even know if there's anything right now, because there's obviously unsupervised FSD. What happens if that was, what if there's an accident of sorts? Yeah, I'll have to look into that. It's actually a great point. I don't know who's going to be liable in those cases. But in any event, let's get HXHX over here, because this one's going against me again. I gauged that 80 penny seller. I've wet the beak a couple of times, but this one is having trouble bouncing back into the mid-90s. I've already put my stop, so come what may on this one. But for the moment, it feels like it could be flat bottom breakage through 80 pennies. We're already 2 pennies out of the money right now as it kind of pops off. Okay, now we're break even again. Let's see if this one can catch a bid and move into the 90s. I've layered the orders on this one. We'll see what it does. Separately, SIDU, ugly topping tail. Sorry, what is going on over here? Topping tail candle. There it is. Into 251. And it's coming back down now, trying to hold trend here at the 20, holding the $0.25, but the topping tail candle prior on this, that's the one I'm showing right there. It breached 50. I didn't have any beak wetters north of 50, so it didn't print. Nor do I want to add into here anyway. I want to see if this $0.25, which acted as resistance earlier, is in fact going to act as support this time. So if it does, I'll get back in. Otherwise, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference to me. I'm not going to pick up some in a random area. FJET as well. Looking like it's continuing to sell off. So it still has lower highs, and this is why I don't want to jump into FJET super quick. And here's what I mean. So it did find support, as you can see, at the 10 EMA, and this candle has a higher low. This current candle also has a higher low, so a couple of higher lows in a row, but it still feels like the downtrend is intact after that 1648 high a day, and then it ended up being a topping tail candle, and then lower highs and lower lows since that time. So this could be a bull flag, obviously, with the bull flag breakout, or the bull flag starting at around 13 bucks, the breakout essentially being 14 bucks, and the top is 16.5. We put in a bit of a consolidation, downward channel, look for the breakout above that and a continuation above 16.5. I could trade it that way, I wouldn't mind. But I'm going to watch closely here, as this one does have a tendency to bamboozle a little bit. And I promised Bovin I'd get to this. And Bovin, I saw you mentioning this in the chat multiple times, and I am sorry, but this is a good one. I just couldn't get to it because we kept digressing into other topics. But KYTX, fantastic. Look at this flat top breakthrough, 7.5, and then all hell broke loose to the high side at around 1140 on good volume, about 300,000, 400,000 shares per that 5-minute candle. But this one has suffered from just that, a lack of volume, despite getting, you know, certain candles with a good amount of volume outsized relative to the priors. But it's above 8, seems like it's doing a bit of a rounded top now with these topping tail candles. The last few candles has been lower highs, but it's an 817 high. KYTX up almost 13%. Be on the lookout for that. Separately, before we send it back to your boy Joey Opsh, SIDU holding the $0.25 super clean, and here it is again into that 40 penny area. Should have been adding at the $0.25. I didn't. That's on me. We're going to keep an eye here on SIDU to see if we can get in some more at a better price. 2 New York cents. What about men's? It looks like it's consolidating a bit here. I got to disagree, 2 New York. I don't like the look of this one's jib at the moment. And the reason is it's umpteen amount of lower highs ever since that topping tail candle at 1125, making the high of the day of 782. And then even when we halted down, look at the halt open. It's been lower, a symphony of lower highs since that down halt opened up at, I think it opened up at around 630. It's been lower high, lower high, lower high, and now it feels like it's going to give up VWAP and give up 5.5. There is a bit of a consolidation area from the earlier time of the day, around, I want to say 5.25, 5.5, if it gives that up. I'm already not going to trade it because it's trading below VWAP, but this one does feel like it might be on the way down. MENS, I see your point about consolidation, but what I'm trying to gauge here are the highs changing in terms of higher highs, because I'm a long-only small-cap trader, right? So the highs interest me a lot, and we're not getting that quite yet on MENS. So let me know if it changes to New York cents. I'll jump into that one if it's warranted. Bovin. Bovin says, I think it's building another consolidation and then a rip up again. He is talking, of course, about KYTX. I don't disagree with you, Bovin. This was a prolonged bull flag earlier on with the 930 break, a flat top at 7.5, higher lows. You get a flat top break at 1140, and it's putting in yet another bull flag. So 2 bull flags under KYTX's belt. We'll see if we can get a third. Travman, Sharif, keep it going, brother. Got to rake in some leaves real quick. Still listening, though. Have to take my eyes off the market for about 25 minutes. Shout out to Travman. Get those chores in, brother. I wish one day I'm raking up the leaves in my own house. Hopefully sooner rather than later, despite the fact that, that's a question now, Joey, because after we talk about how the real estate market performs relative to stocks. might not be a good investment.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. We took a little bit out on AAPL, 20 cents worth of risk, so we take it out at a little bit more than a 1-to-1. And now I have my eyes. I was looking at CoreWeave. It looks kind of attractive right now, but this name's not the best intraday trader. I would like to add substantially more shares on this position. I'm currently sitting on half. I wasn't going to make the same mistake that I made before with IonQ and with Tesla earlier in the day. It's just that when you hit that 2-to-1 profit target, take the majority of it off and leave a little bit of a runner. So I'm happy that we're leaving half here. Obviously would like to have a little bit more shares, but the wider the stop, the less shares that I personally take. Oh, IonQ doing it again. All right, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, we got it. It's really time to rock and roll. Let's see if we can catch this fill. I need to find a price that I really like, and that's going to be 54.80s. So we're going to post up at 80s here on IonQ to see if we can get a nice little move. Once again, I have to give it a little bit wider of a stop. So I'm going to reduce my share size by 66%, so 30% of the full size, just due to the fact that I have to give this 30 cents to be proven wrong. So not too long. IBIT trying to flat top break. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been paying too much attention to it today. I took 2 stabs on it. I'm just like, you know what? We're not strong enough, in my opinion. So I've just been avoiding it. Okay, so we're back in IonQ. We caught that fill at 54.80s. We're giving it to the low of the day. Again, I have to give this 30 cents. So 50s is where I'm essentially wrong. I like the double indecision. We did double top. So it's kind of like a big time push and pull battle right now between the Bulls and the Bears. You double top up here. But what I'm getting in on is essentially the exact same print in which I've seen earlier before, but let's see if this holds up. Last time it worked right away. This doesn't seem to be the case right now as we're slightly OTM. Totally fine. I'm going to have my faith in a name that is relatively strong, and that is going to be IonQ, as Apple has broke the downtrend. I know that Neil will like this. Let's pull up AAPL here, guys. So we're rocking and rolling on 2 names so far. So let's kind of zoom this out. Yeah, so far. Yeah, it's all right.
I can't help it.
That's all right, man. So look, bang, Neil.
See what I do when Olivia Chow comes on TV, bro. You have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, man.
You got
it
no
is what it is.
idea,
All right,
Joey.
let's take a little bit off here on IonQ. We caught that fill, baby. Let's go. As once again, we get a nice little move, only 10 cents. So I didn't even really give it the risk or reward. I took some off, so I'm going to reduce the size, but I'm going to stick to the same stop right here, guys. So keep that in mind. Am I plugged in? I am. All right, we're going to Sharif with an ad read, and then we got to get right back into this action as IonQ is coming back in.
Joey, for far too long, trading meant risking your own money or not even having enough to start. Also, the fear of losing, it kept so many traders on the sidelines, but thankfully, that is now all changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders actually use funded capital, and Trade the Pool, well, they absorb all the downside. It allows you to focus on what truly matters. We are talking about the discipline, the consistency, and of course, that growth. And when you hit the profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There is no fear. There are no barriers, Ram. There is just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it is powered by the people at Trade the Pool. So you need to visit them right now, tradethepool.com, or scan that non-existent QR code on the screen to get your 10% off the first evaluation. Shout out to the folks at Trade the Pool.
All right, good stuff, brother. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. There's Apple looking like it wants to break this 272 level. If it does, we're going to take a little bit off, and then we have IonQ. So we'll do a little bit of a comparison, guys. Attempt number 1 didn't necessarily go as planned. That would have been an absolutely prime time Deion Sanders right there. So let's see if we can break this $55 level here in IonQ. We'll take a little bit more out. I took 33% out. I'm going to take an additional maybe 10, 15% of what I currently have off of that. So this is working precision. As my guy Conor McGregor says, precision or timing beats precision. So maybe not. Timing is everything there, Sharif. As we are heading in towards that $55 level, let's take a little bit more off on IonQ. There it is. Bang, $55 tapped in. And then we also have AAPL. Let's head over to IonQ so you guys can see what we got cooking over here. IonQ on the New York Stock Exchange.
Cooking, baby.
All right there. 55.05s now, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
So a double header right now. We fumble it once. We get right back in. This time we're not fumbling it, as we are now currently sitting on half of the remaining full size of the position. So let's take a little bit more off, be a little bit more cautious on what we got going on. So I'll reduce my size to about 33% of the initial position as it's starting to slowly come back in. Oh, we didn't even catch that fill. Good stuff there. A lot of fun. But I, obviously being extremely sarcastic, AAPL looking like it wants to break that 272 level, Shreve. We like that a lot. I like it. I like it a lot.
I like it.
Sorry, 1 second. As Apple goes, there goes AAPL, guys. We're doing it as live as it gets, really, as it breaks to 272.06 on AAPL. No, Apple is not on the New York Stock Exchange, Sharif. For some reason, it doesn't want to head over there. There it is on Apple, guys. A nice little move.
Joey.
Yeah.
You played football, as we confirmed a few days ago, despite the fact that you told me
a year ago.
Sorry,
yeah,
I forget. I forget easily. I'm 100.
Yeah.
The point is,
40%.
when did you fumble the ball ever?
No,
you
I
never.
didn't. No,
you never fumbled the ball.
Never.
That's crazy. Everybody fumbled the ball.
But bro, but I didn't play offense.
Forget about that.
Yeah.
Here's the question.
Yeah.
What did your coach what did your coach do to those on the team who fumbled the ball? What was the disciplinary action?
I remember our running back was literally on a breakaway on his own, and he was running so fast his knee hit his elbow, fumbled the ball. yeah.
That's a Leon Lett moment, baby. That sucks.
I probably shouldn't say his name, but I'll never forget that one time. No, Shreve, but
so what was the go-to disciplinary? Was it
you're doing laps, brother.
You're doing laps.
You're doing laps with the ball in your hand, and then you have to skip a lot. I remember he tried making some students walk around with the football, obviously, throughout high school and stuff. I'll never forget this one play. So I played free safety and corner in the latter years of high school.
Okay.
And my one buddy played D lineman. Right. So anyways, we're having this corner blitz, right? Where I faked the drop back and I just obviously blitzed the QB.
Okay.
So it's like I'm probably about 3 feet away from the quarterback. I go to tackle him. My buddy breaks through the D line right in front of me, and I
trip. You guys collided?
Yeah, dude, he fell on the ground. I trip over him, and the quarterback just runs right past us. I was so mad at him.
That's essentially
so mad. No, I had a couple nice interceptions throughout my high school career. Ran those for some yards. Never got a touchdown though, surprisingly. So
no way.
No, I got a couple safeties. Though.
Okay, so you think that running laps, maybe some push-ups, would be, the appropriate disciplinary action, right? Something physical to put you better into better shape. Maybe like some grip, hand grips to tighten up that grip a bit on the ball. Dude, our coach, because my school didn't have a high school football team, so I played for the city of Markham, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we had like a special field that we would practice on, and there were bathrooms there, okay? Yes, Ram.
What did you have to do?
We had to clean the bathrooms.
Oh,
and it wasn't even ours. It was run by the city of Markham.
Man.
And the city of Markham would ask this guy, like, why are the bathrooms so clean?
Yeah.
And it was like, absolute, I'm never going to forget that. But let me tell you, bro, it motivated you to no end not to drop that ball. Because that was a public bathroom.
Full disclosure, our high school team sucked.
Yeah,
we were horrible, dude. Horrible. We just weren't good, man. That's for sure. It sucked, man. We didn't win very many games at all. But I couldn't believe this. So we're playing. For those who live in Ontario, we're playing Barrie Central. And then who are familiar with Barrie, we're playing Barrie Central.
Okay.
We're down 2 points somehow. Anyways, we have Barrie has possession. I get a stop, right? So they turn, the ball comes over to us. We get into field goal range. Our coach is like, no, we're going for it, when all we needed was a field goal.
Why?
And we get stopped. Yeah, and it was
what
like
kind
third
of
down.
decision
Yeah,
is
it was
that?
horrible. It was absolutely horrible. I
Immediately
got the stop to give us the ball back. And then sure enough, the guy goes for the touchdown instead of
That's a
the
hell of a
field goal.
game
Makes
manager.
zero sense. So after that, our coach would always be like, when I played university football, we would always be like, what did you play, left bench? And he hated it, man. He hated it.
What kind of a decision is that?
Yeah, it was horrible, man.
That's horrible game management. What is what it is.
Yeah.
Guys, I have to bring your attention above and special. KYTX is him. This one broke out. Bovin, you were absolutely right. Didn't matter if these topping till candles had lower highs or whatever the hell they were doing, because it was bought up, and it was bought up aggressively. And if you put your stop below the 10 moving average on the 5, you have not been disappointed. Into the high it goes, 16.25%. 836 high. You're not going to get too much in the way of volume on this one. Let me just tell you what this one has done on volume. Give me a second here because it doesn't show up on the on this black chart, but it has done 2 million shares, 2.06. So it's not that much, of course, for an $8 name, but it's not too bad. 838 high now. Every time I look over at this, it's making newer highs. What's the trade on this one? How do you get in? Well, I'm going to be looking essentially for a retesting of that breakout area. If that means 820, 810, that's the buy zone for me. I wouldn't necessarily give it to 8 because 8 goes below that buy zone as well as below the 10 EMA. If it ends up finding support at 8, it's going to find support there without me because I'm not going to be punching in there, at least not initially, unless I change my view. So we're still holding SIDU. We're still holding HXHX. My move here on HXHX is an 80 penny hold. I've wet the beacon to 90 as this one did pop off in 89.5. I didn't take out even half the position yet. We're still holding for a bigger move up. But it is the KYTX show at the moment. And as I see it, FJET starting to look a little bit different. It has now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 higher lows in a row ever since making that local area low at 1210, the low of which was around 1406, 1405. This current area of consolidation is essentially a little bit above 15. You can see the wicks go into about 1540, right around that $15.50 area. But it has been holding the 10 EMA on the 5 pretty strictly. And what I would suggest to you is if you want to get in on FJET, you don't like essentially the spread, give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low has not been breached since that 1210. So we are going now on almost 40 minutes. And here it is again with a higher low attempting a 15.5 break again on FJET. I'm still yet to execute anything on this name, but I'm certainly loving this one. 130% in the Ville of Green. Let's see if it can get up a little bit more and test that 16.5. I'm all ears, baby. But we're going to manage the trade here on HXHX. Anything below 80, as I spoke about, we're Gonzino. And then SIDU. To me, SIDU is certainly getting some buying in and around here, and I could be convinced to get in a bit more. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do here, Joey. It looks like it's holding up at these levels, and since we don't have that many beak wetters left, we should probably fill up a little bit more on this one. And here we go. We're going to do it live. We punched in here, which is going to fundamentally, of course, change my cost basis on SIDU up to 32s. We're going to see what this one does. What do you got?
Nice stuff. One more thing about football there. I remember as a kid, we used to get a 2-liter bottle of pop in the wintertime, and you remove the wrapper on the pop, and you use that as your football. And then you play because, yeah, it's extremely slippery, and you hold on to it. And we always used to play this sick game where you'd be a running back, and you had 1 blocker and then 2 defenders, and yeah, it was the greatest time. Football in the winter is so much fun. All right, guys, so there it is on AAPLs. We're starting to recover. I'm all out of IonQ, so let's continuously hold on to this position. I might post up just a little bit south of 271.90s. Maybe we'll go 85s to see if we can grab a little bit more shares on this, because there's some indecision prints that I'm really starting to like on this name, and it's been working out, so there's no reason for us to get out of this and peace out anymore until maybe we can add a little bit more shares. Tesla's starting to form some indecision prints, but that's maybe gone now, guys. Don't love the location of them. Once again, I always emphasize on location, location, location. And when you're looking for indecision prints, it's extremely key. Extreme highs, pullbacks, extreme lows, the volume weighted average price, etc. Now, as for some of the other names, AAL, not liquid today whatsoever, so that's not looking good. I'm just running through names. That's how I found Apple, and that's how I found IonQ, was just running through some names and running through the scan that I have right now. So keep an eye out on that. Another indecision print, the pop on this one, so you can see that these prints are identical. Sorry, 1 second, Adair. You see how these prints are identical, but this one wasn't nearly as strong, so maybe buyers slowly starting to cool off. Adair, what do you have for us?
I have an update here for NVDA. Now, apparently, Democratic lawmakers have issued a letter saying that they want the Commerce Department to disclose all requests for licenses for NVIDIA to ship H200 AI chips to China. So again, I guess these Democratic lawmakers would like the Commerce Department to send all of these license requests for NVIDIA's H200 AI chips to China. Not much of a move here, just an update, guys. Back to you.
All right, guys, so let's go through a couple more names.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Joey,
go ahead.
FJet broke out again. There it goes through 15.5, a clean hold of the 10 EMA into $16. It's getting some resistance now at 16, but look for a move into 16.5. It's 16.48 high. This one's really going now, showing me 11s. The bid is a little bit above 16, but not really getting away from that $16 enough. Yeah, so this one's on a breakout right now, but careful with this one. It is on the AMX exchange, up 140%, really going here. FJET. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's all right, man. Yeah, so that's what I got going. FJet is looking pretty good there. I have my eyes on it. We have a high of the day of around 1643 now, just hovering around that zone. An indecision, an inverted print right here on AAPL on this pullback. So this downtrend was broken. We get above it, but now we're starting to form this shelf. That's why I was thinking posting up a little bit south of that. So if we get this to crack and we don't have any clean pullbacks, then I like that potential dip buy in the continuation in strength in AAPL. QBTS is bouncing off of the lows. Just keep an eye out on that. What we are starting to form here is a descending wedge, guys. You can see we have that flat bottom right there at 54.56 and those consistent lower highs. So keep an eye out on this just in case we do want to break out and establish a new high of the day. I have a feeling that it's just one of those grinding bids. If the downtrend is broken, you get a 1 minute or even a 5 minute candle to sit on the top end of the range, then that is going to be a pretty good opportunity in my opinion. And this is the shelf that I'm talking about here in AAPL. Once that gives way, then we're going to look for some indecision prints south of that level, and then maybe we can reload and get into full size on that specific name. The market is slowly starting to curl over. We haven't been talking about this too much. The TQs, guys, a nice rebound off of the lows, but you couldn't just break and hold the volume weighted average price. So starting to come back in once again. You have that neckline and that shelf starting to be formed here in the TQQQ. So keep an eye out on that. I'm just chipping away at some of the losses here right now, guys. So other than what we had started at the end of the day, we did take or at the beginning of the session, we took a loss on Robinhood, but we've won on TSLL, we've won on IonQ, and we got Apple going for us right now. I just don't have enough shares in this specific name, so I am looking to add a little bit more.
All right, Bovin's saying DXYZ just broke out. Yeah, above 33, it's up 6%. Of course, we know that they hold a substantial amount of, what's it called, SpaceX, with that company now in focus for an IPO next year. Widely speculated we might be coming to market with an eye-watering $1 trillion valuation. Ironically enough, that's not even the only one that's being spoken about that could be coming to market with $1 trillion. That would be OpenAI as well. But quite frankly, I am more bullish on SpaceX than I am on OpenAI at the moment, as I think that that company has lost its way. And for the moment, let's see if Altman can kind of figure things out. And there's videos. I was telling you guys on Friday, there are videos circulating all over social media, specifically TikTok. I shouldn't say all over social media, on TikTok, that is just they're parodies, joking, comparing OpenAI to like an out of form or past the prime player, like a sports player or of any kind, an athlete. And there's just drawing parallels there, and they're hilarious, and everybody's kind of making their own versions of them. So it's not just me that feels that OpenAI has kind of lost its way a little bit. We'll have to see.
For now.
For now, exactly. Yeah, let's be fair. For now, right?
For now.
He has the opportunity to come back. He can make changes. But to me, it was really weird because he has no shortage of money. Everybody was throwing money at this guy.
Yep.
And then the product was not improving, nor the speed wasn't improving. I would say the utility.
Why do you think that is?
And my suspicion, and all that it is a suspicion without evidence, is that the more he got in investment dollars, the more opinions and the more stipulations that were coming in tied to those investment dollars. And that may have changed the direction of the company a little bit. That's just a guess, and that's all that it is. All right, guys. So let's get back to business over here. FJet's insane. It is another new high of the day on FJET. Here it comes again above the $0.50. Is now a 16.75 high of the day. Very good strength on this one and a clean hold of the 10 EMA. Wow, here we are again, right back into that area high. There was a seller at 65 here that we can't shake, 60, excuse me, from what I can see on the time and sales. It said 65 on the level 2, but the prints on the TOS were coming in at 60. So let's see what this one does. Can it use 16 as support? I would just give it to prior bar low. I wouldn't even try to be guessing prices. Just give it to prior bar low. It's been running up pretty aggressively. B-Balling 23. Sharif, if OpenAI does not succeed, the market will crash. I thought about that. I did think about that because so much is tied to the OpenAI build-out, whether you're talking about Oracle's or NVIDIA's or everything else. But I do very strongly believe if OpenAI can't meet those obligations, there are other players that will step in to fill the void. Of course, we're going to get an immediate market correction, but I think in the long term, there are other well-funded, better-funded individuals that could step in. And really fill the void left by
Yeah, and then you
OpenAI.
have Google, who doesn't need any funding whatsoever, and they have top of the class. So,
Exactly.
I mean, we've been talking about
Wow,
this since
Jeff.
day one, essentially, is that they have the most data out of everyone. They don't need to go into the debt markets or anything along those lines. They just have a phenomenal amount of, insane amount of cash. So if you're looking for an all-around ETF, it's GOOGL, Google. In my opinion, find that name. That was the worst sell of my career, to be honest with you. And you know what? I'm looking to get involved with this. I think Google will always succeed no matter what. It's just I'm going with the narrative of too big to fail, Sharif, and I think that Google is that. They got so much going for them, whether it be Willow, whether it be Gemini, whether it be Waymo. There's just YouTube is an unstoppable force right now in the streaming wars, and I think they're going to continue to do so. Sharif mentioned that. What are they getting, the Golden Globes or something like that on there? I think that's just the start of things. So. Oscars, yeah. I mean, what a potato at the end of the day. So yeah, there it is. Boom. AAPL, a nice little out there. Yeah, I don't really.
Ram, they gotta be able to hear you, Ram, because it's funny what you're saying, and like they gotta be able to. It's okay, Ram. Ram was going back and forth there with Joey. She's like, "Yo, bro, Golden Globes or Oscars are not the same thing." You know, she's stickler for details. Shout out to Ram. No, but I completely agree with you. But look at the insanity, which is FJE frickin' T. It is a 1786 high a day. The breakout is on. It is up 160%. It's got, I don't want to say it's a blue sky setup. Well, it is a blue sky freaking setup. This thing's been in the market for a couple of days. No, Joey, we did have a 1773 high of day on the 18th. We have cleared that now by all of 13 pennies with a 1786 high of day currently. So FJet clearing all-time highs that it put back on the 18th by 13 pennies, at least for now. Let's see how this one does. It could be an area of technical resistance. Keep your eye out on that. We're still holding here HXHX as this one moves back into 87s. I don't want to take out too much too quick because this is a good consolidation zone with support at 80 pennies. I learned that the hard way on HXHX. It looks as if the selling does come into the high 80s, low 90s, at least for now. It's been above there before. It's also been above $1. We've got a good amount of shares to take some into the dollar here. Let's just pack the patience and not take out too much too quickly. But for the moment, we still have that high 80s seller that we can't shake. Separately, SIDU, you're disappointing me, Sidhu. After the ad, now we're a little bit out of the money. Here's the deal. If it loses 20 pennies, I'm out. 30 pennies, excuse me. So we've got 37s on. I'll give this one to 30 pennies. If it loses it, it's all over for this one. Let's go ahead and throw that one in there. And now we've got that all locked and loaded. We're going to be able to look at Sidhu, on FJet and HX, Joey. What do you got?
All right, guys. It is betapro.ca. Oh, no.
What happened, Joey?
And now for some exciting news out of Canada. For sophisticated traders on the stream, Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just bought 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, Sharif, dropping management fees just to 65 basis points until December 31st. You don't have much time to get this, guys.
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve, plus the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. So go and check that out, guys. I was posting up there on IonQ at 54.60s at the lower end of the range. We're still sitting in this Apple grind. This is what I was talking about. I just didn't put the order out. So you can see that we were forming that shelf, guys. And then sure enough, you just have that little bit of a wick down to 271.80s. And then after that, you make that climb higher. So just stopping everyone out who was using this lower end of the range as their stop loss, now just climbing right back higher. Now, as for IonQ, let's head back over to there. I'm full size on this IonQ, giving it only 10 cents if I'm fortunate enough to catch this this range trade. I'm at the lower end of it, and I'm out at 50s considering the size that I have on. So 10 cents, it's either it's going to work right away or it's not going to, and it's going to stop us out. Considering it does have a 2-penny spread, that's not too bad. I'm okay with it. We'll catch that fill, and then we're going to take everything from that standpoint. As the SPY is continuing to climb higher, someone was talking about a large print, but I didn't see it. We're almost at the HOD right here, guys, on the SPY, and at this pace, you can see this bull flag starting to be formed. This is going to be the second leg, so you have the consolidation, nice strong leg higher, and now you're forming that that additional consolidation zone, and then now we're heading towards the HOD. So let's see if that can help drag Apple and company up with it. I haven't even looked at AMD really in a couple of days, to be honest with you, Sharif. I can't remember the last time I traded advanced micro devices, but here it is, a nice indecision print right off the lows. So I'm starting to see a lot more prints that I like in the latter half of these sessions, and I'm glad that we are patient and we have plenty of risk, and we're just slowly grinding higher and higher. So I'm going to head back over to my scan and look for some high quality opportunities. Let's see if we catch this fill on IonQ, and let's see if we can get a new high here in AAPL or a potential dip buy so I can reload and rock and roll on this one, brother.
AMD well off the highs, Joey. It did pierce 220 momentarily, down now into 214. The reason it was moving up, Ram, was because of this headline that came in the morning. Chinese tech giant Alibaba is considering ordering some of AMD's advanced artificial intelligence chips. MLEX reported, MLEX, that's the reporting agency, where they are. The tech giant could order somewhere between 40,000 and 50,000 AMD MI308s. That's the China-specific accelerator. They reported AMD shares did move up earlier on. AMD and Alibaba did not respond to a request for comment from Seeking Alpha with Lisa Su, who met the Chinese Commerce Minister Wang Wentuo in Beijing last week. The government agency said the two sides exchanged views on the company's business development in China and strengthening the cooperations that they have. The agency, not AMD, said in a statement, though no specifics were mentioned. We know that President Trump said earlier this month he had approved the sale of NVIDIA's H20s, but he said, H200s, pardon me, but he also said the same deal would apply for Intel as well as AMD, though he did not mention the specific processor that would be allowed. What I can't reconcile in my mind is that the MI308 is very much like an H20 comp, okay, where it was made specifically for China, whereas the H200 is not. That was their premier chip in 23, which is now being allowed to be exported. So I can't for the life of me understand why anyone would want to buy the MI308, which is a China-specific downgraded chip based on their technology, rather than getting maybe AMD's 2023 flagship product in the same way that they're going to get NVIDIA's 2023 flagship product vis-a-vis the H200. So I can't reconcile this in my mind. I don't know why Alibaba would want to get their hands on the 308. If you guys know, if you understand the chip business, or you know exactly why maybe the 308 is better than the H20, I'd love for you guys to tag me and let me know.
Cheaper?
Because I'm assuming it's going to be cheaper, Joey. I don't know that for a fact. We can check with a large language model to find out.
But you know what that also tells me as well, too, Sharif, is that what's going on with the Huawei chips? Like, why wouldn't Alibaba go, right?
So I want to mention, that's a great segue, Joey. So This is, again, unconfirmed, but in the article this morning that I was reading about the H200 and NVIDIA, it looks as if the Chinese regulator may start be like, all right, you're Alibaba. You want to get 10,000 H200s? All right, fine. But there's going to be a 2-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
For every two H200s that you buy, you got to buy one Huawei Ascend, right? So that way you can kind of, number one, you're obviously providing liquidity and revenue for your own companies. And two, with that money, you can force them into product development and catch up a little bit over here. But there goes HX. I can't even say the name. I got so excited. Right into the highs, into the dollar area. I packed my patience on this one. We got 84s. It just touched the dollar. That 80 penny buyer was the only reason I stayed in this, and I added the exact same amount that we added initially when we got stopped out. So HX through the dollar, but even though I got really excited, it is now the second lower high in a row. The high of the day, the candle at 11.05. That's $1.05. Then we have a double top almost at 11.55 and 12. That's 104 area high. And now it is a $1 high. So it's high, lower high, and lower high again. Be on the lookout here for HX. Let this one roll. Farm trader, that a boy, trade their pennies. Hey man, it's kind of what I trade. These are the ones that I like. I can't help it. You need mustard, baby. All right, shout out to my man Joe Lovin, 8365, guys. So we're gonna keep an eye here on HX, but I want to remind you as well, FJet is him, and it's coming back right back down into the $15 area from where it broke out. Keep your eye here on FJet. Still not giving up the ghost, Joey.
All right, man. Good look as we got out break even, and there goes IonQ climbing right back to the top side. I mean, I'm still waiting. The momentum definitely picked up as the market, the SPY is putting in new highs. We have the NASDAQ now above the volume weighted average price. So I'm like, is this a liquidity grab before we maybe go a little bit higher here in AAPL? So we get out when we're supposed to. We broke that 272 level, one of the primary targets, and held the size. I only got stopped out about 20% of my remaining position. So we did piece out 80% of it. I have no issues with that, considering we were trying to leave some for a runner, which we did. Now I'm looking at other things, right? I'm going to keep my eye on AAPL as we are heading right back, as long as we don't crack this low. And if it forms another indecision print, in which I'm going to compare to, this is what I'm looking for, guys. So we've seen it in IonQ, and now this is what I'm going to be looking for here in AAPL. So if we get another hammer candle, so I was long off of this one. We did get somehow caught in this pullback. I don't know how. And then sure enough, boom, you go off to the races. And then on the third time, so you have that third indecision print right at that specific support level, and then you break through that downtrend once again. That's been happening on Apple lit grabs. Then goes up in the afternoon. Trinity and Joe will teach you the way. Thanks, Joe's big daddy. Even though I don't know why I'm shutting you up, but hey, man, it is what it is. Obviously, being sarcastic. AAPL holding up relatively well right now. I want to find some indecision prints. Rivian Millionaire, appreciate it. That's been happening on Apple lit grabs. Then goes up in the afternoon. Yeah, I've been noticing that. So what I'm currently working on, what I'm finding is that with the morning volatility, doesn't work the best. I like the latter halves of this session. And heading towards the end of the day, it's giving me some prime time opportunities. So I'm looking forward to just continuously grinding out here to see if we can rock and roll and find some high quality setups. We are getting a nice inverted hammer candle printing on the 5-minute on the SPY there. So if we get a little bit more selling pressure, maybe possibly you can get somewhat of a pullback. Once again, you form the shelf and you break through it. So I think at some point we will cover a little bit of this ground right here, guys. That is on the SPY. Other Zinc, what's going on, brother? I hope everything is good. Hey, let me know. Let's get that poll. Are you guys busy? I need to learn how to put the poll up so I don't always have to ask you guys all the time. Let's get the poll up. It's a Christmas poll. Have you completed all of your Christmas shopping so far? Yes or no? I know Katina Man was just out there doing some of that. I don't know if he went to the gym or he maybe went and hit the Eden Center real quick. So yeah, find out yes or no, put it in the chat. Not until Christmas Eve. I used to be like that, but I'm not all about the hustle and bustle anymore, guys. I want to make it nice and quiet. get to the mall nice and early where I don't have to deal with that many individuals, get what I got to get, and get out of there. A lot of people are calling me, listen, you know what my family said?
Let's hear it, Joe.
I said, you know what? I'm not doing the Christmas shopping anymore. I'm going the gift card route. And they said that is inconsiderate and unthoughtful. And I said, you know what I did? I flipped them the Austin 316. I said, take the money or don't take it at all. How about that? Yeah, exactly.
Such
Uninvited.
jolly Christmas spirit you've got going on there, Joey.
Listen, I got the green on. I love the energy and everything. Someone's going lame. I appreciate that. Some people are saying yes.
Katina man's shaking his head, bro. He can't believe what he's hearing right now.
Just all right, you're not getting your Christmas present.
Wow, Ram.
How's that? Yeah, attaboy, Joey says 4 inch front. That's my type of people right there, man. Gift card or go home. That's what I'm looking at there.
I love the energy, bro. I gotta support the energy.
Not a great idea, says Joey.
Dude, the funniest, sort of the funniest videos as well are like the kids reacting to the Grinch. You ever see those videos where they come on X?
No.
Where like the mom and the dad will like set up a Grinch coming in. So all the kids will be there. They're opening presents. They're having a merry old time. And then lurking outside the house, like peering in from the window is like some like uncle dressed up as the Grinch. And then he terrorizes the kids. And the kids literally get scared, bro. There's crying. There's screaming. I got to show some of these videos, man. They're freaking hilarious. It's what I do, fellas. Dad, I terrorize my kids. All right. No, we're kidding, of course. We're exaggerating for effect, as we always do. Guys, HX. The only other trade that I've got on here at the moment, looking for that dollar break. We've set up at 99s. Let's see what this one has to offer, but it is now 101, and we haven't been doing the news lately because things have been very volatile in the market, so we got to get right down to business. As, believe it or not, even though it's a holiday shortened week, there is a lot to speak about in terms of news items.
That's crazy. Scrooge, people call me Scrooge. If I was Scrooge, you wouldn't be getting anything at all.
Oh, wow.
I'm giving you a gift card. You can go pick something else that you want. But no, in my defense, hear me out. In my defense, I either get the wrong size or the wrong color. So it's just like easier. You're going back to the store anyways. So here it is and just get done. Tell me what it is. Show me. Send me the link. I'll get the gift card.
You got to get it.
Bang, and then you can go and then you can go and get it. It's still rough, man. Come on.
I like it, bro. I love the energy, man. Let me just set up here on HXAHX. I'm going to take this out so we can focus on the news. Let's talk about
Mr. Gray.
Tesla, the leading name in the world of Mag 7 today. It's not even close. Almost 3% as it knocks on the door of all-time highs. Well, what's so good about Tesla today? What's happening here? Well, on Friday, in case you hadn't been following, the Delaware Supreme Court overturned, yes, that lower court ruling and restored Elon Musk's 2018 Tesla compensation package. The appellate court said the full rescission of the deal was improper by the trial judge as well as unfair, noting Musk went uncompensated for about roughly 6 years despite hitting his performance milestones. The 2018 pay package, in case you don't know, originally valued at $56 billion, now roughly worth about 140, a little bit less, billion based on Tesla's current share price. The deal, the 2018 deal, not the revamped deal from earlier this year, grants Musk options to acquire about 304 million Tesla shares at deeply discounted prices, representing about 9% of Tesla's outstanding shares. Separately, we know that Elon has made it very clear he wants about 20% before he starts building a robot army. I don't want anyone owning a robot army, like even Elon, and I like Elon. If exercised in full, Musk's ownership stake would rise from about 12.4% to roughly 18.1% on a diluted share basis. Of course, the option to acquire more shares has the effect of diluting the current pool. Musk never exercised the options due to a shareholder lawsuit filed shortly after that 2018 approval. Lawyers, though, who challenged the package said they are reviewing their next steps, thinking, of course, of more appeals. Now, those lawyers were paid out pretty handsomely. I wonder what the money that they got from the trial judge is actually going to do. Are they going to give it back? You have to re-allot it to Elon. Of course, we know these are ambulance-chasing lawyers. They are working on contingency. So I don't know what it is south of the border, but here they can take about 30% of the entire payout. So we'll have to do a bit more digging. If you guys want to do the digging, let me know. Tag myself or Joseph in the chat. But the original ruling had accused Tesla's board of conflicts of interest and withholding key facts from shareholders. Tesla is now incorporated in the state of Texas, where shareholders' lawsuits would require a 3% ownership stake, not like the person who owned, I guess, 3 shares or whatever, who ended up actually bringing the lawsuit before it was made into a class action one. Joey, Tesla up 2.86.
Yeah, not too bad of a look here on Tesla, as you mentioned earlier in the day. I mean, you hit an all-time high on this one. You want to pay the man at the end of the day. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, just because you want to keep him motivated and you don't want to frustrate him, because we know how he can get, and then he starts going off and making political entities and doing all these things left, right, and center. I think just keep Elon Musk happy at the end of the day, regardless if it's via money or whatever it is. Keep the man happy.
Keep the man happy, says Joey. Let's go on to the second best performing name in the world of the Mag 7. NVDA up 1 1/5, but a little negative since the opening bell, about 1/3% negative since 9:30. NVIDIA told Chinese customers, it aims to begin shipping its second most powerful. I don't know why this thing keeps saying it's the second most powerful. The H100 is the second most powerful, with the B200 being the most powerful. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's the third most powerful. That's the second time that this article has been misstated. So I think it is, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, am I getting this wrong? Is the H20 the second most powerful chip? Because I remember the H100 being better than the H200 and the B200 being better than the H100. So let me know if I'm wrong. To begin shipping the H200 to China before the Lunar New Year in mid-February. That's what they said today. Initial deliveries are expected to be about 5,000 to 10,000 chip modules, equivalent to about 40,000 to 80,000 H200 GPUs. NVIDIA also flagged plans to add new production capacity, with orders for that capacity opening up in Q2 of next year. Now, the reason that they even talk about increasing capacity is because they don't make this chip in any great number anymore, because it is a 2023 design. That was a flagship of 2023, superseded, or its predecessor, or its successor was the H100, the successor of which again was the Blackwell. Shipments remain contingent on the Chinese government approval, which has not yet been granted. We know that President Trump gave the nod by allowing the H200 to get shipped to China in exchange, of course, for a 25% cut of China revenue, not all the revenue. Just to give you an idea about the H200, it belongs to NVIDIA's Hopper generation, still widely used by companies despite not being the flagship. And meaning NVIDIA, has prioritized Blackwell production for the B and the GB200, making H200 supply relatively scarce. For Chinese tech giants like Alibaba and ByteDance, H200 access would deliver processes 6 times more capable than the H20 China variant that was available for purchase earlier on. So this obviously is a noted upgrade. China, though, Joey, continues to push development of its own domestic AI chips through many different companies. Huawei, SMIC, there's Meta X now that's involving themselves, and Chinese officials have reportedly discussed bundling requirements. Bundling here meaning the potentially forcing those purchasing the H200 to also include a ratio of forced purchases of domestic chips. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we know when we were in the first talks, a lot of the Chinese institutions started to apply for it and were granted the permit to start purchasing these things. Obviously, it didn't go as planned for now, but I think it's going to remain high. I think the demand for these chips, obviously, we know that Alibaba wants to grab some of AMD's chips, so the Chinese clearly want the American technology, and I think it's going to remain that way regardless of what they got going on with the Huawei situation. They want it the most powerful and they want the best. Why? Because they're going to probably try to replicate it at the end of the day. So I like what they got going on. Let's stop with all the noise and just start shipping the chips to China, because I think it's strategic in both ways, right? You want the Americans to use the Chinese tech, and then also you get to, the American government is gaining a 25% revenue from NVDA, and I believe it's around 10-15% from AMD. So both parties win at the end of the day, if you ask me.
Okay, so I'm wrong. NVIDIA H200 is more powerful and advanced than the H100. Both are built on the Hopper architecture. The H200 is essentially a supercharged version designed to solve the biggest bottleneck, okay, in modern AI, which is memory. So apparently, yes, the H100 has 80 gigs of memory, while the H200 has 141 gigs. The memory bandwidth, though, also markedly higher on the 200, 4.8 terabytes per second, whereas the memory bandwidth on the 100 is 3.35. Okay, so the article didn't get it wrong. I had it wrong. I just figured that this one was not more advanced because we had always been talking about the H100 as that flagship processor before Blackwell came onto the scene. But yeah, good thing that I figured that one out. Let's go on to the next story. Waymo, I'll show a video in this in a second, but Waymo resumes driverless services after the San Francisco blackout. Very interesting story of what happened there yesterday. Of course, Waymo's not a needle mover for Google in terms of revenue, but it is very much the leader in AV, so that's why we speak about it. Alphabet-owned Waymo restarted its driverless ride-hailing operations in San Fran Bay Area after temporarily suspending service during the widespread city power outages. The pause followed traffic gridlock caused by non-functioning traffic signals and quick transit disruptions. The outage began Saturday afternoon after a fire at a substation. Waymo vehicles, though, they're actually programmed to treat dark traffic signals as four-way stops, but the scale of the outage was so great that the vehicles remained stationary longer than usual, and they caused all sorts of chaos. Elon, of course, took to X to make his point very clear, whether you believe him or not. He says that the robotaxis, the Tesla robotaxis, which are also operating in the San Francisco Bay Area, were unaffected. They don't operate fully or as many as the Waymo cars. So, Joey, I'm going to give this to you for comment over here while I go on over and get the video here. So I want to show everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, as for Waymo, guys, I think this is the case. You're starting to see a lot more. They're starting to clock in the highway miles as well, too. And we were looking at a comparison between the miles that Waymo and Tesla have. But there was a key metric in there that was really, really different, obviously considering the fact that we have Waymo in more cities, so that's driverless. But Tesla still only really operating in Austin, but the full FSD hours logged will still outweigh what Waymo's got going on. I like both of these names, but don't forget from a production kit standpoint, Tesla's going to drastically outperform Waymo in my opinion. Obviously they can change a lot of things regardless, not just necessarily always going with Jaguar, and they can go with Hyundai or something along those lines. So I like what Waymo's doing. I like what Zoox is doing. You're continuously seeing them expand that geofence, and that's what you want to see. Continuously entering and engaging in these major cities. That's going to help remove a lot of the speed bumps along the ways here in the autonomy race.
I like it. So Ram, let's. I want to show a couple of videos. So this first one is the Waymo version with all hell breaking loose at an intersection. Just put it full screen. I can just comment. There we go. So here we go. This is one Waymo car with its hazards on at the middle of the intersection, but I'm going to pause it here. There's one right there, 2, 3, 4.
What is going on?
5 that are blocking the intersection. And then as you can see, all hell is breaking loose behind them as they are, they won't move, right? So Elon obviously took the opportunity to show how much superior his technology is in this given circumstance. So this is FSD. This is the FSD on Tesla driving into obviously an intersection where another lights are working. It uses, let's see here, as a four-way stop. It stops all the way. It then makes a left. So it treats it as it's supposed to. I know that that's the rule here as well in Toronto, where if the lights are out, you treat it as a four-way stop. So it operated a little bit better. That does not a glowing endorsement, of course, to say Tesla is better than Waymo. But in this circumstance, there are some videos circulating around showing as such. So good look there. Let's go on to the next story. It's another autonomous vehicle story, of course. This time it includes a couple of ride-hailing companies. We're talking about Uber and Lyft, who are looking to do business with the Chinese giant Baidu. Chinese tech giant Baidu plans to launch its Apollo Go robotaxi service in London starting next year. It is partnering, as I mentioned, with Uber and Lyft. Baidu says their Apollo Go system already operates across 22 different cities with more than 250,000 weekly trips. underscoring the scale, of course, with Baidu. And they said, look, Lyft, they're going to begin testing Baidu's Go software on their fleet sometime in 2026. They didn't give an exact time, but it's pending regulatory approval by the British regulator. Uber, though, they expect their first London pilot to launch in the first half of next year. The partnerships allow participation in robotaxis without bearing the full hardware and autonomy development costs. That is good for their balance sheets. Of course, I'm talking about Waymo and Uber, who don't have to expend the money to develop this. They obviously won't have as good as margins, though. The UK government, they've been trying to set this up for a while. They announced plans in June to fast-track autonomous vehicle adoption, aiming to permit a small-scale robotaxi pilot of cars in spring of 2026, Joey. But it's not the only Chinese company with a ride-hailing software. We know WeRide as well as Pony AI also scaling internationally. So good luck for all three companies today.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Sharif, I'm in a big position right here. If we can, I don't know if Adara.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll see what stories Adara wants to comment on. No, we're going to go on to the next one. Disney. Avatar's Fire and Ash opens below expectations. So Avatar Fire and Ash opened with only $88 million in revenue domestically, well below the analyst expectations of 110 to 125 million for the 3-day debut. It trailed behind 2022's The Way of Water, which posted about $134 million in the opening weekend, and about 5.2 million American moviegoers attended the opening weekend, a sharp drop from the 8.7 just 3 years ago. International markets, though, which Avatar really depends heavily on, brought in about $257 million with the opening, global opening, I should say, about $345 million. The film's over 3-hour runtime limited the show times and also reduced the daily screening capacity compared to the shorter releases. Analysts, though, did also note that less technological novelty was used in this movie versus the previous Avatar films, which may have not moved the needle for those looking to watch it. And this is the part that I want to focus on. So even though it was, a bit of a meh weekend, their global revenue for Avatar has been over $1 billion every single time prior. So just to give you an example, in 2009, they only made about $77 million in the opening weekend domestically. That's $77 million of 2009 dollars, mind you. But they went on to earn $2.7 billion globally when all was said and done. They did almost the same thing in 2022, where The Way of Water ran for 23 weeks in the theater, which brought in $2.3 billion worldwide. So it really does highlight the franchise's enduring model as well as its dependency here on the international market. Adara, what do you make of this first week here for Avatar?
I think the more I think about this and the more research I do into this, the more I actually do think this is a bit of an L for Disney. Now, I like that you mentioned the runtime, Sharif. We talked about this morning as well, but I wanted to look up how significant is the runtime difference between this one and the second one, because I know they're all known for being really long. So Way of the Water, whatever, the second one, that one is 3 hours, 12 minutes long. This one is 3 hours, 17 minutes long. This is only 5 minutes longer than the prior movie. So unfortunately, I think for Disney, it looks like it's maybe more than just a runtime issue. We also know the Wicked movies were recently released. This was like a 6-hour double feature. I know my sister watched this amongst, I'm guessing, a lot of others. And that movie didn't necessarily struggle as much at the box office. So I don't know if Disney can necessarily chalk this up to a runtime issue, unfortunately. I think maybe as well, part of it, I know, Sharif, you and I discussed this morning. I think just the fact that the first one was coming right out of the pandemic. This was like April, May of 2022. So this was right after, people could no longer have to wear masks in Toronto, like a month before that. So I think it was just a lot of excitement being able to go to the theaters. We know they were doing these ads at the time too, like, oh, see this movie in theaters, the way it's meant to be seen. I just think there was a lot more excitement for it. It was also, the first Avatar movie in 13 years. I just think that this one didn't quite have that kind of wind under its sails. That combined with apparently a pretty messy writing process that just resulted in this being a truncated version of the second one. Likely why this failed, just to kind of, I think, expand about it a little bit more than just, maybe a bit longer than expected. It is interesting, though, that the first one had actually a weaker opening than this one, $77 million domestically. However, again, the first one, we didn't have that context. We didn't have that story behind it, right? And it was also 2009, so that is quite a bit different. But yeah, I think just a little bit of food for thought, film industry perspective on why Avatar 3 did not do very well.
Yeah, no, I got to agree with that. And actually, somebody in the chat made that very same point, Adara, that they were working during the 2022 release, and they said exactly that, that people were coming out in droves because they had been locked up for so long and hadn't really been to the theater as of late. So great point there. Let's go on to the next story. Gold and silver, oh baby, rip into record highs as the macro risk, world macro risk that is, continues to build. Gold surged ram to all-time highs, with the futures hitting $4,445 an ounce and the spot price hitting $4,415 an ounce, extending the powerful rally that it's been on this year. In case you're wondering, up 70% year to date. Of course, at the time of the writing of this article, it could have changed now. Gold continues to act, honestly, as the primary safe haven hedge. What I was hoping would have been Bitcoin, but clearly not. Gold continues to be king hedger. Silver following gold as well. In fact, outdoing it now, up 128% year to date, with silver hitting $68.96 to $68.98 an ounce, outperforming gold. The strength confirms the broad application across the precious metal complex rather than a narrow gold-only trade, which had been, basically that until about a few weeks ago, until silver really started going. Large and persistent fiscal deficits across the US, the UK, Europe, and other developed countries and increasingly Japan and China are renewing gold's role as a monetary hedge, as people fear, there may be more money printing at some point down the line, Joey. So we know that the Federal Reserve Chair in focus, President Trump said, he's going to make that decision in a few weeks. That could have an effect on the price of gold, as we have, honestly, Joey, you know what you're talking about this. Why the hell is there QE again? I mean, someone explained this to me. They're not happy about the inflation handle being above 3, even though we got 2.7, but they're doing QE. Why are we doing QE? Quantitative easing. All right, so
labor market maybe.
Labor market is a fair point, Joey, but I mean at the same time, your inflation. So anyway, what do you make of this whole thing here?
I mean, Sharif, we know that the Chinese have been buying gold hand over fist, essentially. So I mean, look at these commodities just continuously climb higher. You have a new all-time high in silver today. I haven't even looked at gold, to be honest with you, on today's session, but just keep an eye out. Wow, what a tank on Tesla there. Oh man, I'm in pretty heavy on TSLA right now as well too, guys. There's gold. Gold putting in a new all-time high. I thought that we would see a little bit more of a pullback here. Guys, that hasn't been the case. You get 11%, and then sure enough, you get a new move to the all-time high. You're up 13% off of that specific level. Keep a name out on I personally, the thing is though, with me, I don't want to buy them all the way up here, but if they continue to run how they are, and if equities continue to cool off like they are, then why not go and take a stab at some of these all-time highs? Typically is a pretty good buy if you ask me.
Sounds good. Yeah, and I like the comments coming in from the chat. I do appreciate you guys. So Wisps HS says they doing QE because of the repo market stress. And I asked him, is that what they said? He's like, yes, it was due to SOFR spiking. But we did talk about this. I was reporting to you guys, I think a couple of weeks ago, maybe not even that long, that credit card delinquencies are up, as well as first missed payments on car payments, 30 days or longer, are also up year over year as well as month over month. So certain credit market stress starting to creep in. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side of the equation, we saw Canadian banks reporting. I can only give the Canadian side, of course, and their loan loss provisions, the amount of money that they set aside, which took it off from the positive side of the balance sheet into the negative side for contingency, was less. So, for example, if they thought we're going to have about $300 million in bad loans this quarter, they'd put aside $400 million for the bad loans, and that number keeps coming in lower than analysts were expecting, meaning that banks, at least internally, don't feel there's as much risk. So it's a bit of a two-sided beast there. I see where the credit cards could be going up as well as car payments, but mortgages not so much, and that does make sense. If you're going to miss something, Joey, the last thing you're going to miss probably is a mortgage payment because you want to stay in that.
Yeah, you don't want the mortgage defaults.
Let's go on to the next story. Let's talk about Apple getting smacked with a €100 million fine again. Can you guys guess from where without looking at the title? Just guess. There's only one place that loves taking money off American companies' hands, and it is Europe, this time in Italy. Italy's competition authority, AGCM, fined Apple 98.6 million euros, which is about 115.5 million US dollars, for alleged abuse of its dominant position in the mobile app ecosystem. The regulators in Italy said Apple holds, quote, absolute dominance, close quote, over third-party developers through the App Store. The investigation was launched initially in May of 23, and they coordinated with the EC, with the European Commission, as well as other global antitrust regulators. The ruling centers on Apple's App Tracking Transparency, ATT, that framework, which was introduced in April of 21. The regulator there argues Apple imposed stricter privacy requirements on third-party apps than on its own services. The developers were required to request additional user content via Apple-mandated screens to collect and link data for advertising purposes. They didn't do that with their own internal apps, according to the regulator here. The process allegedly forced the process allegedly forced developers to duplicate consent requests, adding friction and disadvantaging third-party apps, so this reads. We're gonna pause for a second. We gotta go to Adair.
The show is sponsored by BTCC. Guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked, and while major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched with zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. So seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more info. Back to you.
Joey, I don't know how you feel about everything, but I don't like getting wrecked.
No, I prefer boy.
And I don't like it. I don't like getting REKT.
No,
which
I don't
is
like
what
getting.
the ad says.
I don't like it at all. But what I do like right now, Sharif, Tesla's starting to go, brother. Oh no, are you kidding me right now? Oh my God.
Get it, Joey.
Brother, what happened, Katina man? I don't know. I'm asking
Man's
you.
getting
All right,
lit
there
up
goes
too.
TSLL. Listen, I was hyper-focused, man. I had to stick in with this one. That was not fun. Palm sweaty on TSLL as we slightly go in the money. I went double the amount of size on this bad boy right here to see if we can get this rocking, and we're still cooking up, Sharif. Honestly, brother, let's go on TSLL. Let's see if we can catch that fill. Bang, there it is, an additional one. All right, now we're calm and cool. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I don't know if it's because we hyper-focus on this, Sharif, but I'm starting to get slightly frustrated on the fact that all these fines on American tech are coming out of the EU. So what can you do about that? Like, what is there that can be done?
Smack their companies right back.
Right back. But
throw shade on Benz. Throw shade on Beamer.
Absolutely.
Decimate Porsche. Let's see what they do when you start doing that to them.
But Americans want to consume. They want to buy.
You don't think the Europeans want to buy Apple iPhones?
No, that's very, very true. But I think that the American companies have such a larger impact in Europe than what they have, what the European vehicles or any manufacturer company has in the Western world, in my opinion.
There was, by the way, Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, spoke about this on Friday. He basically left ASML out of the group of companies that the Americans will retaliate on. SAP is one of them. There's a bunch of others. I was just thankful as an ASML shareholder that they're not targeting ASML. I don't think they can target ASML. That's how critical ASML is, and of course, semiconductors and advanced AI chips, they don't want to target them. But they are looking now at targeting the European companies, and I don't think it's going to be a long time before they respond.
Well, but see, that's my next thing that I was going to lead to. Why does it feel like it's taking so long for them to respond? One day it's Google, one day it's Meta, the next day it's Apple, it's Tesla losing market share to the Chinese companies as well too. So it's like, why is it taking so long to respond to this situation?
I can't answer that. I really don't know. I know why they left certain companies in, certain companies out. Obviously, they rely more on some than opposed to the others, but we'll have to wait and see. But Jameson Greer on Friday or Thursday, one of the 2 days, he did make pronouncements to that effect. So if you're looking at finding more details about that, I'm sure you guys can find that easily online. Now, I did have another NVIDIA article to review here. There's this Nemotron 3 open models, which is going to power agentic AI. So NVIDIA, I'm just going to read this quickly. NVIDIA is expanding its open model strategy, I should say, with Nemotron 3. They're releasing multiple variants instead of a single monolithic AI version. The lineup includes nano, super, and ultra versions, allowing developers to match model complexity and cost to specific workloads. The models are built on the hybrid latent mixture of experts architecture. I remember, what's his name, that weird guy that does podcasts. What's that weird guy that he always wears that black suit? I always forget his name. Lex Friedman. He was talking about mixture of experts architecture, or at least one of the guests that he had on was talking about this. It's designed to keep inference costs down while scaling multi-agent workflow. So all you need to know, open source agentic AI. Obviously, I had to do the other AI or NVIDIA story, which was about the H200. So I just wanted to mention that super quick. We're going to go on to the next story, though. Meta's board shakeup. So this was on Friday, but I wanted to mention it today because we didn't really talk about it on Friday. Dina, which is my sister's name, McCormick, exiting after 8 months. So Meta Platforms confirmed Dina Powell McCormick resigned from its board effective immediately, just 8 months after joining the board. The departure was disclosed on Friday with no indication of internal conflict or governance issues tied with the exit. Meta does not plan, though, to fill the vacant board seat, keeping the board smaller than previously advised. Despite stepping down from the board, she will stay on as an advisor in a non-board strategic capacity, so we'll have to see what that means. She served as the Deputy National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term. She spent 16 years at Goldman Sachs, where she led the sustainability and inclusive growth initiatives impacting investment. Her resume also includes senior roles with George W. Bush, adding bipartisan policy credibility to her profile. Meta added that she and Stripe CEO Patrick Collison in April as a part of the effort to expand their board to 15 members. I know that Dana White got added there as well. Joey, so 8 months on the job and she's gone. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. A little bit, not necessarily about the board, but I remember when we were first touching on the subject of Mark Zuckerberg and company, just recruiting talent, right? Just grabbing people left, right, and center. And then there was a shakeup. So is this a continuous narrative that we're seeing in Tesla? You're seeing it a shakeup on the board and is different segments
Meta,
as well
you mean?
too. Yeah, sorry, Meta.
Yeah.
Did I say something else? Sorry.
Tesla,
No.
Okay.
In
You're
Meta.
trading Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So is this going to be a continuous narrative in Meta? Because listen, I said myself, I want to see what these teams are starting to put together, and I don't know if we're starting to get the results that I was looking for, considering you're grabbing talent and snatching talent. Left,
you got a great point. Dana White, you know, he's on the board.
He's on the board.
And you and I talked about this. Anyway, I saw a couple of videos over the weekend where he gave comment about being on the board.
Yeah.
He talks about Zuck as a killer. And
Yeah.
this guy literally
Rightfully
works
so.
with, you know, fighters. You could make the argument they're the killers. No, he says Zuck is insane
Yeah, he's a
about how
competitor.
he approaches,
Yeah.
you know, competition. He wants to decimate his competition.
Rightfully so. I don't think he would be where he is right now if he didn't have that type of
Agree
mentality.
completely. And we saw what he was like with, you know, Facebook and the whole
Exactly,
thing.
exactly.
I also want to mention that a lot of these 20-somethings, Joey, that are working under Alexander Wang in the super intelligence lab, they're all getting paid $50, $60 million.
They got
They're
big
20-somethings.
checks. They got big
They're
checks, brother.
20-somethings.
Athletes, yeah, they're getting
Right?
the athlete check.
So you gotta, like, I'm not saying you wonder about the culture, but do you think it becomes a little bit, I don't know, off-putting when you have like mid-20s getting almost nine-figure salaries?
Well, think about being that age and receiving that type of money. Do you still have the same amount of motivation at the end of the day? Right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you? I haven't been in that situation. So I'm asking everyone, right? Like, is that,
great trade
are you
going,
going,
bro.
yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I was hella heavy on that too. That's why I wasn't paying attention.
no
But yeah, there
worries,
goes
man.
it. Can we get the
Obviously, I had the
screen
right
maybe? Yeah, there we go. Thanks. there it is. Thank you very much.
She's busy texting,
Yeah, I know
bro.
she's
Don't disrupt her, bro.
So there it is. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Do you have the same motivation? Listen, I'm comparing apples to oranges.
Yes, sir.
But when you pay people like they've done it already, but they haven't done it, they don't have the same motivation. And what am I referring to?
What are you referring to?
The Toronto Maple Leafs. They were paid like they've done it, like they made it to the finals. No, in all seriousness, I think it's a solid comparison.
That one pokes you a little bit more.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. So when you hand out these kids these massive signing bonuses and these massive checks, and they haven't produced what you're looking for, we know that Llama sucks. We know that their glasses aren't the best. Now, a lot of people reporting that they're cheap. So have they done it? Have they really crushed the competition? And I think the answer right now is no.
No? Okay, fair enough. Let's go on to the next story, Joe. Let's talk about Citigroup cutting their targets on many different crypto-linked stocks, despite the fact that Citi remains bullish. So Citigroup lowered their price targets on several major crypto-exposed equities, citing what they are calling updated digital asset valuation assumptions rather than weakening fundamentals. Make of that what you will. The bank stressed this move reflects a sector-wide reset tied to the macro and crypto price modeling, not a bearish call on long-term adoption or earnings power of these names. So that's the caveat here. Let's start with Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy. They cut their price target there from 485 down to 325. They did maintain that buy rating. Citi emphasized the change is driven by valuation methodology adjustments across the digital asset linked firms, not a negative inflection in Strategy's business or Bitcoin exposure. Again, I keep having to caveat that. Gemini as well. Gemini Space Station saw its target reduced from $16 down to $13, with Citi holding the neutral rating. They cited slower near-term growth expectations, bullish also with the subject of their downgrade here, or the price target reduction, I should say. Their price target got trimmed on what is BLSL? BLSH, right? BLSH? Yeah, BLSH. Got cut down from 77 to 67, retaining the same buy rating, again framing it as a valuation reset rather than any company-specific weakness. They did, though, highlight one of their favorites, and that happens to be CRC frickin' L. What happened over here? What is this thing doing? They named it Citi's top digital asset pick, reflecting confidence in the business model and the regulatory positioning. They didn't cite this specifically, Joey, but one must assume they like that stablecoin game.
And that's what I was just about to lead to, right? Like, I think we have to kind of separate the stable coins from the actual, like, Bitcoin and the Ethereum treasuries. I think they're two totally different ballparks, and they have completely different purposes. I can understand the MicroStrategy cut, bullish as well too, but Circle, I think you should remain slightly bullish on this. No pun, obviously no pun in there.
Yeah.
But why? Just due to the transportation and the ability to transact currency via stablecoins, Bitcoin, we don't necessarily have that use case yet, other than store value. We're starting to establish a use case for Ethereum as well too, with the blockchains. The stablecoins need to be on something. You want something that's efficient and going to continuously work, and that's the Ethereum game. But I can understand the MicroStrategy because Michael Saylor is essentially just putting on a massive bet that Bitcoin is going to continuously appreciate, and we have yet to find a specific use case for this cryptocurrency.
You're absolutely right.
I get it. Listen, it's a supply and demand thing, but
Creative
what are
Fool's
we going to?
theory.
Yeah, exactly. But what are we going to use it for in the future? And one of, I think it was called the Ether Machine. So this individual came onto CNBC, and he has this startup called the Ether Machine. They're just mining Ethereum, essentially, at the end of the day. And what he said is, like, why would I want to own a rotary phone, essentially a landline, when I can have a smartphone? And what was the comparison between Bitcoin and Ethereum, essentially?
Wow.
So the multiple use case of Ethereum, opposed to just holding something for store of value, which is Bitcoin right now.
That's fair, man. I see the argument there. This is the chart on Circle, Ram, and it's been tough lately. I mean, if you were caught in that initial IPO bump up on the 23rd of June, we had a high of almost $300, $298.99 to be exact. And since that time to the current price action, we are down 70 more. We're about 70%, 69.94%. And quite frankly, I haven't seen a break here of the lower highs. So it is lower high, and more lower highs. In fact, we are below the 50 moving average as well, which is just below that $100 area. It looks like we almost, we did test the opening price. So look at that. From the 5th of January, the opening, or June, sorry, $70. We opened, give or take, $70, okay? We tested that level back on the 20th and the 21st of November. But since that time, we're about $17 higher, trading 87 and change. So it has been a bit of a tough time for Circle after the IPO. We'll have to see how this one does into the new year. Let's go on to the next. Okay, we're going to pause for a second.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to evaluate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
All right, Bovin saying VELO is moving up. It is. It's breaking out. It's got 42%. I'm just going to show the chart real quick, and then we're going to go on to the next story. VELO. This is the 5-minute look. Great call out, Bovin. A nice higher lows. Generally an area of respect here at the volume-weighted average price. It did breach it multiple times and on closing basis, but not by that much. In any event, 1570 high, trading at about 15 1/3 right now, up 42 3/4%. VELO, the ticker. Shout out to the OG Bovin for calling that one out. U.S. pharma prices, I should say U.S. pharma price cuts deal, Medicaid and cash pay reset. As we brought to you guys on Friday, many of the major pharmaceutical companies in the world were at the White House to strike a deal with President Trump on reducing their costs. So let's get right down to it because there's a lot of exceptions and rules we have to get to. Can you make this a little bit bigger, Ramram? And yeah, thank you. So U.S. President Donald Trump announced agreements with 9 major pharmaceutical companies to cut drug prices for Medicaid and cash-paying consumers, aiming to align U.S. prices with other nations. Firstly, I just have to stop here for a second, that it looks as if the cash-paying individuals will have a substantial reduction, whereas if you were paying through a drug plan and you had a copay, it might not be as much of a reduction. So if you don't have a healthcare plan, you're going to stand to benefit a lot more than if you already have a healthcare plan and you're just subject to copays, from what I've been reading. Immediate headline price reductions were touted as up to 70% off the list prices on selected medications. In exchange, the participating companies, they're going to receive a 3-year exemption from potential tariffs, which reduces their near-term policy risk. Now, you'll recall that President Trump was going to basically impose 100% tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals if the companies didn't make, concerted efforts to build and produce drugs domestically. That's really what he wants, and that's been the focus of the tariffs, of course. The signatories to this deal includes Bristol Myers, Gilead, Merck, Genentech, Novartis, Amgen, Sanofi, GlaxoSmithKline, and this other German one that I never have an opportunity to say, but they make aspirin. Markets reacted positively, of course, with pharma stocks up about 1 to 3%. Here's the deal. This is what the deal includes. Medicaid price cuts across most drugs sold to low-income patients. There's also going to be direct-to-consumer cash pricing via the forthcoming Trump RX platform, which is routing buyers to manufacturer sites. That's what the Trump RX thing is going to be. And there's also the most favored nation pricing for new U.S. drug launches across commercial, government, and cash markets, including Medicare. So what does that mean? That means if you're selling the same drug in another country of, let's just call it the developed countries, okay? And you're selling it cheaper there, you got to give the United States the lowest price that you're offering that same drug at. Of course, for comparable countries, you got to give that to the United States. So if you're selling it $50 in the U.S. and you were selling it for $25 in Switzerland, you got to sell it for $25 in the U.S. Commitments are going to increase U.S. manufacturing as well. So we know that there's going to be a portion of foreign revenues to offset the costs and collectively invest about $150 billion in the United States R&D manufacturing, with Merck separately, just citing $70 billion for them. There's also the strategic select strategic reserve donations or drug ingredients. So I think Eliquis is going to be donated free to the United States by the manufacturer there for holding in reserves. Any comments, Joey, off this? There's more to say, but I mean, I'm just...
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting, right? Margins are going to come into play. But it's funny because it's like, hey, you have Obamacare one day. Every administration tries to come out with their own drug plan and just kind of sending the whole industry into disarray. I find it interesting, but cheaper drugs is essentially what you want. You have the individuals like, what's his name? The pharma bro, Martin Shkreli, just pumping prices essentially to the point where people can't afford the medication that they need. I think this is a good step in the right direction.
Sounds good. Adira, give us your take on this latest development.
I think by far the most market-moving aspect of this, maybe contrary to what we might have expected, was UNH, because as you guys can see here, UNH tumbled in a big way on Friday afternoon because Trump said at least 3 or 4 times that he wanted to have a meeting with these health insurance companies to try to get their prices down. So this comes out, UNH stock tumbles, Cigna and Humana, 2 other health insurance names, also moved a bit, but I think by far UNH making the largest and most sustained move on that. So keep an eye on these health insurance plays. Trump said that he wants to have a meeting with them in the new year, maybe in Florida or maybe somewhere else. But either way, that's going to be something to watch. He also teased a major drug deal with J&J, Johnson & Johnson. They have yet to announce a drug pricing deal. Trump said that he's going to have them into the office, I believe, this week or sometime before the end of the year. He mentioned some other companies as well, not by name, but he said there'd be 3 or 4 others. So Johnson & Johnson and UNH going to be worth looking at moving forward here off of that announcement.
Thank you very much. All right, guys, a couple of more headlines here, but they're not really that important. There's a Honeywell facing a legal charge, and if you want to do more research on it, T1 Energy secures a major domestic solar supply deal. The ticker for that is TE. If you're interested there, we're not going to go through those, though. All right, let's get to focusing here on some of the small caps that are still maintaining their look into the later time of the day. NBY is doing nothing. So what we're going to do, we're going to change that one, Ram, and we're going to put VELO. So if you can come to my screen, it's taking out the highs, 1580, great call out Bovin midday on this one. It didn't really have much in the way of volume, basically, for the entirety of our show. I want to say from 10 o'clock till about 1:30, VELO was a chasm of volume, but it has since changed its tune, coming into the intraday high, 1580, up 44.33%. This one could be certainly interesting at that $15 area if it is to dip down far enough to touch that $15 where the 10 EMA on the 5 is hanging out. Also, there are these levels here. So whether you're looking at that 15.25 or possibly 15.5 from the earlier spike, I want to say around 10 o'clock, those could also be areas of support. But it seems like if, you know, the best trade or the best entry into the trade is to give it to prior bar low, as prior bar low has not been breached since about 125. So VELO in focus, certainly for me. HXHX not really doing much, but FJet, excuse me, continues to hang out above the 10 EMA south of 17, and it has had a hard time clearing 17 decisively despite being above it many times with a 1786 high a day. It keeps kind of dropping below 17 as the short sellers and or the profit takers look to get out or get in at that level as well. SIDU have been involved in this one basically all morning, also trading in with higher lows, looking to take out that 250 decisively. Again, was trading above 250 momentarily into 56s, but as you can see, most, if not all, the closing prints south of that $0.50, that should tell you that short sellers are getting pretty aggressive with that $0.50 defend there. So those are the ones that I wanted to focus on. HXHX, not really giving up the ghost, but VELO, FJet, and SIDU decidedly better looks in the world of small cap gappers, Joey.
Yeah, so Eduardo asked me a pretty good question. He said, Joe, some thoughts on options, calls, or puts or SSR DJT at this level? My issue with that would be essentially just keep an eye on the IV, right? If you don't get a substantial move to the downside, not only will you just lose everything to theta, but also just the implied volatility decay. We can pull up the actual chain right now and see what we got going on. I'm all out of Tesla here, guys. It came back against me. I did get out a little bit earlier as it climbed back, but I was just like, I had too much unrealized, so I'm like, hey, I'm not going to allow that to come back any further. All right, so let's see what we got going on for DJT and check out our at the money IV. 94.9% on this week's expiration cycle, 88%. So typically cool down. You're looking at the puts. I don't even know what the chart is specifically looking like either. So DJT, we did have a couple of pumps. I mean, you could probably go the out the money route, I think, in this opinion, in this instance. And if you get any sharp moves to the downside, then I would just be looking to take some profit. But do you want to be buying puts at this point? Like, this is the 4-hour chart. You already have a massive move off of that previous pivot high around $17. You're now at $14.44, so you get a 20% pullback from that specific peak high. Do you want to be chasing it all the way down here? For me, the answer is going to be no. I'd be a little bit more patient on this and go the share route. Listen, it's not that expensive of a name. And why am I telling you to go the share route? Why? Because you just eliminate so many variables in the options contract when you're looking to short or even go long things. So just buy the shares if you're truly bearish on this. Just load up. It's not expensive. It's only 15 bucks. Buy 100 of them, buy a couple hundred of them, whatever you can do, and just avoid the options contracts right now. That's in my opinion. That is this week. What are we looking at from for an out the money? Wow. Okay. That's pretty interesting. So at that $12 level, hey, if you want to buy a lottery ticket at that $12 strike price, you're paying $6 for an out the money put. $6 for the rights to 100 short. Remember that, right? So at that $12 level, it's $6. So if you really feel that DJT is going to tank further than what it is, why not spend a couple bucks on those $6 on that $12 strikes? They're $6, and if they happen to double, by all means, there you go. You get 100% return on that. If not, you lose $12 or $18 or $24, whatever, however many contracts you're looking to buy. Oh, hold on. What stock is that?
Look at the blood, bleeding, continue to bleed its own blood.
Oh, there it is.
This pleases me greatly. There goes Netflix down again into $93, is down 1.5% on the flakes. The flakes continues to bleed its own blood. Every time it pops into that 10 EMA on the daily, it is selling off. So look, you never really know how these things are going to go, but this is yelling at me, bear flag, bear flag.
Oh, no.
Look at that bear flag initiation from around 110. And since we initiated that said bear flag, we are down 15% off that bear flag formation on Netflix. Now, you know what bear flags do, obviously. They can pull back into area highs, right? Just the same thing as a bull flag, right? It pulls back into an area low before it continues. So I want to say on the daily, Netflix has resistance or maybe a retracing area. Obviously, $100, that's a whole dollar area, so you should be looking at that. But look at this area low, right? I want to say between 105 to 102.5 here on Netflix on the daily, but it does feel like it could be, Joey. Oh no!
You think so?
A flat bottom, Joey. I mean, look at that.
I'm looking at the
You're looking at the daily.
Yeah,
You're looking at the daily.
No, I'm looking at the.
No, you need to look at the daily on that. Flip to the daily on that,
larger
my boy.
structure breakdown.
Look at that.
Oh
no, the flat bottom's yelling my name there.
I mean,
so there you go. NFLX looking awfully weak here.
I'm 30%, so big time bear territory here in
Jesus
Netflix.
me.
My average is like $97. I'm not going to complain. I might buy a little bit more.
Here he is. All right, you want to know what else is going?
What is it?
We couldn't do it.
I got it.
There goes
FJet
FJet into $19. It is a $19.28 high of the frickin' day. FJet is him. And I didn't even take one trade on this one. I just couldn't set up properly on it. There it goes again, Joey, right back into the high, showing 21. It's a 19.28 high a day on FJet, up 186%. This one's an IPO from last week, guys. So we don't have too much in the way of a history on this, but you have intraday technicals off which you can base trades. FJET, of course, on the Amex. I was talking crap about this one earlier. It absolutely made me look like I knew nothing about trading small cap gappers, as this one was not bamboozling at all.
What did you say?
There it goes again into the high of the day. What? Pardon me.
I said, no, what kind of crap were you talking to it?
Remember I was talking crap about the exchange, the Amex exchange, you have to immediately suspect it, right?
Don't
be trade on the Amex.
Suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. And there goes Sidhu into another high of the day, 259 on Sidhu. $15.98 on VELO. The small caps are in play going into the afternoon show. They are not giving up the ghost. Sidu's up 112. Velo's up 42. F-Jet's up 184 and looking to go more here, man. So good strength in small cap gappers in this holiday shortened week, and more pleased I could not be. But watch out for the bamboozlement here, because VELO is taking a bit of a turn here, Joey. If I can show the chart on VELO on the NQ. Yes. A wide spread on this one, by the way. 15 on the bid, 37 on the ask. $15.98 high now, dropping aggressively into $15. I want to point out that that $15 area on VELO, Ram, is the 10 EMA on the 5, as well as being, of course, that whole dollar value. So a dip trade into 15 could be a good idea here. And then you give it a little bit below 15. You put 1480s or whatever as your stop. But it really does seem like it's just F-Jet's world, and we're all living in it, trying to trade above 19. Joey, good strength on these names.
Yes, sir. I mean, all right, well, you were talking about Netflix. I've seen some signals, man. Let's see. I have a super tight stop on this one, so we'll get out of it. We'll take a look at the 5 minutes. As soon as we establish a new low of the day, we're at a dodge. So I'm just literally risking pennies at this point. I got a prime time fill at 95. So that's where I posted up at. So as soon as we breach that, I'm giving it 5 cents. We head into 92.90s, I'm at a dodge. So this is going to be a highly accurate scenario, which I'm currently sitting in. And there you go. A nice little pop just like that, Sharif, all the way up. Oh, 5 cents, we're already 10 cents. I'm going to try to hold this for as long as I possibly can. Maybe we can head up into 93.10s. That'll put us at roughly a 3 or a 4 to 1, just like that. So not too bad of a look. I'll pull it up on my screen so you guys can see my entry. And I just posted up. I'm like, all right, we see the indecision prints that we like. Let's get involved on that. As soon as you brought it up, I'm like, oh my days, what stock is that? And it's unfortunate that it's Netflix, and it's really weak if you look at the higher time frames, obviously. But right at the lows, you post up at 92.95s to get that fill, and then sure enough, we get 10 cents as quick as you would like, Sharif. So 93.10, that'll be us at approximately, what is that, 10 to 20, 4 to 1. So, hey, man, I'll take it all day. See if we can get into those levels here on NFLX.
All right, guys, I don't have a whole lot going on, but F-Jet continues to go. 15.68 high of the day. It's trying to defend the $0.50 now. Great move up here as we close in on 200%. There's a few minutes left on the show, so I'm not going to be taking any trades on F-Jet at the moment, but it is, you know, coming into that $20 whole dollar psychological resistance with a 15.68 high. So keep your eye out on that. Separately, there is also VELO, which continues to go over here into $16. You can just leave it on my screen. I'm just going to go through the different names there. NUAI as well, not looking all that bad. I said very little about NUAI, but it does have a decent day, 15 3/4, coming back in here, holding another area of previous area of technical resistance. I'm talking about that 430, dips down after making a 450 high, holds 430 to the T, and now bouncing back off here. Watch out for the lower highs though, and a breaking and a loss of that 430 area, given that it held up above it for 15 minutes, and that area was tested, I want to say 25, 30, and 35, and now bouncing off that area as well. So good look there for NUAI. Another one we were involved in multiple times today, LUNR. Good look for this one. Coming into the high of the day not long ago, 16.17. There it is into 16s again. So good strength here on Lunar as that looks to take out the day's high. It is in fact at the high right now. I saw some 17 prints come in. So that one could be moving up a little bit more. It's already up on the day about 8%. So not really a big winner on this one, Joey, but a nice predictable chart pattern. F-Jet topping till candle, I'm being told by the chat. 1968 high, dropping down into 1850 now. So over $1 above the lows. There is an area of support at 18 bucks, given that it was a candle of resistance at 1245. In fact, it was a topping tail candle. So we know there was aggressive profit taking in or short selling into 18. Look for an 18 hold. 18 doesn't hold, then you are looking certainly at 17, where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, as well as all the closing prints on F-Jet were all south of 17 as well. So that could be another technical area of support, Joey.
All right, good look there, guys. All right, so let's just keep our eyes on the tape. We had an aggressive pullback, but we didn't crack through that low of the day. So we're holding up right now at 92.95s. That is a pretty good level, but we want to see those continuous flushes on the tape of strength, of at the ask and above it. So we have a little, there we go. That's a nice little pop. There we go, an additional pop to the top side. That's the strength that we're looking for, right? You've seen those clean flushes on the tape, and look at the order size start to come through. So we'll allow it to take a breath, and then we want to see a couple of more of those come in, and then maybe we can hit that price target of around 93.10. We'll move probably about 20% of our position. There goes Tesla. So that was a really nice trade as well too, guys. And we got out a little bit earlier, so let's try not to make the same mistake twice here on NFLX. But there's Tesla breaking through that previous pivot. I got out a little early here. You can see it didn't come quite to my break even, but at this point I'm like, hey, what are you up to? And then sure enough, we get out. I only had about 30% of my remaining position, and then now you're starting to establish a new HOD. This was my largest size on the session, by the way. That's why I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I got to focus on what we got going on here. So that was the largest position. As it's continuing to climb, you tap into 2350 on TSLL, and now we just want to see the momentum kind of transition over into what we got going on with Netflix. Can we break through this level? This $93 level is acting as a pretty strong resistance zone right now. Even though there's no other price action in and around this area, you can see the defense step in. So what we need is aggressive sellers to really push price past that 93.05 level, and then sure enough, you might be able to take that additional leg higher up to 93.20. There's the flush. It wasn't enough in order for us to break it. 93.05s, you're getting 93.04s. There it is. There's a clean push right there, Sharif, on the tape. Keep your eyes on the tape as well. So there it is. I'm going to be in this position until otherwise. I was looking at the potential topping tail candle on FJ. I don't see it just yet, Sharif, but there is some indecision starting to form, and there it is, 93.10s on Netflix. This is going to be one of our largest positions as well on the day. So let's go and let's continuously cook up here, guys.
Sounds good, Joey.
The double
Great
shot
trade
of me.
there, brother.
Yeah, the double shot of me there.
Double shot.
Yeah, double shot.
Double shot. All right,
Head back
guys,
into,
it is time to send you over to the big boys to our right, Neil and Sean. They're going to be taking you into the afternoon rundown. I'll see everybody very shortly at the big desk.
All right, what's up, everybody? There we go. See ya, ladies and gentlemen.
First of all, I didn't realize, my mic even on?
My mic's on. Your mic is maybe not
My
on.
mic, apparently my mic was on. Don't apologize. Like, okay, let's be real. Like, we're just sitting here, like, we're chilling. We were just talking, maybe you heard what we were talking about. She's trying to convince, she wants us to do like a Secret Santa. I was like, there's only a couple days left. Oh, my mic sucks again.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, we're back. We're ready to rock and roll again. What a good midday that was there. Look at Tesla, man. We just ended the day with a Tesla talk, and there it goes, man. Tesla up to 496 again. Still can't believe we got stopped there where we did there on Tesla, but that's too bad, man. We had that dead boom, like, oh. Too bad. We just should have given them another 50 cents, but there goes Tesla 496. Welcome, everybody, to the big show. Now we had the midday show, which was a great one there, thanks to Sharif and Joey. We'll be talking about some rundown. We'll be going over a few different stocks coming up with you guys shortly. I'm still just in, our positions will load up eventually. I'm still in this long right here. We actually, again, put the wrong stop and got out and got right back in again, so that's why it's showing me this price, but it's been a good day for the TQQs. We'll watch out for those futures. Marvell, nice little upside move. We have that HX. I saw Sharif trading that one. Marvell trying to hold out to these levels, which is why I'm looking at it right now. It looks like the futures may actually want to go for a little bit of a dip. I'm still waiting.
Bitcoin, I think.
Is Bitcoin the one that's moving?
Bitcoin just broke low a day.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, well, that's not good. I'm still waiting down here to get more of these futures with the Qs, but I don't know if that's going to come into play so far. All right, yeah, SMR, Boeing, green days are the best days, and today's a green day for sure, but it feels like the market has been trending lower, right? Most names here, besides a Tesla or anything like that, not really going their upside. It almost looks like upside down. Look at NVIDIA today. Talk about waiting for Santa to come through and give them a direction, but NVIDIA is kind of doing nothing here today. If anything, this is what I mean about how it seems like things are trending lower. So we're trying to empty out of some of the positions that we have as far as the long. Well, right now it's just in the TQs. But underneath, looking to push a little bit lower here is NVIDIA. I mean, I think the rest of the market is all very, very similar, where you haven't really had that epic run. Tesla, fine. I don't even know what Palantir's doing, but some of the,
Not much.
nothing.
Palantir has
Palantir's doing the opposite.
One of the weirdest charts ever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, this is what happens right now. It's similar to AMD, like where we make a move down and now we can't really figure out what it wants to do. But I think, yeah, there still is making lower highs.
Yeah, you can short, I guess, those like micro pops.
Yeah. It's just not giving you much to do today, I think, for right now. So we'll have
It's a weird day.
see if there's some volume going through. Gold is at all-time highs.
Because if you look at the NASDAQ, like relative to like the SPY, like the NASDAQ is still making some lower highs and maybe leveling off. But if you look at the SPY, if you come to the chart for a second, like there's the NASDAQ and then you look at the SPY, like that was almost like a reverse. Like it broke up and is consolidating higher. And then you had the Russell this morning, IWM, and that's starting to pull back, but that was distinctly stronger. So the NASDAQ was definitely lagging. Right now, it seems like, okay, what did we just lost 89,000 in Bitcoin and 3,000's on the bid of ETH right now. So what just happened in the market, well, the market didn't do much of anything because it's not doing much, but you just went, I can't say red on IBIT because whatever, it doesn't really matter what the prior close is, but either way, we gapped up, moved up over the weekend, but we just broke the low of the day on IBIT. I'm going to short the pop in IBIT for sure. The other thing I have on my watch is going to be AMD at VWAP and 215. Because like a lot of these stocks have this pattern where we just sat there for all of lunchtime and just stayed in the same range. So anything that did that, if it's under VWAP, I think look for the short under VWAP maybe, and if it did it above, maybe you look for that long position. Yes, I'm looking at short VWAP AMD. If there is a pop in Bitcoin, maybe I can grab that. Or if that's not going to happen, could look at BMNR as Bitcoin is trying to, or as ETH is trying to break the 3,000 level. If that breaks, BMNR is breaking low of the day as we speak. We'll look to short a pop there too. Yeah, so crypto not looking good right now, and maybe that's what's dragging the market a little bit to the downside. With it, there is also, I know Sharif was all over FJet, the greatest IPO of all time, apparently.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was last week. Yeah.
Right, like I can't think of an IPO that essentially tripled from the lows, basically gave it all up, then made a new low on day two, right? So it did a complete reversal off the breakout, breaks down through support on day two. You're like, yeah, that thing's done. And then makes an even bigger move on day three to the upside. Go figure. So like this one is worthy of this because, hey, it's a space company, so why not? Makes perfect sense. Up 200% and no end in sight. It just broke $20 or, sorry, it's at $20. It is not, oh, now it's broken $20. So it just broke 20. We'll keep eyes on this for everybody.
Oh, man.
As, yeah, for all the excitement over, what do they call again? Medline.
Yep.
It turns out that FJet was the IPO last week that steals the show. Not that Medline was bad. It was actually a very good IPO. Obviously, it's not doing this.
No, we don't. I don't even know what FJet does.
There's something with space.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Space has been pretty hot. We saw SPCE's been going to the downside. HYMC, what's up here? Here's Space Milk. We want to say thank you so much to Space Milk, now a member for 42 months. How are you liking Space Milk, the Sharif Morning Note? Let us know how the Morning Note is going for all of you guys that are members. You can be a subscriber. Get into our chat right now. Thank you so much, Space Milk, for that. He says, HYMC. Yeah, we talked a little bit about Highcroft earlier, and boy, oh boy, are they upside. What was it, new CEO or something today? Highcroft Mining or Michael Burry, or I don't know, but nice move up there for HYMC. And we had the talk earlier that, HYMC does have the ability to move down during the middle to the end of the day. So watch out for that. I can't remember. I don't believe it was you, Space Milk, but someone in the chat had mentioned, it was earlier today. It was, HYMC will follow gold, but then does have its moves in the afternoon to the downside. So that's Thursday, or Friday. I guess Thursday kind of went upside there. So I don't know. There's a nice downside move on last Wednesday, but I think you got to watch spot gold and everything like that to make sure that you're okay with all of this. I mean, obviously it's not moving with gold. Gold is up 2%. That Highcroft there is up 30 or 49%. So there's GLD. Really awesome to see that they are making now new all-time highs. on gold. So congratulations anybody that's in that play as we go to all-time highs over in gold, silver, so on and so forth. I think the play that we're going to have to look at this afternoon is just going to have to be Tesla. I mean, it's the one moving around right now. It's done 65 million shares, and it's just moving for no reason. Like, we just went 496 down to 494 again, had this whole move while the market was doing this. So yeah, Tesla definitely in play, and it really has not broken VWAP, man, to the downside since 9:30, since 10 o'clock. That's when we started getting involved. So Tesla's going to be my worst stock today. We're not down that much on it, but we are down on it. We tried to go there. We got a good bounce back, and then we got out right at the end. But I think Tesla, if you're looking for something that has a little bit of action to it, I think that's going to be the name that we look forward to trading here this afternoon.
Yeah, and well, it looks like Broadcom's making a bit of a move, but there's no story here. It just seems like a little bit of a technical breakout on Broadcom. Distinctly different from a few other names, like, I mean, NVIDIA's underneath VWAP. Sorry, NVIDIA's not doing much. AMD's underneath VWAP. But Broadcom, little...
Oh, it's Eric Sprott, HYMC.
Sprott's the name of the... Yeah, that's who it was.
Yeah.
You know what's easy...
I was thinking about it. I was like, it wasn't Burry or anything like that.
You know who was in... You know whose stock was moving? Just, this is a weird segue, but Eric Jackson was recently talking up Hut 8. You see this today?
No, but I see it now.
17%.
Yeah, well,
he
he was talking about that a long time ago, and then it fell down, and then maybe that should have been a buying spot.
Maybe.
Well, you don't know what these guys are going to talk about next.
Well, he's, of course, Eric Jackson of Open Door fame.
And Nextdoor, NX.
Open Door, Nextdoor, and Hut 8 is going absolutely crazy. Yalla says, Sidhu, buy now, thank you later. On Sidious, I keep wanting to say Sidious. So if I say Sidious, then just understand that I mean Sidus space. They missed a really obvious opportunity there. Like Darth Sidious.
Yeah, they should have done better.
Emperor, like, why wouldn't you just call, like, what is Sidus? Sidhu, I don't know. It's not easy to say.
Screwed up.
Sidious is way better. You want to buy now into that high? The 210 level has got a good buyer on Sidious. I guess you're holding some kind of trend up here. But that's a big one, up 100% today. Love to see this start to hold above 250. Because 250 has been a wall. Whoops. 250 has been a wall in here. Triple top, and it's consolidating into it. Why not just take a 55 breakout and confirm that it's going through? Yet another small capper that's actually doing something. And that's the thing. Sometimes you get these afternoons, holiday shortened week. It might be like crypto, or might be some small cappers that have the most juice going into this afternoon. So when we get the rundown locked and loaded, which is right about now, we'll head off to the desk for the rundown.
Yeah, let's go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean, they're in today, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you gotta get in the chat. You gotta vote every day, but make sure to throw in that $ before the ticker of your choice. Let's look at all four major averages. They are all in positive territory leading up here with the NQ up 0.4 below the highs, though, that we spoke about in the pre-market, but up nonetheless. The ES also up 0.5%, 0.55. The Dow doing well, up 0.44%, but leading the way here, and it's not even close. The Russell 2000 up 1.2% on the day as it tries to work back into that 2,600 point area, making all-time highs not that long ago. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, TSLA, knocking the door of those all-time highs. In fact, I think it did make all-time highs this morning at 9:45 into that 498.83. So this was obviously the headline on Friday. Elon Musk had his pay package reinstated, originally worth $58 billion, but now the new Tesla share price more around $140 billion. Separately, there was this robo-taxi outage on the weekend where Waymos were causing all sorts of havoc on the streets of San Francisco. Videos circulating online showing Tesla's robo-taxi handling it far better. Separately as well, EBS analyst Joseph Spack, not SPAC, but SPAK, guiding or assuming, making his assessment that Tesla's deliveries are going to be markedly lower this year, about 450, or in Q4, excuse me. He's analyzing this, that could come about 415,000 rather than the 429,000 that he had gauged before, guys. So Tesla, the strongest Mag 7 name on the day, up 2.6.
Yeah, certainly leading, certainly leading the way for the Mag 7 is Tesla. But there was, like, it just had another pullback. It's been making higher highs and higher lows the whole way through, but that was maybe the most distinct pullback that it just had. And this 95, like, you'd think, okay, well, 95, look at that resistance for the whole time. Now it all of a sudden is almost meaningless. Like, it broke 95 pretty solidly, then we just lost it again. So I think you got to hold on to these higher lows. It's like if it gets to VWAP, that's probably where everyone is looking for this afternoon. But just on like a different note, like Tesla right now, it's been in this game of make a break, then consolidate, and do so like rather messily, and then kind of consolidate up here, then we break the high, and then consolidate before taking it out. So I think we're in the consolidation stage of this next move. And if you look at it from that standpoint, not really convinced. Like like right now, it looks like we got the consolidation above the 480. Like if 480 was a problem, now we're consolidating above it. So that means there's a lot of room for this to pull back before you can even say we're losing the strength of this move. You could make a strong argument that 475 even could be support of this range. So like Tesla has been doing this where it hangs out for a while, sometimes even a whole week before making the next leg up. So yeah, it's been incredibly bullish. I just feel like if it continues this pattern, it could sit between 480 and 500 for the rest of this week before we get anything too crazy, which means be patient enough to try to grab that low end of the range on Tesla this week. And when it breaks 500, I feel like every day trader and their mother is going to take the 500 break. That's just a different story because most of that's a scalp trade anyways. But until we convincingly get past these highs, I think you got to be ready to buy the 475, 480 range.
Yeah, no problem with Tesla today. I think Tesla was a good trade. It just fell a little bit too dramatically, that's all. Like I'm going to lose when something like this happens because we don't hold the 200 period moving average. Now, if I was really, it's the first stock that I wrote down on here, and it was 482 to 483 was the levels we were looking at. So it's just like, when I think back about it, if we start off so hot, and remember, like I'm writing those levels down in the pre-market when we're at 487, so that does Tesla have the ability to drop down $3? Yes, it does, but the problem is it takes off like crazy right there. And it doesn't even start like 9:30, it kind of started like 9:27, it started to get going. Must have been an imbalance there, and then we looked at it, I didn't see anything, but next time I have to look a little more close. And then it just takes off, right, and gets right to 500. So it's like, okay, so then I was like, well, this 483 area, probably not, and I'm doing this all real time, so it's like, maybe that's not going to hit. So when it comes back down, the first little area is VWAP in the 50 period. We tried it. We got in and out of that one, almost like nothing there. Then we tried the 200 period a couple times. We got in and out there, so we were 0 for 2. And then we finally waited, and this was 10:15, where it looked like we had sort of made these bottoms off that 486. So what did I do? I waited a couple more minutes, came back into 486. We bought that. We ripped it up to 491. So we had $4 winners on this. So we made it all back, and then we not all of it back as we were waiting for it to break VWAP, and then tried it again against that exact same bottom, but this time we break. So once we break 486, I get out. That's like a 50-cent hit. Obviously, in hindsight, should have given a little bit more room, but we put on more shares with a smaller hit, and if it goes up, then you make your whole day, and if it doesn't, then it's a small hit, and you say, woe is me, and that's what I'm doing right now. We should have definitely held on to that one a bit. But what I was saying before, we only broke VWAP once to the downside, and that was right here at 10 o'clock, and then it smoked it. We supported VWAP a bunch of times here. That where VWAP was here was 491.50. The most we go down to is 490.75. So that means you got to give it $1. So if that takes down this VWAP, which is 492.50, I think 491.50, almost where it banked out right there, is almost where you want to stop out again. So I'm long the futures with the TQs, but definitely trying to figure out where to get in on Tesla. Still think we could run to 500 today. It might take a last second like crazy push, like we saw with those imbalances on Friday, but I don't know. Like that was 481. We wound up going out around 484, 485. Yeah, so it wasn't even that dramatic. All right, let's just wait for Tesla, but I think this is the one you're going to look for if you're looking for some momentum plays today. Tesla seems like it's hot.
All right, guys, FJet rocketing up here at 182, 183% with a $21 high on the dot, dropping into $19. This one IPO'd on Thursday Here are the details. This is an aerospace company. They are the owner and operators of the world's largest commercial supersonic aircraft fleet. They operate out of NASA's Kennedy Space Center. They announced they completed the IPO on Thursday, raising $40 million, selling 11.1 million shares of common stock at $3.59. It did open up higher than that. I believe the open price was around $6. The closing resulted in the issuance of 6.145 million shares of common stock, which is about $22 million. They've sold about 5 million shares of common stock from September of 2024 to the commencement of the IPO, guys. So FJet rocketing up here, trying to reclaim $19.50.
Sharif, did you just say they raised $40 million? That million with an M?
Well, that'll explain it.
$40 million?
What is the market cap of this thing? Like, it just IPO'd at $8 or whatever it was.
What do you make? What do you make even related to supersonic jets? $40 million? What?
Well, how much is that? That's like one wing you could. What kind of supersonic?
Hold on a second. That doesn't
Are they oh, you know what? Maybe they're making those die-cast little models.
doesn't even compute. Yo, my
Starfighter's space.
Okay, so you know what they're doing? I figured it out.
Sell.
So they're straight up. They're going to do, instead of actually making starfighters,
right,
what they're doing is they're going to make video games
called the Starfighter,
and they put them all over just like in the last Starfighter, where they put video games all over this place, and then that's really secretly training people, and then they're going to find the best like pilots and astronauts through video games.
Okay.
That way, when the world needs to be saved from aliens, instead of actually getting the best and the brightest.
Right.
The Last Starfighter is a hilarious movie premise.
Right.
You essentially have some random people play a video game. The dude with the high score, like, just send him up to save the universe.
Right. He's the one that he has the hand-eye coordination.
You seen that movie?
I know what you mean. I don't think I've seen the movie, but I know that it's a ridiculous video
game. It was
game.
in the 80s. No, that doesn't even make any sense. Ender's Game has a premise, but Ender's Game is actually really intelligent. Like, it has a real story, and they make it make some sense in Ender's Game. It's well written. The Last Starfighter just takes that concept and it's like, how silly can we make it for an 80s flick? And they do it. But you know what? Forget about all that. $40 million, not a lot of money. But it's also not a gigantic float, which means, hey, it's going crazy. It's got a real cool trend that it's been holding pretty much all day long. Like, if you just go from the first dip, like there's the open, there's the first dip, it's been holding this trend line the entire time. I might have accidentally just shifted it, so I'm just going to save it so I don't move it again. Been holding this trend the whole way. I think that makes it pretty simple. If you're looking long, it bounces off the trend line. I'm going to see how much it costs to short, just to see if it breaks that trend. That's like $3 to VWAP. But yeah, that's what you're watching. It's a pure momentum play. I think that's obvious. I don't think anyone's seriously at that kind of a raise very confidently pricing a future value on something that's that small. I mean, how could you realistically? So yeah, pure momentum play. I'd look for a hold of the trend line, maybe also in conjunction with a hold of the prior high. But if it loses those two things, I'd at least price out the shorts. My guess is actually will cost something to pay for these shorts.
Yeah, here's another one today. Firefly Aerospace stock today up another 14% as this name continues to go upside too. SPCE, Space Virgin Galactic, making moves there as well. This fly looks interesting to me because you're right back up to this area. And again, like, you know, I don't know what the story is exactly here. We can find out. Their company traded higher. Oh, broad strength in space related. The company also announced it will join the Russell 2000. Oh, here we go. Real information. Russell 2000 and Russell 3000 indices there for fly. So we sell fly, no lie. But this one is balling. Like, that's a nice move up now 14.5%, looking to get even higher right now. So yeah, there goes fly. Look at it. Look, this is a 50-period moving average. Could have followed this thing from $20. $20, Sean, what are you talking about? How about from $18.50, $19? We haven't really tested it until we finally do. This one actually could be, maybe we have to look for shorts on this too. This one could be going to the downside right here. Finally trying to break this 50-period moving average. So there's fly. This was on the 18th, which is just last week, man, just last Thursday. We were down to $18, now up to 28 on Russell inclusion there, 2,000 and 3,000 for fly, which is Fly Aerospace. So just another name to look out for here. Looks like it's going to give it up. So I would say watch out. There's nothing wrong with this kind of a short break of $28. Give it to $28.70, 70 cents. I mean, you could do worse. right now than FLY. With the spread pretty good, right? Like 4 or 5 cents here. We'll see what happens on this name, but I like it. We'll see if it can, instead of fly, if it can maybe take a dive back down in. So just check that out right there. Maybe we'll look back at this and see what we think in a couple minutes when fly potentially goes the other way.
For the record, that's another 80s science fiction movie.
The Fly?
Fly, yeah.
Yeah, The Fly.
It was a creepy movie.
Exactly. Q's starting to go. Yeah, what's up? I see you, Salvador Jimenez. Yes. Finally, the Q's starting to go back upside right here. So this is what I'm looking at. We'll go to Sharif because we'll talk about this when I'm here. But just trying to take out the 200 period moving average. Maybe we'll get some offers there. I'm still waiting for it to break view up. Let's just get some out, Salvador. Here we go. On the Qs, we'll get them out right here. 36s. We'll put an offer. See if we're lucky enough to get something up there. Talk about an 80s movie. You back, baby. Right there, one of the best around.
Probably the top 5 in terms of famous 80s movies. It's got to be up there.
Yeah, Top Gun.
So well known. Top Gun's
Gun. Maybe some of those Indiana Jones movies, Star Wars movies, The Goonies. All right, let's go. E.T. Steven Spielberg. I mean, there's so many.
My daughter won't watch that.
E.T.? Oh, we went to a drive-in one time to watch E.T. one time.
Oh, I've through in a minute.
Yeah.
Where is there still a drive-through here?
There was one near Oakville. We went a while ago. We saw the first. I think it was the first Zootopia, along with E.T. So it must have been like 5 years ago. We stayed for both, man. It was good, man. We opened up the back, had some popcorn, did that whole thing, man.
That's how it's
pretty fly for a white guy. That's right, KT. The Fly, Aerospace. Another great song. All right, before we reminisce too much, let's go back over to Neil.
Well, I was reminiscing over something that I just found.
Oh, good.
Sean, which is not reminiscing. It's more. It's
you're
you're
in the discovery phase.
Yeah, we're digging into some exchanges, and we stumbled across BTCC. You know they're near the top 30 globally. And the crazier thing, though, is they've never once been hacked. Other exchanges get wrecked. These guys stay untouched and clean. Also, there's zero KYC between the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you can get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus that covers up to 15K USDT losses. Seriously, what are we missing out here? Scan that QR code for more information. Link also in the description. As we go to, I actually don't know what symbol we're talking about next, believe it or not, because the name that's next on the list, I promise you we're not actually talking about, Matt. So let's go up to Sharif and see what the next name is on the list.
Another small cap gapper, Neil. SIDU still trading over 100%, about 105%. Sidus Space is the name of the company, and they announced today that they got a contract under the Missile Defense Agency's Scalable Homeland Innovative Enterprise Layered Defense Initiative, guys. Yeah, that is a mouthful there. It was running Friday, running again today. 259 high, putting in some higher lows here below the $0.50.
If I didn't understand that initiative, could you please repeat whatever that initiative was there?
One more, Katina, man. One more time. All right. Missile Defense Agency Scalable Homeland Innovative Enterprise Layered Defense Initiative, guys. There it is.
All right. I missed the middle part. One more time.
No, but in all seriousness, there's only one good reason to have any project or whatever should only have a name that absurd if it makes the most epic acronym of all time. So it
should have thought about that. Yeah, it's probably.
But if it doesn't make an acronym, what the heck are you doing?
I think it spells out the word bullshit. I think.
Well, good, because that's what that sounds like to me.
Oh man, Sidhu. I don't know. We shouldn't say that. I mean, it's up 105%. Someone made a lot of money.
Oh, I don't know anything. Look, whatever.
Someone made a lot of money.
Yeah, like I'm sure lots of people made a lot of money on Sidhu. The thing about Sidhu is can you keep the money after you make it? This is a habitual offender. Habitual offender. By the way, Sharif, thank you for sending me that Chappelle clip. Anyways, you sent me a clip from the new special. It's pretty funny. I got to watch that. Chappelle's great. But Sidhu, you take your money when it presents itself. How many times, there's your big spike day. If it gaps up the next day, red. Where's the next big spike? I can zoom out a little bit here. This spike, red the next day. So usually on the first initial spike, you're going to be red on the next day, even if it gaps up. So taking profit makes sense here. All of that, in perspective, it's managed a few times. Here it did it, and here it did it, and here as well, to make some higher lows. So even if it pulls back, sometimes you get more of a 2 or 3 day rally, or at least a couple of week rally. The 250 has been a problem for the stock. It's rejected 250 3 times here. However, it has held on to trend while doing so. So it's putting in higher lows into a break. Only 2 ways to look at this. If we don't hold the trend line, then you're breaking it out. Sorry, if we do hold the trend line, you're breaking it out. If we don't hold the trend line, that's a little shallow into VWAP because 210 had support earlier. There was a wave seller or a held offer at 210 for about 15, 20 minutes or so before it broke out right after 10 o'clock. And now that's also support and right around VWAP. So I think if you lose 230, you're going right to that 210 level pretty quickly where you might look for support. I think it's more interesting as a potential breakout 250 where you use a trend line as your out. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I saw they dropped that. It was like a surprise Chappelle stand up there after the Jake Paul fight. So shout out to Chappelle. I do have to catch that. All right, we're running a little bit late on time here. Let's go over. I think there's a couple more names. We'll get them from Sharif, then we'll see if we can set up some trades for all of you into this afternoon.
Rocket Labs, Katina Man, RKLB up 10 1/3 after President Trump on Thursday. This has been running since Thursday, as you can see there on the chart. Signed an executive order named Ensuring American Space Superiority, which is shifting to a commercially driven space economy. He set a 2030 moon outpost goals. He also mandated the retirement of the International Space Station, and he's prioritizing commercial solutions over government-funded ones, which has stifled maintaining their buy rating here on Rocket Lab today and boosting the price target, boys, from 75 to 85, 78.45 high, trading at 77 3/4 at the moment.
Well played. Boosting the price target.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it definitely has some rocket boosters underneath this one, and it looks like it is breaking out. I mean, that was it right there. We came back in yesterday right at $70 right there, or today, and that was sort of these wick tops, and now we've exceeded them, and now you're starting to break out again to that upside. So, I mean, this is kind of reminding me of just a more mature BBAI, where if we sort of zoom back out of this one, you're going to see it just hold this 200 period moving average, right? I mean, that's been something that we've talked about numerous times here on the show about where you're trying to buy good quality names if they ever dip down into those levels. And we just got one in basically all the way down in here into 39.50 or so, all the way to the downside right there. So you got to be very, very careful with Rocket Lab. And now it goes to the upside. I just want to show you one thing here before we do that. I went in, and I bought into the Kathy Wood. Where is she? There she is, right here. This is not based on her calling me or anything. We talked about this over Thanksgiving, of course. But this is the holdings here that are involved in the autonomous and robotics ETF. Now, when we got that news from President Trump a while ago that we were pumping a little bit of more money into this space, we went over and we bought some more Tesla and we bought some ARKQ. And I have never held Rocket Lab and pretty much any of these other names, except, Tesla, Palantir, fine, Kratos there, KTOS, no, Teradyne. And this gave me exposure to all of this. So I am naturally invested in Rocket Lab right now. And it's been so far so good. I mean, what a good move that's been. Obviously, it would have been way better to buy the individual stock, but it is never more important, Neil.
Can you fill that back up?
We can after this. After this, because Ramin is on the ones and twos, and if we don't continue to do this. When the seconds count, and Ramin, apparently we're minus 10 seconds, you don't have time to wait, Neil. We have to treat these symptoms immediately. NYSE-listed OGen is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They are looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. So if you're suffering from a concussion or know somebody that is, please, guys, we've had them on the show numerous times. It's OGen, symbol OGEN. Please make sure you do scan the QR code when it shows up and check the link in description and find out more about OGen and their, hopefully revolutionizing drug there that is a nasal, supposed to be treated immediately. So that would be good if and when that gets the final approval. So check out OGen over there on the NYSE listed exchange.
Shout out to that for sure. It was that ETF list that hopefully I don't know if you still have it. It's not a huge deal. I just wanted to point out one of the names on that list because you might get some exposure that you don't necessarily want to ignore, and that is check out AVAV, number 9 on that list. They're a big drone. They're one of the biggest drone.
Good, man, 3.6%.
companies. But what I like about them is, that one's turning. We were just talking about the 200 period moving average. I like that today. So this is AVAV, again, like a big name in the drone business, which I think is going to be a big deal next year for sure. Just look at the ramp up with what's going on in Venezuela. Just look at what's going on with modern warfare. If you want to save, plus two on top of that, if you want to be serious about saving money while maintaining military spending, then I think drones are the way to go. They're cheaper, obviously for a lot of reasons, but this one looks real good bouncing. Today, off the 200 period moving average is AVAV. I think we might have one more to go. Let's go on up to the desk and figure out what that might be.
Last one is Meta, guys. Not much of a headline here, not much of a move either. It popped up earlier on, retraced the entire move down, up about 0.2%. Apparently their threads is still a thing, and apparently they're making a play for podcasters by including podcast, excerpts of podcasts within the feed on threads being reported by Bloomberg here. So not much of a move for Meta, up 0.12.
Straight up.
How did Meta make the list?
My pops is the only dude, my dad is the only dude in the world that is using threads. No, I'm not even making it up. Like, oh, here, like Sean can confirm, I'm not going to show it. But it's like he's always sending me like, it's like threads. Sometimes YouTube, but like multiple times, threads again. You know how other people will send you
I wonder if he's just like, maybe he's on Instagram. Because sometimes I see like Instagram and then it highlights threads things.
Maybe that's
and
it.
then you could forward those. I sometimes see
I can't think of a good
What's the story about threads though? They're trying to monetize it or? Podcast clamps, okay.
Which is, okay, here's an easy one for the chat. This will be pretty simple. Because on Friday we did one, it was like, what two stocks do you want? And I was like, oh, it was like MSTR versus something reasonable. So like the reasonable stock was 1 and MSTR was 2, and it was like 90% ones. So if you use threads, type in 1 in the chat right now. If you don't, then type 2, which is what I'm gonna do and everyone's gonna do in about a second. Racer X9, don't act like, no you don't. That's cap. That's cap. Yellow Studio, that's cap. It's all 2s, baby. All 2s in here. And I love Meta. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm a Meta believer. I'll believe in Zuck to get it right because the guy, if you doubt him before, you basically got hurt. So it's almost all 2s. I don't want to hate on threads too much, but it speaks for itself. The issue with Meta right now is about $675. In the 200 period moving average. Once, twice, OB thrice, and now for a 4th time today, it has been rejection. Oh, that's okay, it is only 3 times. You know, crazy dark pool wick. It is 3 times including today. So 675 and 670 into 675. Big time major rejection area. It's a 200 period moving average on the daily. That's the next step. Like it's made its bounce. Holding a higher low, obviously, at 640 has already happened. So you're in trouble if you lose 640 going into next year. But the next step is breaking out over that 200 period, and then we go gap fill time for Meta. So I'm just looking pure technicals on this bad boy. As it's been kind of rough with them, but it made a very distinct break of trend, and now you're in a consolidative phase. You're back above the 50. The 200 period is the next thing to take. I think the second it's able to do that, look for some strength there in Meta. And wow, Bitcoin just continues to fall. It's going counter to the market.
88,000 too, yeah.
We're down. Oh, ETH is now down underneath 30K. Sorry, 3,000 as well. So ETH breaks 3,000. Bitcoin underneath. What are we at? 88.3. So on iBit, you're just continuing to make lows. Maybe BMNR hasn't gone yet. BMNR is still trying to go. This will be frustrating for me. They had BMR at the right area, but not at the right time. And now we're continuing to go lower. Yeah, bad day for Tom Lee. I guess probably Michael Saylor too.
Yeah, talk about bad timing with Tesla, but we're back into it now. So here's a trade alert, we just made one. So I'm gonna try Tesla. We said that if it came back into this area, right there, VWAP, we were gonna go for it. So that's exactly what it just did right now. So we're long here at 07s. It's nothing, it's a flat trade. You can wait for it. I'm gonna wait to see if we can get another fill here at VWAP. Then if it breaks 492, I'm gonna get out. You could hold this. I was thinking about holding it all the way there to 491 break, but I just would rather regroup and see it down there. So let's do that. So we'll see if it holds VWAP. I know that the last time we tested it, it did do this little dump off. That was about $1 lower. So we sort of did that math. That was, not that every move is going to be the same. That's 491.50. That move right into there was 490.75. So that VWAP is flat at 492.50. So 491.50 would maybe be a breaking spot there. I'm gonna wait for Just if we break 492, I'm going to get out of it, like $1 sort of from where we're starting. And here it is. So it's not a bad trade so far. So we're in the money 40 cents, although now it's pulling back. Got to watch out here for Tesla, trying to go upside a little bit, which is fine, but we're going to have to give it a little bit of time. So let's give this time and see what Tesla winds up doing. Let's go to Sia for now.
Hi guys, so as we approach the final trading sessions of the year, let's take a look at what is moving markets as of today. The 2-year note auction came out at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Not a major change between the previous and the current number, but watch out for the CB confidence number coming out at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at some news headlines. Instacart has ended its AI-driven pricing. So now, for some time, this was leading to the costs being pushed for certain shoppers for similar items being purchased in similar stores. And the total costs for these type of goods was up by almost 7%. This was varying by 7%, resulting in an average of an extra $1,000 per year of cost for customers. Instacart has been ordered to pay $60 million in refunds to customers to settle certain claims, but the company has said that it has done nothing wrong, and the company has denied allegations of any kind of wrongdoing. The company's stock currently has fallen by 2.6% as of this afternoon after the announcement. Let's also take a quick look at NVIDIA. Sorry, I'm just going to move here. NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is aiming to deliver the first shipment of the H200 chips to China by mid-February. Now, this shipment, as said by the company, will be delivered and arrive in the country right before the Lunar New Year holiday in mid-February. A key thing to note at this point is that Beijing has not approved any H200 purchases at the moment, but this would mark the first planned sale and shipment that arrives in China after U.S. President Donald Trump said that Washington would allow such sales with a 25% fee. NVIDIA stocks rose by 3.9% after the announcement and are currently up around 1%. Paramount. Just a second. Paramount has guaranteed the backing of billionaire Larry Ellison in its bid for WBD. Paramount previously did not increase bid today, which has led people to believe that the deal is superior to Netflix's. Mr. Ellison has also guaranteed to provide a personal guarantee of $40 million, $40 billion of quality financing for the offer and damages against Paramount. So Paramount is now offering $30 per share cash for WBD to rival Netflix. And to sum it up, Paramount has made 3 offers to WBD, all of which have been rejected. Currently, Paramount stock is up 3.8%. WBD is up around 3.3%, and Netflix is trading 1% negative. That's all for right now, and back to the guys.
Straight cash only.
I always like that.
I mean,
straight
objectively,
cash.
it's a better offer, like in any normal objective fashion, like 30 cash versus 23.25 and like 0.04 whatever of Netflix shares are. Like the degree to which you have to believe in Netflix shares over the next like 8 to 12 months is kind of absurd to make that offer not as good. But you got to be able to close the deal. I think that's what I guess set it apart. But if you're going to get guaranteed financing, or at least Ellison's going to step in with a good portion of it, that would help things. Netflix down. That's frustrating because, one would think, I guess, again, the market's trying to price in that they might actually have to raise their bid here, and then that'll give you some kind of weakness in Netflix, unfortunately. It's right on those lows, but it's holding support, so there's nothing. I wouldn't be scared of this yet because it's made this initial bottom down around like 92.5, and so far so good, like we're holding it. I would hate to see, if they raise the bid, I think you lose this shelf for Netflix. That's the downside. And I think you just gap through it, unfortunately. So I have to watch out for that. But so far, they've managed to stand pat. And they show no indications that they're actually going to raise it on Netflix side. Well, I do like that as someone who's a shareholder and then recently bought some more. But if they were to raise the bid, I might consider take some out and then wait for another low to put those shares back on. So far, so good. And also still with WBD, we were saying this before, sure, they've got a better guarantee for financing, but it's still a $30 cash bid. And this morning, again, you could have, somebody was able to get in the mid mid 29s there, and then lower highs after that. I think the market's kind of wise to the fact that without a higher bid from Netflix, this thing pops and they're selling it over 29, understanding that that's almost like free money, right? Because the deal will take time to close. Time value of money matters.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. Well, we'll see. I don't know whose deal they're gonna accept or not. But as you said, if you're looking for $30 cash, you can get it now, or close enough to that for Warner Brothers. And so we'll see where that goes right here. But random, was it Random Sciences or Random? Was it Random? Oh, Random Scenes wants to know more about this stock, Adara. So I'm going to throw it over to you because here's HUD 8 today. If we come over to the chart, we can just quickly have a quick look at it. Up 18% today and flying. So we've been asked a couple times, Adara, what's up with this stock? You got it for us?
What's up is a price target that, quite frankly, is a little wild. We have Benchmark with a street high price target of, drumroll please, $85
Bang.
on HUT. Now, we know HUT is also, they have involvement with that ABTC or American Bitcoin. That's also, of course, has involvement with the Trump family. And then our man Eric Jackson of Open Door fame, he's also involved in HUT 8. So just a couple bits of context here that I think are important for HUT. But the story for today is Benchmark's $85 street high price target as far as I can tell. Back to you.
Okay.
All right. I mean, yeah, to be up 17%, but I guess it's just maybe justifying the fact that, you know, the work that Eric Jackson's done, because I remember we traded this here back in October, and it seems like just yesterday, to be honest with you, up to $56. Then we had to move back, a retest of that, then it really got hit. And it's just been a real roller coaster since we heard about this name from EWJ Management. It's Eric Jackson and company. You know, we talked about Open Door fame, Next Door fame, and now HUD 8. And it was an infrastructure play for crypto, for power, for, you know, well, blockchain is crypto, but the AI, there was a big whole, you know, discussion of that. And now I guess the fact that it's being upgraded sort of maybe adds some validity that somebody else is maybe seeing something with HUD 8 as well. So nice to see some reiteration on that play. And if you are long because you've been following, guys, then today is a good day for you because it would give you a lot of opportunities to buy HUD 8 at real reasonable prices, man. I mean, this was just in the middle of the month, like Merry Christmas. You could have got this at $34. Now you're up to 52 again. So yeah, this little level right in here for HUT looks like a decent one. So I would say $32.50, $33 for HUD 8 seems to be something that we'd want to look at. So thanks for the question there, Random Scenes, and thanks Adara for handling it for us. The SMR Magic Man was around early, but then left a little late. As you can see here, it was around early and left early, actually, and has left it dead for late, as it looks like we're trying to break through this sort of day's low area of 1640. So if it loses that bid, it's kind of crazy because I'm still long the futures, but they're not really doing anything. We took advantage of this move higher right there and got something out at VWAP. The first time we didn't, we let it kind of go through and took out these local highs there. But for right now, the TQs with the Qs with the NASDAQ is not going. So it tried to build up itself off the bottom. Remember, we're initially long from here. I made a keystroke error and I had to buy back. I sold it and then wanted to buy it right back, and we did do that. So it looks like we're going to be out of the money on this position, but realistically, we've done real well on the futures there today, so we're going to wait to see if it comes back in. But yeah, I'm going to drop this if it breaks 54. Like, I don't even think we want to wait. Well, maybe we do. The trade is falling apart on itself right now. It's not giving me the feels that we like anymore. So I might not even reload this and then just kick myself out if we break 54.14s. I'm like really debating doing that just because the more this sort of drifts all day, it's not great. So I'm thinking about stopping myself out basically on a 54.15 or so. Or maybe just 54 even. Even to give up that last 10 cents all the way down there, I'm not sure that makes any sense. I mean, when this was happening, the volumes were still kicking. We were still doing some good, you know, RVol, and then all of a sudden it dried up. It actually was okay there on the way back up, but look what's happening now, of course, and if I zoom this in, you can just see volume got pretty dry for right now. So if it wants to drift up, I'm happy to be long in a slow market. It's just, I don't know how much movement we're actually going to get on this into the close. As many traders, I mean, they might have done their trading early. Now they're gone. Will they come back to push this market somewhere? I don't know. My bet is probably no. So I think if we can drift back to VWAP, we'll take some more outs right there, and then we'll wait for 54.45. And then the other trade that we're sort of Same mentality on, honestly, as Tesla. It's kind of the same trade. You know, we drifted back in. We're trying to support VWAP. We bought it. We didn't get anything out. We're waiting for a higher push here. So if this all drifts down against me, then at least we have our plan of action and we're not going to hold it for too much longer. So that's what I'm trying to do here. If we're able to get some good bids, fine. But other than that, light shares and trying to make a little bit of money here on whatever movement we might have into this close.
Speaking of movement, it looks like another halt to the upside for FJet, the world's greatest IPO, raising a monumental $40 million, which is, I don't know, what Juan Soto makes in a year, I think.
What? Way more than
Was
that.
he 47? Maybe 47.
Oh, more. I mean, well, yeah, more.
I think he had some deferred, though. It doesn't really.
I don't know.
Who cares? But up at $20.71, it's halted because it's an Amex stock. We don't really, like, I can't give you what the tap is and have it matter because the tap is always just whatever it closes at. So there's no heads up on where this thing is going to open. But fresh highs, which every single high here is an all-time high. That's just how it goes because it's a recent IPO, is FJet. And it does, like, look at this. There it just opened up.
Oh, it opened up? Okay.
And another fresh high. It has yet. So it hasn't closed. Like when it broke the trend line, the first thing it did, opened and retook it on the next bar. So it never really broke down. So I'm going to leave this trend line in here. If I see it break under the trend line, next bar closes underneath, I still think it can be a short. It's really respecting that trend for sure. Bitcoin continues to go lower, but I am not getting any pops to short. I jumped into VWAP on Sidu, which is Sidus, Sidus something. Oh, goodness.
I don't know what it is.
I know, it's a Sidus space. Yeah, I should never forget that after this. But it just wicked that 210 level. And if it doesn't come back down into VWAP, I might try to nibble here at 20 on the higher low and try to play this into that high. So it didn't break out at 250, but it pulled right back into that VWAP and 210 support and it's starting to go. So I'm going to, like I said, nibble in here, see if I can't still get it closer to the volume weighted price. And I just heard in my ear, they don't call FJet, the new service, FJet. They're calling it Starfighter Space, which somehow seems even more ridiculous when you think about it. Oh, we got a super chat. But it's just the super chat.
Yeah, it says, hey, you.
Okay. Although I don't see it on our site yet, so I can't pull it up for you guys. But Dragon Fireball 99, appreciate the super chat. No message? Just thank you for the $2. You're in Canada. Hey, let us know where you are in Canada. We are located in not White Christmas, Toronto, Ontario, obviously.
Yeah, I wonder if there is. We could check to see the weather network, see if there's any weather coming. I don't know if there is or not. Right now, yeah, good for Tesla so far here. We did get that 492.50 fill, so that was VWAP, and that's where we're at right now. So we just took the same amount of shares. We're going to give it, it almost broke us out. If it breaks through 492 flat, there, it's just flat for us now. We could get out now. Well, it just went to the 80s. Now it's back in the 60s here, Tesla. So just watching out for that one. We're long here at 86. What it shows for me. Yes, 492.86 clean. So here we go. We'll see if we can get something out if we take out 493. But it looks like it is coming back in again. Right there. All right, thank you, Dragon Fireball, again, 99, with a $10 super chat coming through. And then we have one about USAR. Yeah, we like it. I like that stock there. The metals name, right? Metals and mining. So
yeah, rare earth.
Yeah, rare earth. Yeah, so let's go over and have a look at what rare earth Class A shares are all about right now. So USAR just down 3%. I mean, I thought MP Materials might be a little bit better. That was one of the first investments that the United States government made into this space. So MP Metals, not bad. This is what it looks like on a daily chart. I mean, most of the daily charts, I mean, I'm in the futures and I'm in Tesla. So believe me, like I know most of them are hanging on by a thread right now. But USAR, rare earth metals, looks like it could be a good dip buy opportunity today. And even here on the daily, this is what I mean about looking at this versus MP Metals versus Lithium America. I feel like just like do your research. And if any of them look better for some reason to you than others, go with it, because this has had like the sort of the trajectory of this stock is up and back down. It got very dramatic there, and obviously went a little higher than it was supposed to. There's the move down, there's the move up, there's the move down again. So potentially the next move is northbound on this USAR. So yeah, I'd play this off of that most recent bottom, man. Like if you just kept playing off the bottoms there, you would have caught this move higher. So USAR, play off $11. I think that's a good one. I got you, Fabian, and now we're going to get to Neil.
Absolutely, everybody. Why? Because if you're a sophisticated trader in Canada, we got exciting news for you. Beta Pro by Globex Canada, the largest provider of leverage inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Also, you're going to be able to get a special fee rebate throughout the end of the year, December 31st, and U.S. focus strategies use currency hedging. This allows for more pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical and sophisticated trader and you are looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Appreciate them. And we got a shout out. Dragon Fireball 99 can't stop.
I can't even tag them for some reason.
I'm not.
You got to type something in the chat, maybe then I can tag you. I just said thank you so much.
Yeah, you know why? It's because there isn't when there's not a message with it. Maybe that's the issue.
No, I don't think he's actually typed in the chat. He's just, you have to type in the chat to be able to tag somebody.
Yeah, exactly. But another super chat. So that's at least 4 that I'm.
It's slowly getting bigger. It was like $2, $5, $10, $20, $50. Yeah. So around $100. Thank you so much for that, man. That's huge, man. Merry Christmas to you.
100%. But we got a few. Oh, what's this?
There he goes. He's dropping it in. He said $ see us. Thank you. So maybe I can tag him now.
Adam Jones.
Yeah, there you go. Now I can tag. Tagged.
There we go. Adam Jones with one as well.
Tagged.
Super chat, Adam. Chris Ray driving home from exit.
I don't know who Chris Ray is.
Rest in peace.
Unfortunately.
I don't know who that is.
Hopefully Chris Ray is okay and they didn't actually rest in peace or anything like that, but I don't know who that is. All right, Tesla right now trying to go. So talking about driving home. Thanks, Chris Ray, for that. And I hope, Adam. There it is. So the money's being dropped down a little bit now for Tesla. So here we go, man. I mean, we're in the trade. It's 50 cents in the money. Try to give you some winning trades here this afternoon. Mentioned the only trade that we're in right now is Tesla. So, well, we're also in the futures, but I don't know if that's going to be doing anything at all. So there it goes. Let's see if we can hold Tesla now back upside. We just took another piece out there at the 50-period moving average, which was almost a dollar club. That's our best out right there, a quarter. We almost got to 50s. Maybe or maybe it did get to 50s right there. No, we might have got one of the highs there. So I think we can, if it gets to 50, fine. We're to the top of these wicks. Let's put an offer at 70 just to get a little bit greedy. I don't know if it's going to go there. 493, let's go 65. We'll put out some shares there. And then after, I'm already at 78 actually, so I'll cancel that. We'll go to 55 there. Sorry, 75. And then we'll wait to see about that top area in and around 495. The 200 period is 494. So I'm thinking like the top may stop in and around 494 if that does come into play there for Tesla. We're going to go over to Sia right now. So see ya, everybody, until she's done.
Thank you, guys. We're going to do a really quick small cap recap. The Russell is up 1.4% today. Pretty good of a green carpet is what I'm seeing in front of me right now. Health tech, electronic tech, non-energy are outperforming the others. Finance is doing a little bit flat as of right now. Let's talk about a couple individual movers. IONQ soared 10% this morning. The stock hit an intraday high of 55.56 on volume of about 16.7 million shares. The reason for this jump is currently unknown, but if there's anything, I will definitely keep you updated. Currently, the stock is up 12%. KTOS, the company Kratos' stock, has shot up 6.7% this morning after the stock's positive swing was initiated by an analyst at KeyBank, a U.S. regional bank with the strongest hold in Cleveland, Ohio, who initiated coverage on the company. So Kratos' shares are super volatile currently and have had over 35 moves greater than 5% over the last year. The company stock has risen 208% since the beginning of the year, and it is currently trading at positive 7.7%. CYTK as well is up 7% currently. The drug maker's shares have shot up after U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved the company's oral drug to treat a rare heart condition this Friday. The stock is up 47.4% year to date. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sia. As always, fantastic job. But we got a few super chats to get to. One, we got Danny's boy, who I know you were talking about Highcroft this morning, so you got their midday push down in silver, which brought the miners along with it. HYMC, which I believe you were saying you were long. Highcroft went up. Wait a minute. 50 to Highcroft.
HYMC.
Yeah. 50. No, it
50
didn't.
to 41.
50 to 41 and back to 56.
Percent?
Did it though? Oh, 50%. That's where you confused me. I'm thinking prices, but you're talking percentage. Yeah, so it went from 50% up to 41% up, but more from the 26 back into VWAP. Really what looks like is happening is it's bouncing off of VWAP here. So pull back, bounces out the volume weighted average price, makes another high, attempts at the high, fails it, bounces out the volume weighted average price. So there are some buyers. Despite the fact it's so parabolic, usually when you have a day like this, when it goes this far out of bounds, I'd expect when it pulls back to lose VWAP. So I'd be a little bit, double top. I'd be cautious about this one. I feel like you've already got such a great win. Like ring the register. Like that's been an absolute runner. So I want to thank you for the super chat. And then we got another one from Dragon Fireball 99, another super chat. So I want to thank you as well for that. I jumped into Sidious space when it bounced this little higher low, got up to about 230. And already starting to make its way back. The issue here is, volume's been okay most of the day. It's done 330 million shares, but it is declining volume. This is kind of the issue. It just bounced off VWAP, but it's still declining volume, which I don't like. Power hour is about to hit. You want to see that volume at least taper off and start to head back up. So I don't think I'll reload it again off these 20s. I'll just get it out if the volume doesn't start increasing. But I am scalping, trying to get the high into that 250, and then if it breaks 250, I think that's going to be almost a secondary trade if we can grab that. So yeah, we're into Sidhu, but right now volume kind of tapering off, and it's probably one of the highest volume names in there, but a lot of that happened this morning. And for anyone still tracking our good friend FJet,
oh yeah, spaceship,
the greatest IPO of all time, it's still holding the higher end of this trend. Locates were very cheap for us, by the way, considering it's only been on the market for 3 days. We're paying less than a cent a share for locates at real trading, which means we can short it, but if it cannot break down under this trend line, I'm not going to try shorting it. Still up at 21, now double topped at 22, up 218%. You also have to throw in the fact that this entire space, this unintended, has been strong today, right? So it's got that going for it, despite the fact that they raised $40 million in this IPO. Incredibly small.
Power hour.
That'll wake you up.
There's always something happening around here. All right, so I was just now that we're in power hour officially.
Yeah.
In power.
Are
hour.
we? I couldn't tell. Could you tell?
Well, the futures are really moving. No, not yet. So I just put another offer here just to give you guys an idea. If we can get another 40 fill on Tesla, we're going to do that. So I'm sitting here right here at 45. Just take out another 5%. It's not Undertaker. It's not.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we're going to wait for 493.40s or so to come into play. My guy Joe, the legend over there, mentioned Palantir to me, and it's been doing real well. Palantir today, off the bottom, it's down today, but this has been a good trade for the long. And I'm looking for longs, so in all the wrong places apparently. But right into here, 192.65. Some of those levels that came in through when we were sort of getting beat up a little bit in the morning time there was a good little level there, 192.60. So I don't even think, I know, Joe's hitting the bang button, must have had a nice little call from that bottom. I think that's a great play, but I'd have to wait for that to come back in one more time instead of taking it right now. I don't think the futures are going to reward anybody for buying this. I think you got to wait for dips to happen like we did on, and this might be absolutely nothing. I have no idea what's going to go on with Tesla. But, waited for a dip into VWAP, waited for it to get to a level that we believed in. Okay, what's up, Jason Financial? This better be a financial question. Oh, no, it's not. I see, Oh, is that the amount of shares?
Oh, 500.
500,000 shares, limit sell at $500. Yeah, that would make sense. I can't find it. Okay, I'll look for that in a minute.
Even if it did, how would you know it's
It won't even get canceled. People will just take it out.
yeah,
I don't think that's that
not
big of
that
a.
big.
Well, if that's that many shares, it's done 71 million shares on the day. You're saying that's 500,000 shares?
Like it's obviously a big order.
Yeah.
Like it's a big order.
It's not nothing.
Yeah, it's not nothing, but in terms of it stopping the stock, no. And the other thing too is when that gets canceled, when the mock comes out at 350. Now, sometimes that is sometimes true because what'll happen is someone thinks that they're getting a specific price, like higher. They might elect to, well, I'm not getting that price because it's not trading there, and then they'll just throw it into the auction because the stock is strong on the day. It's possible. There's no guarantees on that. And seeing large orders at even dollar levels like that is pretty normal. Tesla 500, there'd be lots of big orders at Tesla 500. There'd be big orders at 90, at 499.90. There'd be big orders at 490. It'd be a decent order at 499 probably. So I don't think there's anything crazy there, and no guarantee which direction the mock is going to come out either on Tesla. Just remember, on Friday we had index rebalancing and then witching. So sometimes you get a little residual nonsense on the Monday after the fact. So some of the stocks that went kind of weird, like Intel was an example, Amazon was one. Just pay attention. You might see some craziness at 350. Not that we're expecting any crazy index action. And as far as the level 2 goes on Tesla, like you're not close enough to 500 for us to reasonably pick out that order, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, you're only at 490. I mean, I'm getting some more out bank.
You can scroll to it again, but probably won't see it.
That was a good idea. Right now we're 65. Thanks, Joe. We are now 60 cents plus in the money now on Tesla. So we just have the one trade here so far. We're still holding on to that trade, but that's with the TQs, nothing's happening with the market right now other than a little bit of a dip down. We said that, we started the show right like as soon as we came on at 2 o'clock, we killed some time waiting for Sharif to get that board going. And then I was just like, the only stock that I'm probably going to be looking at would be Tesla. It does drop in right now. I mean, it could still lose that bid. We're waiting to see what the futures wind up doing here into the close. But if it does, we're getting lighter. So I just wanted to say that I'm out of now 25%. Like I want to be able to hold it for if and when it does this. So that's what I'm going to do. Like I don't have that many shares at risk here. And the position, if you're joining us for the first time, Neil and I trade equity, and it's not, it's not 0-day options or anything like that. However, we're on a prop floor that does require us to be flat going into the close. So if there is a big trade to be had, it needs to be made basically before 4 o'clock or any trades, and then covered in and around that 4 o'clock marker. So whether or not you wait for a little bit after 4 or any time like that, it's our decision when to cover them at any time, just not too much after 4 o'clock. So we're not talking about swing trades or anything like that. And if you do want to ask us a question about said trades, just tag us and insert maybe your time frame, and it'll be able to help you guys out with a little bit of that one. The Rocket Lab was on our radar today earlier as well, and it just hasn't done much other than hit off the day's high there. But a stock that's up 10%, I don't want to fade it. I want to get long. So we're waiting for VWAP. And the only name that I saw that came into that was Boeing, I was going to say, because I'm about to type in Boeing, but it was Tesla. And Boeing was another idea that went through VWAP there and bounced right back up through it again. So yeah, just another name. I really liked Boeing. I'm really surprised. Like I thought when I bought this thing at 200 that it was not the greatest decision, but it seems like it's turning out to be okay. A decision that I made that hasn't been the greatest has been Uber. Still fine. Basically bought it a couple bucks higher than this, but it's nicely rebounding today. Up that 2.44%. Money printing machine complete. Dividends coming to Trader TV Live. Oh, Dragonfire, that's why. I didn't think I would do it without you. Well, thank you so much, man. I mean, we've already seen a few of your super chats. So there it is right there, $50 come through on Dragonfire. You can show the screen here, Ramin, if you want, just to give this gentleman or individual some credit on there. So there it is, Dragon Ball, and there's, again, from you as well, the $5 to start with. Well, that's what you just gave now. So yeah, thank you so much for all of that. And we're just glad that you learned something from us and you can contribute back to the stream like that. So, thank you so much for all of that one. And there it is, man. Get involved in the chat by hitting the subscribe. If you don't hit the subscribe button, you cannot be part of our chat. So hit the subscribe and then start going on there. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe. Market is in holiday mode, says Allstare. Yeah, that is. Neil holding it all day. I don't know what that was about, but something about
I missed
holding something all day. Oracle's at the highs of the day right now, apparently.
Oh, Zach in the chat was asking me. He was basically asking me like thoughts on NVIDIA going into the close. Like NVIDIA, not really. Like look at NVIDIA. Like I tried NVIDIA when it was off VWAP in here. Like look at the barcode on this thing. Like I can't have a strong opinion on this. Like the range, since we came back at 2 o'clock, it consolidated underneath VWAP for 20 cents, and now it's consolidated above VWAP for 20 cents. Like it's a $183 stock, which for the last 30 minutes has been in a 20 penny range. 20 penny range. Like that's insane. Like if you're looking for that, like if Citi moves 20 cents, that'd be great because it's a $2 stock. But like that's NVIDIA. So again, I have no strong opinion. It's holding VWAPs. I guess if you're in it from like a great price, it's not giving you a reason to get out, but it's not giving you a reason to get into it either. I think that's probably the best way to think about it. So I wouldn't put a bet on something it's like that. It just doesn't make any sense. AMD, kind of similar, where almost nothing is happening right now. We'll get to some early looks a little bit later on, but Citius, like I said, Citius, eventually I'll get the name of this company right.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably won't, but...
What is it anyways?
It's Citius Space. And for some reason, if I start saying that,
it might be Sidus.
I go to Sidious because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. So like I can't not say that, so I'm just going to continue to get it wrong, and you guys will know what stock I'm talking about. Or I can just say Siddu.
It is a trap.
It's always a trap.
Oh, it's a tire
trap. It's not a trap. I'm looking for like mid-30s here, and then I have an offer at 244 on the stock if it continues to go. And FJet I still have on watch for this trend line. Guess it doesn't want to break. Is it just rides higher and higher, 230% on that one.
What was the other one that was halting today? There was Oh, here, I have my thing right here. FJet. Oh, Men's. Let's see what Men's is doing here.
HX was the other one.
What, HX. Okay, Tesla just hit us out. So, yeah, I don't know. That was it's not part of the plan. I'll slap yeah, exactly. We'll slap a fail on it, but that's the market. Like we had mentioned that was something that we were waiting to do. We weren't trading huge on it. It did come up there. It's a good thing we did make that decision. We got out of a quarter, so therefore held 75% of it. And wound up losing, 50 cents, whatever that was there on that amount. I'll have to see exactly the amount of, 67 cents, it looks like, 68 cents. Or so on that one. So boo, how much we lost there on Tesla as it's fading back downside right there. I'm still willing to take the futures. You know, let's see if there's enough juice for it to actually do this move and break down there. I'm giving money back by doing this. So I don't know, sometimes sitting around here and trading just for the sake of trading can hurt you. And not that I'm doing that, but try to put on some positions there. I actually didn't mind the Tesla trade. I think now we can just sit on our hands and see. I mean, if the market gets down here for Tesla, then I'll obviously lose on the futures trade as well. So this is all just sort of combining and piling on top of each other. But that would be one play. And I'm not going to, Tesla's not at any other levels. If anything, it's a short, so no. And the other name that we looked at that could be a buy if it gets into these levels again, just so we can test the bottom. The reason why I'm looking at aggressive names like Palantir is that I'm looking for it to make moves. We only have 30 minutes now until the imbalances, 40 minutes until the imbalances, until 350. So it's like if it comes down in, at least I can say, okay, if Palantir comes into this 192.50 area, then maybe I can hold that out and then use that bottom of 192 flat or so as my out. And then if the market does pick up, we have 50 cents worth of a move back to the upside. But I can also see someone just saying, you know what, if I think it's a short, just go short. So nothing wrong with doing that either. But look at Tesla. Look at the market. The market's bouncing and Tesla just took another leg lower. So this is why, Neil and I talk about this all the time, and I don't even like to address people that say they don't trade with stops because that's not, it's like driving without a seatbelt. It's like, I would just say right into here, you have to get out when your levels break. And I was just like, if that breaks, fine, because now you're just sitting in a trade and you're like, oh, well, that $100 loss is now 150 or 300 or whatever it is. And it's just like, okay, now where do I get out? And then all of a sudden you're down like 400 or 500 and you're thinking, all right, well, let's see if this happens. And then all of a sudden real volume comes in and then it kicks it down another notch. Well, I'd rather be out right there and then think about the trade down here if it ever gets there, than be ho-humming this decision. So we get out, we put our stops in, and now we just wait to see if there's sort of a reaction to that. The only, yeah, go. I was going to say before we do, I know you have an example. I just want to see Rivian to see if it was moving the same way. It's not really doing anything.
Rivian has another. We'll go to Rivian in a second. That's another weird chart today, which I think matters. Sorry, I was just looking at some stock people were pointing up. This is not what I was going to talk about. It was that whole stop order thing. If you've heard the story of rogue trader Nick Leeson, the one thing about the story that people don't realize is the multiple times during the mess in which he bankrupted the oldest bank. He single-handedly bankrupted the oldest bank in England with his trading and doubling down and all that kind of stuff, and then waiting till it just got out of hand. Multiple times, he actually caught the bottom on his bet. The problem was he wasn't smart enough to just be like, oh, I got the bottom. Let me just get in and out, accept the losses, and then try again when it goes to a big key level. Instead, he wouldn't allow it. He wouldn't allow it to work. Before we go over to Sia, the reason I had Lockheed Martin up was because I saw a few people mentioning this, and then I just realized Lockheed is, hey, it's starting to look okay again. It's taken a minute to sort of regain this 480 level. You can always tell some prices where there's like dumping going on. Like look at all that 480 rejection, and then it tried to hold support here before, but then it fell off 480. Very key price here, so it's potentially breaking this one out on Lockheed. I might prefer AVAV better, and as I said, I'm picking up some of this stock at the close today. Yeah, I like this drone play. Bouncing off the 200 period, there's your recovery day, bit of a trend break. I'm talking in the personal account, I'm not going to trade this thing. It's only done 1 million shares in volume. The only annoying thing about Sidhu, I'm not even bothering with the real name, as I said, the volume problem. So I haven't reloaded this. I'm not going to reload it. Either that bottoming tail candle pushes this into the high of the day, or it doesn't. So I just think being patient with it. If it's not going to move, I'm not going to force the action at all. I believe we are supposed to be back. You see it.
Thank you. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing in finance today. It's definitely following the Christmas spirit. Energy is also doing really well, followed by retail struggling a little bit. Let's take a quick look at some individual movers. Citigroup is doing notably well after the OCC removed the July 2024 amendment today. The amendment was removed because it was no longer needed for the bank's safety, soundness, or compliance with laws and regulations. Tesla is up 2.4%. Waymo has brought robo-taxis back after the blackout in San Francisco as of yesterday. Elon Musk, as a reaction to this, took to X, saying Tesla robo-taxis were unaffected by the San Francisco power. Energy companies, since the pre-market today, have been tracking a rise in crude oil prices after the United States has ramped up action against all Venezuelan oil tankers. CVX and XOM are each up around over 1.1%. BR1 and CLI have risen 2.17% and 2.2% respectively. And that's all for your sector. Back to Neil.
Thank you as always, Sia. And in the time that Sia gave you all of that information, FJet just went another 10% higher. 10% doesn't seem like much when you're up 275%. You know what? It's one of these today. If you were in this early, there's probably somebody out there probably bought the dip on day one, or maybe you bought the dip on Friday. Who knows? And you're just like, whatever. If it makes an all-time low, which was $6, then you'll just get out. What an absolute crazy and insane runner this stock is. But you know what? I ain't got it. I hope somebody's got it to the long side. I'm sitting here looking for some kind of a trend break, and it's not even that clean off the trend line. That's the problem with trying to buy the dip off the trend, is you're giving it probably $1.50 before you know you've lost that trend line. Makes it a little bit tricky. It's easy to see it close and then hold under the trend line because it hasn't done it once, but it's a lot different just buying out in front of it, because then stop placement is tricky on the long, in my opinion. So I'm staying away from that one, but it is still going. Tesla's, okay, Tesla's actually starting to accelerate to the downside. Like, it's one thing to lose VWAP, but the volume's picking up, and this is absolutely dumping. Dumping's the wrong word, but it's still falling. IBIT is still falling. Bitcoin is now at 88,000. 88,000 is on the bid right now for Bitcoin. Let me just quickly go over to IBIT here. So this could lose 88,000 on a break. I might just take the break on IBIT. It's been like gently trending down the entire way. 88,000 just went. Oh, we did break the low. No, we haven't broken the low of the day yet on IBIT.
I mean, what's going on with, did you see Tesla?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Tesla.
Yeah, I know. We'll see if we
Joe's
get,
like volume's increasing, but that's why you use stock. See, like,
I mean, how smart would have I been if I was just like, I'm going to go short, you know? I bring the video up and I'm going to go short right here. But yeah, this is definitely extending its move a lot lower. I wonder if there is individual news right now about Tesla. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Yes, Adara?
Not seeing any news, but tons of social media attention, like multiple posts on X, tagged per minute, per second. It's a lot, but there is no news that I'm seeing as of right now.
I was gonna ask, is Tesla gonna rebound into the close? This thing says, as I see it, yes. So the magic 8 ball predicting a Tesla
I'm just surprised
recovery.
Worked. Hasn't that not been working recently?
Yeah, I was able to see that right there. Yeah, see, I saw it again. Now it says most likely if I had asked it a question.
We literally haven't been able to get that thing to work in forever. That's
all right. First question I see on there, I'll ask the 8 ball, okay? First reasonable question on the chat. We'll ask
I love
the 8
how
ball.
you changed that. You instantly changed from.
Well, last time I said, ask me anything, and people were like, body count, this and that. I was like, what the hell?
First
I haven't murdered anybody in a long time.
Oh, goodness.
What does it say about the Qs? Okay, here we go. What will the NASDAQ be over or under 0.5 into the close, or at the close? Okay, now I've shaken it too much. I need to get the bubbles.
No, it's not going to work again. See,
okay, yeah, take that off here, man. I'm trying to be better luck. Too many bubbles now. I think you're right. We've reverted to not working anymore. Sorry, guys. There goes that question. There goes that Q&A. We were actually debating doing a Q&A every month, like as a special for members only.
Yeah, we're looking into something like that. And we will not use the magic 8 ball for something like we'll actually obviously seriously answer questions. But there was a question in the chat from Luis. Or Lewis?
Yeah. It says cannot predict now. Okay. Well,
what's the point?
I guess. So I asked about the Qs. It looks like you cannot predict it.
Lewis asked the question, what does Adara look at that she is laser focused? So Adara has a lot, but I think we can allow her to answer.
Yeah, I mean, so people know I do some trading up here as well. Right now, the thing I was currently doing is, it's not done yet, but I'll give you guys a quick 3-second preview. I'm working on a whole bunch of year-end infographics. I thought it'd be fun to go back to the drawing board and some of my weird Trump infographics from earlier this year. His Truth Social post. Here is one on him talking about health insurance companies, and that is the exact amount of snippet you guys get, because it will be posted later this week. I just had one I pre-scheduled and just posted now about Lyft, LYFT. So if you guys want to take a look at this as well, XTTV Research. This one just went live, a whole bunch more to come. That's what I'm focusing on over here. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer that question.
There you go. I mean, that other snippet was way too fast for me, but because we have to, you guys are sitting there watching. When that comes on screen, I have to look from my screen to our program monitor, and then by the time we see it, it's already gone. Well, now I can see it. There you go. Leave it up there. You know what's crazy? If I had better eyes or binoculars,
I'll try to cheat.
Because they have a big production screen over there with everything that's on everybody's. Like if I have something on my main monitor, or Adara does, I can actually look at her monitor up there. Or, oh, Fabian just changed it. Yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you? See, you guys, yeah, it's way in the back behind that crazy light. You can see Joe.
There's Fabian. He's waving his hand.
Fabian's waving his arms.
There's
But you
Joe.
can't make out how many screens he has going on. You think we have a lot of screens? They got twice as many.
Hey, he puts the lights on. Let there be light.
That's a lot of light.
See, this way, if I keep blowing on this, you guys have no idea that this is vodka. You're going to think it's coffee or something, right? You know what I'm saying?
It shouldn't be vodka.
This tea is very, very hot.
Yeah, but it should be like eggnog with rum in it.
It is. There.
That's the holiday drink.
Whiskey.
Bailey's.
Whiskey.
Hold on a second.
Oh, I gotta grab some eggnog.
Can we revoke Joe's Jamaican? So
I gotta get some.
Joe's Jamaican, and you put Bailey's in your eggnog instead of rum? Oh, he doesn't have a mic.
Is his mic turned on? Okay, well then stop holding it to your mouth, my guy. I go, is your mic turned on? He goes, no.
My assumption is if you're holding a mic, then the mic is working.
Hello, guys. Is this mic working? Oh, no? Okay, it's all good. All right, well.
Turn my headphones up.
Brother, it was my earbud. First of all, we got to concentrate. We just
Yeah, well, don't put your earbud near your mouth.
When we're crushing Palantir over here, I got to concentrate. Earbud in this one, mic off. You know what I mean?
Right,
I thought you
I
guys
got
were
you.
talking about coffee. You put Bailey's in the coffee. But we
Right,
put some rum in the
right.
eggnog. 100%, Neil. Come on.
Yeah,
Okay,
course,
okay, I just
man.
wanted to make sure.
Obviously.
Because I know what.
As long as
gotta
we
get
can
some
clear, as long as we can clear
bourbon.
the air here, then we're
Get that
good.
Ray nephew in you.
Ooh.
Stop showing Sharif's desk, man. That's just doing this man dirty over
That's
there.
straight up.
Come on, man.
That's how.
Go back to the fourshot. I want to say something to Sharif.
All right, yeah, go back to the fourth.
Right,
I'll talk to Sharif a
All right,
little bit.
Sharif, how you doing over there, man? How's everything
I'm at
going
the
well?
gym, brother, hitting
He's at the-
legs.
okay, good,
Got
yeah.
the heated Obus form.
You know you're an old man. This guy's got the Obus form going on
the
there.
only person that has that. Straight up.
No, it doesn't even really work, I think, anymore, because he dropped the converter 100 times, and I said, dude, come on, like, you gotta tape it.
So why would you even have it up if it doesn't work?
Hey, man.
That
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't
make
know.
as you know, Bernie Mac would say it a certain way, but I'm not going to because I don't want to get as demonetized.
Bernie-
but you know what,
ooh.
rest in peace, Bernie Mac. You know what he would say.
Rest in peace, Bernie
Don't
Mac,
make
baby.
no, you know.
Bernie Mac is the
Legend.
best. Is the best.
I always, to me, it's not even.
I used to watch
close.
that show. I gotta get the kids
the
on that
Kings
show.
of Comedy. It's not close. Bernie Mac was the best out of that group.
Yeah, Steve Harvey was in there. I think that
Cedric
the Entertainer. That's the guy I was thinking about.
But
Steve
no, I
Harvey.
take like all day, every day, and then DL Hewley. But I take Bernie, like not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, Bernie. I mean, he had his own show for a minute there. Yeah, what did he? I think did he die of complications, heart complications or something? I don't think it was drugs or anything.
No, I don't think it was.
He was awesome.
He was
yeah,
a pretty.
for sure. So.
Yeah, he was. Legit.
All right. Yeah, just to look here, like, I don't know, we haven't really come up with any news here on Tesla. The futures aren't doing anything.
Just-
And it's we had, now,
Oh,
now I've got a story now. We had,
It was just for the sake of it.
so Saturday night we were playing at Ford, and I'm the DJ, of course, and it was 80s night. And oh boy, the mothers, everybody was loving 80s night.
Of course.
So we got a couple more requests now for. And I played the money. I played a lot of good songs, man, on 80s night, and it was well received, right there.
I thought that you would suggest the Savage album, and I'm like, all right, Katina, man. So I was bumping that at the gym the other day. So,
21 Savage.
yeah, of course, man. 21.
Nice, man. Good. Yeah. Did you hear the Mr. Recoup, my guy?
Attaboy,
Yeah.
my guy.
I'm here for stock recommendations, not so good, but music, I got you, my guy. Right there. Mini Me, Joe. Good. Now, turning even to more. Right there. So we'll listen to some 21. I was actually listening to it on my walk. So yeah, there's a couple good songs on there as well. He's dating Lotto, if you didn't know. All right, off for a lottery. No, I know.
Another one from Dragonfire. Dragonfire is not playing around. But we'll shout you out in just a quick little second because we got to move from here to somewhere else.
Thank you, guys. So the DXY is currently around 98.25, down approximately 0.4% on the day and roughly 9% lower over the past 12 months, reflecting a certain weakness in the dollar. Record metals and risk tone is also seen. Gold has surged to new heights, new record heights, trading at $50 higher, making it hit record highs of around $4,400, with silver at $70 per ounce, platinum as well above $2,000, and not far from the record high it made back in 2008. And finally, palladium is also making sharp gains. Do we expect to see a Santa Claus rally in the metals instead of stocks? Who knows? Let's see. Yen, euro, and other commodity FX. Also, the yen remains under pressure after Bank of Japan's recent hike rate was judged too cautious, though Japanese officials have signaled possible FX intervention and creating a two-way risk in USD JPY around 157. Euro is firmer after the ECB signal that it is done easing for now, while Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, and GBP, the pound, are supported by a softer USD firm commodities, including oil, and relatively better domestic data. And that's all for your Money Talks. Back to the guys.
You like that one. Thank you, Sia, for that.
Notice how, Sia's been doing a fantastic job, but I'm just going to throw out there that already has theme music for her segments. So,
Yeah.
That shows what everyone thinks of SIA, more deserving of theme music, which is true. That's fair. You don't need theme music at all. You know, why would I want the Soul Glow music, which I've been asking for every single day for a while? We ain't bitter about that at all.
No, it doesn't seem like you are at
No,
all.
I kid.
Seems like you've got that figured out.
No, but I actually do love that. When you really think about it, like we have Money Talks, we've got the Small Cap Recap. Like adding music to all of them would make it like just.
I want to see, because obviously,
perfect sense.
Sia being part of the younger generation. I want to ask Sia right here. If there was one, make sure Mike is on, of course. What stock are you looking to maybe add to your portfolio these days? I mean, old men like me and Neil have our opinion. What stock are you looking at over there?
Honestly, not like particularly stock, but Vanguard is something I recently added, the one with the high dividend. I'm really glad I bought that. It's doing like, talking to you guys, even Abercrombie was a very good purchase.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there we go. So making some plays in the retail sector and then buying a dividend ETF. So Vanguard, of course, the company that would manage that ETF. So good on you there. I think that's a smart move. You know, get that income, bring in with that. So there she is, man. Yeah,
gives you a base for some of your other plays.
Well, then you're not worried too much about all these AI plays. I mean, the only AI play that I think gives you a dividend is probably IBM. You know,
a quality one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, then you have like little ones, Google and all that. Like, you know, you get to under the 1% there for Apple and things like that. But yeah, good one there. And then you're not all caught
when you're
up.
Young, you can take some risk.
Yeah. I'll talk. I mean, she doesn't want to be too much in Vanguard, but yeah, we'll talk about that anyways.
Maybe Broadcom.
What? Get invested into Broadcom?
No, I'm seeing like says Broadcom, bro. Rivian Millionaire saying VYM and VIG are good. Like those are fine. Micron all the way. Some people are saying Dragon Fireball is saying Netflix.
Is that for Sia? Dragon Ball Firefly over there?
I feel like everyone's just typing in symbols for Sia right now.
Yeah. Exactly.
He just typed in Netflix with the super chat.
I'm down for Netflix. I definitely would stamp that. Sia Netflix, I think, is a good idea there.
It's just like, what are the
Unity?
Well, I don't know about Unity. Whoa, who said Unity?
I don't know. Rainmaker. Rainmaker wants to make it rain on people that own Unity.
Like, trust me, like anytime Unity moves, I'll do the old, Unity like that. But like, don't get that.
And the thing is, like, if you're going to invest 10 grand, I think it's a smart move. You know, you get something in some sort of an index, and then, maybe half of it into, especially if you're starting, half of it into the S&P 500 or something, and then the other half sprinkle it around. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't trust Bitcoin, but I know there's a lot of Ute these days that like Bitcoin, so that could be.
The Ute them love Bitcoin? Oh.
Yeah, sure you did. You're laughing at me. It's all good, Sia. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
She's laughing with
Yeah, she's laughing with me. Yeah, good one. I like that.
If that it does make us feel better, Sia.
Oh, man. I have a kid Sia's age, by the way, so just let everybody know. Okay, so here we come, maybe even younger. All right, so Tesla now coming into play, near its days low one more time. So, sans any kind of news story or anything like that, probably better to stay away, but can't blame the fact that we don't have really a story here. There might be buyers at days low, and that's just trying to hold out on that low. The sellers have already won, man. The minute that thing cracked through VWAP, it was game over. That's exactly the play I'm looking for. I just wanted to play the strength. So I'm actually going to say, for myself, I think it was a decent look. I mean, we tried it off of there. We were looking at the right stock. It gave us the right move. Obviously, I'd rather have short is the right play, but at least it was moving around there, and we were buying it off of VWAP. The minute that broke that little ledge there, we got out and not even blinking at the hit that we took, because we were able to get out of 25% there. So it was almost like, that long, we took 61-cent hit. Our best out there was about, that was about 90 cents, but it was an averaged in price. So I'd say we probably lost, if we just had our full position, it was probably 1 unit on 40 cents or something like that. It probably wasn't the end of the world there. So we're not stressed out about that decision. Would have liked it to have been a long move higher, but obviously the short is now printing for us. And I don't think, I'm looking up here, maybe I just got a note, maybe a Texas Instruments, but I think that's a VWAP note, so I don't think it's really doing too much. No, so coming in there, that's not moving. Micron could have had, it's 330 right now, so we can even have a look at the early imbalances maybe, but Micron up to 276. So I only traded this one time there today, and it was right there, and it went whoops, and that was about 1 minute of little to no pain because it was in and out very, very fast right there. So not much happening there, but that was an L. It's good. We're not putting in a lot of risk, man. We did put a little bit more risk into Tesla in the morning, which is why it's my lowest stock on the day there. But yeah, Micron gets right back to that 277. I had written down 277 today as a spot because it was the pre-market high. We took that out in the first, basically in the first minute, we went to the day's high of 278. That's why I don't take breakouts in that very first minute unless there really is like either a huge level, like if this was at 250 or 300 or Tesla took 500, I would have been involved in that. But, you know, in the first couple minutes, it's been a fade. So that's what happened there. I thought we were catching a bottom at the 200 period. It was not that at all. And it kept on going down until eventually found some sort of levels. And it looked like the levels were found at yesterday's closing price. So in and around 268. So yeah, we're just gonna sit there. Now it looks like Tesla's trying to go. I'm just gonna wait for this, man. If the TQs goes, then good on me. If not, then we'll stop out down here. So that's what we're waiting for. Just seeing what happens here into the close. GE Vernova, I thought had a great bounce back over the last couple weeks. So this would be a name that I think if you're looking to get something data center AI build, we know that Oracle's on the come up again, back to the upside. So is GE Vernova, and still down 10% from its highs, but you know, battling back is much better than being down 20% or whatever. Actually, no, it wasn't, because the highs right there were only 650 or so. We went down to 550. Yeah, I guess that's a big enough drop. But that drop off of its recent high as well, still working itself out. So yeah, watch out for some GE Vernova. I think that's a name you can pick up on the low, and then Caterpillar. And then I'm going to throw it back over to Neil. Yeah, this would be another one that I'm not in. I know you're in. I think Sharif too. But I like Caterpillar. And again, like, good opportunity to pick something up, you know, if you wanted some of this down at the 50 period moving average. It's really loved it ever since May, I guess, when we had the tariff tantrum and we broke back above. Really respected the 50 period. So a new name, Caterpillar, enters the building right there for a potential buy and hold for a little longer than a couple days.
Yeah, and we got another super chat. But you know what? I'm going to observe a rule. I'm not going to allow this to get to my stop if it's already breaking a trend line. And that's going to be IBIT. It broke down. We lost 88K, so I just punched short when we broke down underneath 88,000. But as I see it start to break this trend line, it's like, no, we only have 25 minutes to go, 15 or 17 until we get the early look or the imbalances. I'm just going to jump out of this because the trend line break, if I was bullish, I'd probably go long that. So if I'm shorting this move here, I got to be able to get out. It's Dragon Fireball with another super chat. We just got to appreciate you every time you do with nothing there. And this time, oh, he did send one with a message on it. There it is. Did it go up? Try it again. Oops. There it is. IBIT. It is breaking trend.
Dragon Fire.
88,000 is holding on Bitcoin. But there is one thing that concerns me about Bitcoin. Where's my daily chart on the BTC? It's hard to be super bullish on Bitcoin when this has been happening. I just wanted to show how long this trend line has been going for support. And then so when I zoom in and show you what's been going on with that prior support trend line, look at how cleanly it's been resistance. So no matter how much we keep bouncing off this 85 level, unless you break this prior trend line, like hold above 90K and break out this top, it's just been resistance on every single break. Well, I'm still kind of like net bearish overall on it, but at the end of the day, it is trying to go back up higher. Sidhu or whatever we're calling this thing, recently. Looks like that's the extent of the move. The best it got to was about 235 or so it doesn't seem like it wants to get back up to 240 to test the high of the day. It bounced off VWAP. That's all it did. I'm not reloading this. I'm just going to get out underneath this 220. Doesn't look like it wants to go any further. FJet, however, if you're riding this crazy IPO, is now 280% to the upside. 2640 is the new high of the day on FJet. Unbelievable is the only way to think about this. Like, this stock has been absurd since its IPO. Oh my God. Absolutely ridiculous. And it just continues throughout. The entire space has been pretty good. I think, you know, kind of like a double-edged, A, it's an IPO with the low float, and B, you throw in the fact that all of these space stocks have been flying today, like Rocket Lab, ASTS, have all been strong. Somehow Virgin Galactic is up, even though, like, why are we calling
the momentum hits the whole space. It's like, well, remember when Rigatoni and all those names were starting to go, it was just like you couldn't go wrong with any of those quantum names. Like a story would come out about
I like Rigatoni.
Rigetti. Yeah, Rigatoni's one of my favorites. Something would come out. I've said it before, penne, but there's some funny ones in there that are pretty good too. Tagliatelle is good. Yeah, well, ravioli has something inside of it, right?
Okay,
so it depends on
does
what's.
it not count then?
Yeah, it can. But I mean, you would say like butternut squash ravioli or something like that. But yeah, no, you're allowed to do whatever you want. But yeah, I like that. Well, you have a favorite pasta or?
The most common, I can't not say penne. It's my daughter's favorite. It's my favorite. It's the most common one that we'll have. But
just goated.
It was a ravioli. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
It was a simple ravioli, and it was just a beef ravioli in Rome. It was next to the Colacando.
Oh, okay, yeah,
forget the name of the
yeah. Well, I mean, I was telling you to eat there.
The one that's right there.
I know that. Yeah, I ate there.
And it was
Might even have
ridiculous.
pictures of
it was
that
so
place.
good. I can't even. I just want to have it again and again and again. And then I also had their meatballs, which were ridiculous as well.
I mean, true authentic meatballs. I mean, our caterer, are they trying? It's like when I see authentic, whenever I see
garlic in that.
authentic,
Oh, goodness, too much
you know, the wife and I were discussing this, okay? So like, you know, you go into an Italian shop and maybe you see like a Jamaican guy making the pasta and it's like, okay, and it says authentic. So this is the thing. I'm wondering if authentic is just the brand. No, like are you getting it's a recipe? You know, like what does it matter who's making it at the end of the day? It's like as long as the recipe is coming from Italy, like what does authentic, like I don't know, when it comes to cuisine, what can you get away with?
Cuisine, I don't know.
Like when someone's saying authentic shawarma.
Those Cubans roll them
wow.
properly because the Dominicans, you know, the Dominicans roll it too tight.
Okay, but can you get an authentic Cuban cigar rolled by a Dominican then?
Apparently not. Have you ever seen when Dominicans roll them? They just no, it doesn't.
This is what I'm trying to get at. I don't know.
Authentic must mean it must mean the ingredients, right? I would guess it's the ingredients.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It could be a Portuguese guy making Italian food. Like I'm just trying to figure out like what does authentic mean? You know, because you know you get authentic Chinese food. I don't know. Like we can go on and on. I mean, there's numerous examples of this.
For authentic jerk chicken, it should be first of all.
Like Neil, if I'm cooking up jerk chicken and I'm like, this is authentic. Like, are you looking at me like? What?
Do you have an oil drum that you cooked it in?
Right. So maybe
cook it in an oil drum on the side of the street.
Right.
If I wasn't like riding along and I'm like, oh, word, and then we stop on the side of the road and block traffic because we don't care down there, and then you get out and it's from an oil drum. That's the good. Joe knows.
So there's basically no authentic jerk chicken then around here.
No, you can get it.
But I need to see the guy at the side of the road.
Okay, not on the side of the road.
Eglinton West. I live near Eglinton West. Yes.
So straight up, my cousin. Like he's kind of like, I'd say my uncle, but like he's not an uncle. He's just he's a cousin, a generation older, right? Like he's my mom's cousin. He used to do a Caravana party. He doesn't do it anymore. He's older now, but he used to do a Caravana party at his business like every year. And like forget about going downtown. That was the line. And they'd have the jerk chicken in the drum. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that, but he would just out in the back of his, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, but it is what it is. And that was that good.
There's a guy right outside our house. He has he's at a convenience store like just down the street, and he has the whole barbecue, blaring the music, and it's just outside, and it's $8 or something. You get like a quarter chicken. He does it right on the barbecue, right in front of you, man. Coleslaw, everything is right there. Yeah. So I'm thinking that is authentic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Strobe saying only oxtail. That'll work too.
Oh my God, he has oxtail too there too.
That'll work too.
It's so good. All right, so yeah, oxtail. Jamaican, like the patties, if you ever get that too. Oh my God, so much good food. Right there. Oh, imbalances.
Like they're the only ones that have patties.
I just saw someone ask about imbalances.
Oh, there's different styles. Like Antigua does have a different style of patty. Like there's like an Antiguan beef patty.
Right.
Is like they're like mini, thicker, more beef in it.
I figure it's very regional. Even, I'm sure even in Jamaica.
Yeah, there's like little differences. There's not much on the locator here. I know you.
No, I was going to say, I mean, Target, I haven't looked at that today. Is that 100? Oops, that's NLY. Target was near $100, so that faded off. Target, was there news on that?
Medline on Friday is supposed to be 9 million shares.
Oh, okay.
Medline is already being added to like one of the indexes on Friday. Like it just came to market, Medline. We just had this. I can't think of a time that there was an IPO And the week after the IPO, it's getting added, not to the S&P
God.
500, but it's the S&P total market. What is it?
Okay, we're going super chat crazy over here.
What is happening?
Okay, so Dragonfire, I'm just gonna go quickly. Dragonfire, $10. Dragonfire, $10. Dragonfire, $10. Dragonfire, $20. Thank you so much. Dragonfire, $10. Come show, at least show this. I don't know how else to do this here. I'm trying to give this guy. Thanks for being you. You're welcome. Dragonfire, more $10 over there. This is another one here. Oh, this has a comment here. Money printing machine. Okay, so we already did that. So thank you so much. Just lining it up right there. Thank you so much to Dragon Ball one more time there. But yeah, I don't know. Were you looking at Amazon there, or what were you looking at?
No, I mean, I was just looking at Medline.
Oh, Medline. Yeah,
Just because it's a unique thing to see this kind of a situation. Like it's traded for 4 days, and it's the S&P total. Where the heck is it? I just had it up, and now I'm trying to find it again. S&P completion is what it says. I don't even know what that's about.
Okay.
But either way, S&P total market, it's going to be going in, and it could be a gigantic buy. And you know what's weird? Remember we said this might not be good after day one? Not true at all. It was a pretty solid, decent long. I'll call it a decent long today, but it was a great long on Friday. It was a decent long on Thursday. Successful IPOs abound. But really, obviously, FJet's going to be taking the cake. With 7 minutes to the imbalances, I don't see anything that's crazy or any trades that are really setting up right now. As you guys know, the market's not moving that much. But FJet, it continues to go. No signs of slowing down this FJet. So just, again, it's a complete rocket ship. I thought it was going to break down at some point. I'm glad we didn't try shorting it. Adara?
Just a quick headline here on NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA, the information reporting that the company is restructuring its cloud team. And now I believe we are heading over to Sia.
Thank you so much, Adara. We're going to quickly go through the crypto segment for today. BTC was not doing the worst this morning, but it's currently down 0.6%, even after JPM announced that it's considering crypto trading services for institutional clients. A thing to note is that JPM CEO Jamie Dimon has been a long-standing critique of BTC, but this move could potentially represent a major evolution for the company. BTC is continuing, however, to struggle and overcome certain resistance at $93,000. And yeah, it's down 0.5% at the moment. And next, we're going to take a look at ETH. One of the 5 largest treasury firms has sold a large portion of its ETH holdings today. ETH Zilla has sold Ether to repay its debt. According to the company, selling such liquid assets is a good way to close certain obligations. And ETHZ shares lost 5.8% after the announcement today, while ETH is currently down 1%. And overall, honestly, I'm actually very interested in seeing whether Santa Claus rallies the jolly market or if Grinch is going to steal the gains in these final days of the stock market this year. Back to the guys.
The chat is going way too fast, but so I can't find the question that I wanted to answer, but it was, will we be streaming over the holidays? So the answer is very simple. If the US stock markets are open, Trader TV Live is streaming from 8 o'clock till 4 o'clock. Or, well, whenever they close. Because if it's a half day, the market closes at 1 o'clock on Christmas Eve, so we'll be going to 1 o'clock. So the only day that's an actual holiday, there's a half day on the 24th, the 25th is a holiday, and then every other Boxing Day, which is the 26th, Trader TV Live is streaming, and then the entirety of the next week, with the exception of New Year's Day, which of course is a holiday. New Year's Eve is not a market holiday. It's not even a half day. It's never made any sense. I don't get why it's not a half day. I'm sure lots of people would love it to be. Trust me, when we're here, you'll see after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on New Year's Eve, usually like we're kind of in this mode, but even like a level higher. Because all you're doing
we have to do some eggnog action on.
We should be doing eggnog. Well, we're doing eggnog on Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday's the half day.
Wednesday's the half day.
Okay.
I mean,
we'll bring in some improper mix.
Well, you bring that. We can handle that. That's for sure. Where we get the eggnog from?
Well, man, I'm gonna go get it from Shoppers Drug Mart right across the street.
Or just anywhere.
I got it last time. Last time we didn't have any eggnog. I just went right across the street, grabbed that, man. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're not gonna suffer through.
Oh shoot!
No eggnog up in here.
Stuff we put in it. I think that's gone. We had the Kraken, but
Oh, that's okay. We'll find some rum around here, if you know what I mean.
We get some new stuff
We're
because
gonna have any problem finding some rum. We got an LCBO over there.
well, it got cleared out when there was like a poker night the last time.
It's just hilarious now because at the 7-Eleven now one thing of beer, like a tall boy, is $2. You go in there, a coffee is $2. So to me, that's a little weird. I don't know. I feel like.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
It's kind of like.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Like for value, I want to drink the beer, but then for like, I actually only want a coffee. So I don't know. I'm always torn between that. But anyways,
that make
that only came up to my mind because I was thinking we'd go to 7-Eleven and grab some rum, but they don't sell alcohol. They don't sell
Derek
spirits.
clearly has some thoughts.
I was just gonna say, so to set the record straight with regards to the rum and eggnog thing, the last time we did it was December 20, actually it was 23rd because it was that kind of weird, it's 22nd because it was a weird day where we had like the Christmas on the Monday, not the point.
Right.
The point is, last time we did it was 2023, we did the Kraken and the eggnog. Last year we did not do any rum and eggnog because we were doing the Family Feud thing or the Jeopardy thing over on the green screen at the time. So we did no rum and eggnog last year, we did it in 2023, just to set the record straight on that.
I mean, the last time we had anything to drink around here, like only Neil and I had it, like nobody else.
Very disappointing.
Oh, back then, maybe.
Oh, Daryl usually will. No,
I will usually
everyone
indulge.
else was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
no, man, we're trying to have some fun. We get all these like super chats and whatnot. It's like we should enjoy ourselves, enjoy it for you guys. And plus, too, like it's the holidays, you know.
I totally get.
enjoy
Eggnog edibles.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now we're pushing it here, there, Sean. But I totally get the conundrum that you're in between the coffee and the beer. It's like, really, what do we grab here at the end of the day? You know what I mean?
Am I driving? Am I not? Yeah, I know.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
what do we do? Man, I've been there, done that.
Yeah, same ways. Yeah, no, it's just funny. They have a big, huge sign. It's like right beside the $2 beer sign is like a $2 coffee sign. So it's just, I just know, like we're going through things here in Ontario because we finally are allowed to purchase alcohol at convenience stores, which you never were allowed to before. So, yeah, but anyways, I was just saying, we also do have a liquor store right next to us. So like any sort of going to get booze is pretty.
I mean, it's not literally right next to us, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute walk. I guess that's not necessarily right next to us.
No, it's
There is definitely something there. Neil Sean, what's up, Lewis? There, we appreciate all of those messages right there. All right, so we have now 1 minute before all this gets down. It doesn't look like Tesla's doing anything at all right now. Make TTV drunk again, yes. All right, so there it goes, 487. Doesn't look like it wants to do anything with only 1 minute left. I did take Robinhood. So another name that I traded today is Robinhood, which is not at the HOD. It's just Hood, and it's just doing this. So, you know, all afternoon, I'm sorry, I'm glad we're having a good time here and everything's all good. This was Robinhood earlier. We took it and got out real quick, then hit it to the upside, so we were up on Robinhood at one point, and then all of a sudden it came back in. We tested it against, at that time, it stays low, which is at 10.15. Like, when the market's at lows at 10.15, and then it dips back in around 10.30 or so, like, I'm taking that against that just to see if it holds, it doesn't, and we get out. So it's just today, some of our bids and offers just didn't hold. And I'm completely fine with all of that. I just created a red day, so I'm gonna be red today. And it's not even like TQQ's pending, like we're not even doing anything here. I still do have that offer to see if it comes in and maybe we get a fill quickly on these imbalances, but we're just playing with fire doing that. So let's see if it gets back up to the upside. We just took a piece out right there just before these imbalances. So we got a piece out basically for flattish. They're at 30, and here we go. They're out now. Actually, don't even have the imbalances up. So.
Yeah, we have not much. Kenvue still 3 million to the sell side. Yeah, you've got IQ is 2 million to the sell side. TLT 1.5 is a buy. Rigetti is in here, 1.1 million on Rigetti. Apple 1.1 million to the buy side as well. Rivian 960,000. That's also a buy. Intel is going to be 900,000. Amazon 700,000 to buy. Nothing crazy. Nothing really stands out. Kenvue's there all the time. I don't really know what's this IQ. It's only a $2 stock, but that's yeah, it didn't even move. Okay, so that IQ is a couple million. It didn't even move 1 cent, did that IQ. So pretty much nothing on the imbalances. Overall, it is a buy. Most of what I listed was buy, so the market is 1.2 billion total to buy. NASDAQ, 632 million. The Mag 7, 477 million. Yeah, like I said, we're just not moving much. I mean, Sidhu, 10-cent range. I'm just going to stick an offer at the top of the range here. It doesn't look like it wants to go at all. But that's sort of the thing. Like, in a holiday shortened week, like look at one of the most volatile stocks over the last 2 sessions. Easily CoreWeave, right? Like crazy run around Friday, looked like it was breaking out. Look at what happened. Like it pulls back, doesn't even fall through. Like this has been sitting effectively in a 30 to 40 cent range on an $80 stock the entire time we've been sitting here. So that's just what we're dealing with right now. And you don't want to be overtrading. Like you can look for something that's moving. Like that's why I went to like Sidu or whatever we're calling it. Or if you're in like an FJet this afternoon, $29, you've got to be kidding me. It doesn't make any sense, but I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually have to make sense. Make sense, FJet. 320% for this IPO. People just ringing the register all over this one from earlier. There's no chance I would have ever chased it up here. But yeah, congratulations on FJet. That looks absolutely fantastic. NCLH is looking bullish. I see Luis talking about that. You know what? Do not sleep on these names. I know I like CCL, but NCLH up another 5%. Look at this the last couple of sessions. I mean, this is a breakout. No questions asked. And Carnival, same thing. Like the cruise lines are going, another 3 for them. So NCLH doing better. I think that's because Carnival is at this 52-week high spot. And that's why it was a little bit slower than NCLH. But it was a good one today off the open. It never really gave a good, solid dip buy to get back in. Maybe that's just how it is. Like the ones that really go, they just don't ever let you back in. So
yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Like, it's so different because usually a stock doing this, like there's going to be if it slows down, there's going to be a pullback, and you'll get something back, and it just never happens. So, tomorrow maybe adjust it a little bit. Don't expect that VWAP continuation bounce because we're not getting it to.
No,
definitely not getting it everywhere.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem like we're getting too much here today. So, yeah, just be careful with your bids and offers and just, the TQ is coming back up here. It doesn't look like too much is going on. I see what you were saying then, Sam, wondering if the buy, sorry, I know you're talking about is it over yet. I didn't think I thought maybe you meant Tesla, and that was is the selling over in Tesla. I don't know. We're not really sure what that story is even really about, to be honest with you. So Tesla right now making this move down and bouncing off of some key levels. We can look tomorrow at 46, 47, but tomorrow's a completely different day, man. I mean, the NASDAQ today, it's just funny because it travels up and down and it does have its movements, but we just kind of we opened up pretty high today. We had a nice little run in the pre-market, but look where we are. Like we're just back to basically where we were, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock, I shouldn't say 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, right there. The problem is it says 6 down here because it's Chicago time. But right into there, the market made some moves, definitely touched a little bit down there at the bottom of 25.6, and the top was 25.8. So there was a 200-point range, but that's kind of nitpicking. We ended the day sort of right there in the middle of the range, and we'll just have to see if tomorrow can get us a little bit more action than what today brought. So I'm going to look forward to hopefully a little bit of a different day tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be better, worse, or what. Hopefully it's going to be better as we'll end the day red there today, but just no movement really to go with anything. We tried the TQs. Actually, this was a good one today for sure, but that was the move here that we're just trying to get out of right now. It looks like we're doing an okay job. We just get a 28 there. It just goes up to 30. So we're going to wait to see here where there's any sort of an actionable trade here into the close. But there's only 5 minutes left, and the imbalances are now out, and there's not really much to talk about as far as these are concerned. Now, Kenvue, BMY, maybe BAC, there, Rigetti. Well, I mean, $27 for Rigetti seems to be pretty good. That's up 12% today. Actually,
what a runner.
I don't know why we're talking about our favorite pasta, but we sort of forgot to look at them.
Yeah, well, the quantum names had a good day today, and they're looking like, hey, finally, we're catching that bid. So we're not going to see the 200 period maybe on Rigetti on the daily trade. We've come to the daily, only 4 minutes to go here, everybody. Doesn't look like we're going to get this test if this trend break holds. So Rigetti maybe favor the long tomorrow. I think they got ignored today. Yeah, there weren't. The crazy thing is there were some really good longs. Just checking out IonQ to see if it looks even better. IonQ might be more clean for a level break. Rigetti, I think, has more room to go, but certainly more upside just in terms of room to go technically. But IonQ's got like a clean 55 half that it could break it out tomorrow. Why? Because that's where it topped out today. And when you go back to the daily, that's that resistance. But I'm going to lean Rigetti tomorrow. Because I think you've got to pick something that's moving. So find some small cappers in there for sure. Maybe lean a little bit more on the things that are continuation plays. Because on a day where, Palantir at the open goes $5 up and then $7 down and then barely does anything for the rest of the session, you're really going to have to pick your spots. No questions asked.
All right, yeah, so I think we're getting something to look at for tomorrow for sure. We could just see where does NVIDIA wind up today with only 3 minutes left and change right now. I'm just getting out of the TQs. Every time it bumps up, I'm getting out. So NVIDIA, unfortunately, the same kind of thing all day today, just blah, as we don't do too much here today, kind of a sideways trade right there. The name that I like is DraftKings. I think that could have a little bit of a buy into it into the new year as we wait for Kalshi and all these things to potentially become public at some point. But I like DraftKings, something to maybe trade tomorrow.
It's probably a heck of a lot easier to make a trade on something like FJet if you don't have to risk your own money. Why? Because that fear of losing or maybe not having enough capital to make it really count is a problem. And then you're sitting on the sidelines. Well, Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. The limited risk trading model allows you to use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. So you can focus on discipline, consistency, and growth. You hit the profit targets and you keep 70% of the profits. No fear of barriers, a real opportunity for you. The revolution is called limited risk trading and it's powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see in front of you to get 10% off your first evaluation. And FJet, by the way, is halted. Yeah, so because it's 358, 370%, $31.50. This thing is absolutely ridiculous. It is though. Where's my Brennan goat? That one. Brennan's on vacation. Let's hit the Brennan goat, even though that's a sheep. So this will open at 4 o'clock, regardless of the whole 5-minute thing, because it halted this late in the day. Remember, the stock doesn't have a lot of liquidity to begin with, so obviously there's not going to be a lot of liquidity after 4 o'clock. So expect to see wild moves, although it's already done that. What a crazy, ridiculous IPO that this has been. Like, I can't remember a stock that kind of went full circle to the downside the day after its IPO and then still did this after the fact. But usually this is followed by even worse. So 1 minute to go, and that will also be the reopen of FJet, which has been the crazy rocket ship today. I think if we see like some kind of low float runner in the morning, maybe that'll be the jam this week on the low volume, because low volume and low liquidity also means that the runners have less resistance potentially. Remember, that works both ways, by the way. So more volatility upside and downside. So when it's working, great, but when they're not, you really don't want to be fighting some small capper that's defecating all over itself.
You do not. I was just, I don't know, what is this? Open with.
What is that?
I don't know. Let's see if I can get a preview of this. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is a hell of a long time ago when we had. I don't even know when this was. Just me and Kevin O'Leary back during COVID here. Had hair, had beard, all that. So this is just. I don't know when that was. It was from Valeria. I just saw I had an old email in there. It says clips of Sean, and there's a whole bunch of them. So there it is, right there. But anyways, that was just some old school. We've been around for a hell of a long time. Here we go with only 10 seconds left. FJet coming into play here. There we go. 10 seconds left. FJet halted. I think it's gonna be wild there in the after hours, man, without any sort of markers to halt that thing. 3, 2, and 1. We do want to thank Ogen for once again sponsoring. Oh my God, I'm still in the TQQs. I might also get out of that one right here as we just get out of it. Yeah, thanks to Oragenics there, symbol listed NYSE OGEN there, transforming concussion care with their intranasal technologies. We want to thank Ogen for all of that. Thanks Fabian and everybody today, Ramin. Thanks Sia, Dara, Joe for staying late with us. Sharif's chair had a great spot there this afternoon.
Sharif's chair
so thank you so much, Obis Forum, for keeping old man's
really
back okay.
Sponsored
right
by
there.
them, apparently.
There's Joe. Thanks, Joe, for sticking around with us again, and thank you to everybody else, man, for everybody and all that watch. There's
another Dragonfire.
Yeah, man, that guy dropped a couple $100 there. So thank you so much for all of that. I mean, all that super chat. There we go. We can use the money to go buy some rum and eggnog, which we'll be having.
Well, that's literally what we're going to use it for.
That is exactly.
We're not even.
By the way, FJet just opened up, and now it's $32. So it's now, like once the market closes, they could just open it up. So that's exactly what they did now. And there is no stopping this name. Yeah, you don't even need to really do that, Fabian. There's not, this is just going to trade out how it's going to trade. And then, you know, in the after hours, we'll see how high it got. It looks like we do have a tick up there, 34 and change right there once it opened. But the reason why Neil and I talk about it, there's no halt mechanism here unless it's company, they could halt it, I guess. But the market won't step in and do anything to this stock now. So once that goes there, it is now free to trade. So there's FJet. Good luck to everybody. No more halting. So get out when you want, and good luck to you. Normally it shoots the stock higher. Looks like it's pulling back a little bit right here.
Yeah, when you're up that much, sometimes it's just how it is. But look, we're right back at it at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, whether it's FJet or Tesla or the futures or Sidhu or our favorite stock in the world, the mask.
Gold.
Will be
Oh, the mask.
that garbage penny stock. We'll be here for all of that. So thank you to everybody. Thank you for all the super chats. We'll make sure we're locked and loaded on that half day and having some fun.
All right,
so we're Trade TV Live.
What is it tonight? It's San Francisco.
San Francisco and
why
don't I forget this?
Not Seattle. Indy.
Yeah, that's right, because that one guy in our pool. In the
So I'm going to go with San Fran just because Purdy versus Phillip Rivers. Is he still the guy?
Yeah, they're starting Phillip Rivers.
And poor Jonathan Taylor. Like, I mean, that's another thing. Forget about.
He's gonna lose the rushing title.
That's what I was going to say.
Because Cook's going to pass.
Right. I was just going to say, like, he was having an MVP season, and then all of a sudden they just stacked the box.
What can you do? The quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah, maybe. And that's why I'm thinking Purdy tonight will do it. For the 49ers. Always have a good backup like Malik Willis, but then don't drop the ball on a onside recovery. All right, thank you,
Yeah,
Sia.
Romeo Dobbs, what are you doing, bro?
Sia, what's
you
up?
have one job as the hands team. One job. Catch the ball.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I love you, Romeo Dobbs. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, 8 a.m. Ciao till then. Dun, 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 dun.